Preface to the first edition. It is with considerable diffidence that I publish these pages. The subject with which they deal is so vast, and I have had to prosecute it under circumstances so disadvantageous, that I can hope but for small measure of success. When I may be better equipped for the task, and after further study has enabled me to fill up the gaps left in the present work, I hope to make it a more worthy contribution to this neglected department of Mohammedan history. And to this end, I shall be deeply grateful for the criticisms and corrections of any scholars who may deign to notice the book. To such I would say in the words of St. Augustine, Qui hic legens dicit, intelligo quidem quid dictum sit, sed non vir dictum est, assurat ut placet sententiam suam, et redarguat meme, si potest. Quod si cum caritate et veritate fecerit, mihic etiam si in hac vita manio cognoscendum face recuraverit, uberimum fructum laboris huius me separo. As I can neither claim to be an authority nor a specialist on any of the periods of history dealt with in this book, and as many of the events referred to therein have become matter for controversy, I have given full references to the sources consulted. And here I have thought it better to err on the side of excess rather than that of defect. I have myself suffered so much inconvenience and wasted so much time in hunting up references to books indicated in some obscure or unintelligible manner, that I would desire to spare others a similar annoyance. And while to the general reader I may appear guilty of pedantry, I may perchance save trouble to some scholar who wishes to test the accuracy of a statement or pursue any part of the subject further. The scheme adopted in this book for the transliteration of Arabic words is that laid down by the Transliteration Committee of the 10th International Congress of Orientalists, held at Geneva in 1894, with the exception that the last letter of the article is assimilated to the so-called solar letters. In the case of geographical names, this scheme has not been so rigidly applied, in many instances because I could not discover the original Arabic form of the word, in others, e.g. Mecca, Medina, because usage has almost created for them a prescriptive title. Though this work is confessedly, as explained in the introduction, a record of missionary efforts and not a history of persecutions, I have endeavored to be strictly impartial and to conform to the ideal laid down by the Christian historian who chronicled the successes of the Ottomans and the fall of Constantinople. Omicron letter 1F54 tau, Epsilon Pi Rho letter 1F78, Sigma Chi Alpha Rho Odinu, Omicron letter 1F54 tau, Epsilon Pi Rho letter 1F78, Sigma Phi Theta Omicron U Omicron U. Letter 1F00 lambda lambda. Omicron letter 1F50, Delta letter 1F72, Pi Rho letter 1F78, Sigma Mu letter 1FD6, Sigma Omicron Sigma letter 1F22, Kappa Alpha letter 1F76, Pi Rho letter 1F78, Sigma Epsilon letter 1F54, Nu Omicron Iota Alpha Nu Sigma Epsilon Gamma Gamma Rho Alpha Phi Epsilon Iota Nu, Chi Rho Epsilon Omega Nu, letter 1F10 Sigma Tau Iota, Tau, letter 1F78 Nu. Sigma Epsilon Gamma Gamma Rho Alpha Phi Omicron Nu Tau Alpha, letter 1F00 Lambda Lambda, letter 1F31 Sigma Tau Omicron Rho Iota Alpha Sigma, Mu Omicron Nu, Kappa Alpha letter 1F76, Tau Omicron letter 1Fe6, Mu Eta Lambda Eta Theta Eta Sigma Beta, Upsilon Theta letter 1FF7, Pi Alpha Rho Alpha Delta Omicron Theta letter 1FC6, Nu Alpha Iota. Letter 1F23 Nu, letter 1F41, Chi Rho Omicron Nu Omicron Sigma, Omicron letter 1F36, Delta, Epsilon Gamma, Epsilon Nu letter 1FB6, Nu. Tau letter 1F74, Nu letter 1F31 Sigma Tau Omicron Rho Ode Alpha Nu. I desire to thank Her Excellency the Princess Barberini, His Excellency the Prince Chigi, the Most Reverend Dr. Paul Goethals, Archbishop of Calcutta, the Right Reverend Fr. Francis Peskai, Bishop of Allahabad, the Reverend S.S. Allnut of the Cambridge Mission, Daily, the trustees of Dr. Williams's Library, Gordon Square, London, for the liberal use they have allowed me of their respective libraries. I am under an especial debt of gratitude to James Kennedy, Esquire, late of the Bengal Civil Service, who has never ceased to take a kindly interest in my book, though it has almost exemplified the Horatian precept, nonum premature in annum. To his profound scholarship and wide reading, I have been indebted for much information that would otherwise have remained unknown to me, nor do I owe less to the stimulus of his enthusiastic love of learning and his helpful sympathy. I am also under a debt of gratitude to the kindness of Count Ugo Belzani, but for whose assistance certain parts of my work would have been impossible to me. To the late Professor Robertson Smith, I am indebted for valuable suggestions as to the lines of study on which the history of the North African Church and the condition of the Christians under Muslim rule should be worked out. The profound regret which all Semitic scholars feel at his loss is to me intensified by the thought that this is the only acknowledgement I am able to make of his generous help and encouragement. I desire also to acknowledge my obligations to Sir Syed a letter 1025M Adi Khan Bahadur, KCSI, LLD. To my learned friend and colleague, Shamsuel ul M. a Ejective Malawi, MU letter 1025 a MM Adi Shibli Namani, who has assisted me most generously out of the abundance of his knowledge of early Muhammadan history, and to my former pupil, Malawi Bahadur Ali, M.A. Lastly, and above all, must I thank my dear wife, but for whom this work would never have emerged out of a chaos of incoherent materials, and whose sympathy and approval are the best reward of my labors. Aligarh, 1896. Preface to the second edition. The first edition of this book having been out of print for several years and frequent inquiries having been made for copies, this new edition has been prepared, and an effort has been made to revise the work in the light of the fresh materials that have accumulated during the last 16 years. But I can make no claim to have made myself acquainted with the whole of the vast literature on the subject, in upwards of 10 different languages, which has been published during this interval. The growing interest in Islam and the various branches of study connected with it may be estimated from the fact that since 1906 5 periodicals have made their appearance devoted to investigations cognate to the subject matter of the present work, viz. Revue du Monde Musulman, publié par la Mission Scientifique du Maroc, Paris, 1906. Der Islam, Zeitschrift für Geschichte und Kultur des Islamischen Orients, Strasbourg, 1910. The Moslem World, a quarterly review of current events, literature, and thought among Mohammedans, and the progress of Christian missions in Moslem lands, London, 1911. Mir Islama, St. Petersburg, 1912. And Die Welt des Islams, Zeitschrift der Deutschen Gesellschaft für Islamkunde, Berlin, 1913. The Christian missionary societies are also now devoting increased attention to the subject of Muslim missionary activity, and accordingly it takes up a proportionately larger place in their publications than before. This second edition would have been completed several years ago, but for the illiberal policy, which closes the reading room of the British Museum at 7 o'clock, and has thus made it practically inaccessible to me except on Saturdays. I therefore desire to express my grateful thanks to those friends who have facilitated my labors by the loan of books from the libraries of the University of Leiden and the University of Utrecht, through the kind offices of Professor Wensink, and the École des Langues Orientales Vivantes, Paris. To Mr. J. A. Oldham, editor of the International Review of Missions, I am indebted for the loan of volumes of the Allgemeine Mission Zeitschrift, a set of which I have been unable to find in London. My thanks are specially due to Dr. F. W. Thomas, who has allowed me to study for lengthy periods, along with other books from the India Office Library, the monumental Annali del Islam by Leon Kitani, Principe di Tino, a work of inestimable value for the early history of Islam, but unfortunately placed out of the reach of the average scholar by reason of its great cost. I am also much indebted for several valuable indications to those scholars who reviewed the book when it first appeared. Above all, to Professor Goldziher, whose sympathetic interest in this work has encouraged me to continue it. London, 1913. Chapter 1. Introduction. Ever since Professor Max Muller delivered his lecture in Westminster Abbey, on the Day of Intercession for Missions, in December 1873, it has been a literary commonplace that the 6 great religions of the world may be divided into missionary and non-missionary. Under the latter head fall Judaism, Brahmanism, and Zoroastrianism, and under the former Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam. And he well defined what the term, a missionary religion, should be taken to mean, viz. One in which the spreading of the truth and the conversion of unbelievers are raised to the rank of a sacred duty by the founder or his immediate successors. It is the spirit of truth in the hearts of believers which cannot rest, unless it manifests itself in thought, word, and deed, which is not satisfied till it has carried its message to every human soul, till what it believes to be the truth is accepted as the truth by all members of the human family. It is such a zeal for the truth of their religion that has inspired the Muhammadans to carry with them the message of Islam to the people of every land into which they penetrate, and that justly claims for their religion a place among those we term missionary. It is the history of the birth of this missionary zeal, its inspiring forces, and the modes of its activity that forms the subject of the following pages. The 200 millions of Mohammedans scattered over the world at the present day are evidences of its workings through the length of 13 centuries. The doctrines of this faith were first proclaimed to the people of Arabia in the 7th century, by a prophet under whose banner their scattered tribes became a nation. And filled with the pulsations of this new national life, and with a fervor and enthusiasm that imparted an almost invincible strength to their armies, they poured forth over 3 continents to conquer and subdue. Syria, Palestine, Egypt, North Africa, and Persia were the first to fall before them, and pressing westward to Spain and eastward beyond the Indus, the followers of the prophet found themselves, 100 years after his death, masters of an empire greater than that of Rome at the zenith of its power. Although in after years this great empire was split up and the political power of Islam diminished, still its spiritual conquests went on uninterruptedly. When the Mongol hordes sacked Baghdad, AD 1258, and drowned in blood the faded glory of the Abbasid dynasty, when the Muslims were expelled from Cordova by Ferdinand of Leon and Castile, AD 1236, and Granada, the last stronghold of Islam in Spain, paid tribute to the Christian king, Islam had just gained a footing in the island of Sumatra and was just about to commence its triumphant progress through the islands of the Malay archipelago. In the hours of its political degradation, Islam has achieved some of its most brilliant spiritual conquests. On 2 great historical occasions, infidel barbarians have set their feet on the necks of the followers of the Prophet, the Seljuk Turks in the 11th and the Mongols in the 13th century, and in each case, the conquerors have accepted the religion of the conquered. Unaided also by the temporal power, Muslim missionaries have carried their faith into Central Africa, China, and the East India Islands. At the present day, the faith of Islam extends from Morocco to Zanzibar, from Sierra Leone to Siberia and China, from Bosnia to New Guinea. Outside the limits of strictly Mohammedan countries and of lands, such as China and Russia, that contain a large Mohammedan population, there are some few small communities of the followers of the Prophet, which bear witness to the faith of Islam in the midst of unbelievers. Such are the Polish-speaking Muslims of Tatar origin in Lithuania that inhabit the districts of Kovno, Vilno, and Grodno, the Dutch-speaking Muslims of Cape Colony, and the Indian coolies that have carried the faith of Islam with them to the West India Islands and to British and Dutch Guiana. In recent years, too, Islam has found adherents in England, in North America, Australia, and Japan. The spread of this faith over so vast a portion of the globe is due to various causes, social, political, and religious. But among these, one of the most powerful factors at work in the production of this stupendous result has been the unremitted labors of Muslim missionaries, who, with the Prophet himself as their great ensample, have spent themselves for the conversion of unbelievers. The duty of missionary work is no afterthought in the history of Islam, but was enjoined on believers from the beginning, as may be judged from the following passages in the Qur adjective, an, which are here quoted in chronological order according to the date of their being delivered. Summon thou to the way of thy Lord with wisdom and with kindly warning, dispute with them in the kindest manner. Romans 16, 126. They who have inherited the book after them, i.e. the Jews and Christians, are in perplexity of doubt concerning it. For this cause summon thou them to the faith, and walk uprightly therein as thou hast been bidden, and follow not their desires, and say, in whatsoever books God hath sent down do I believe. I am commanded to decide justly between you. God is your Lord and our Lord. We have our works and you have your works. Between us and you let there be no strife. God will make us all one, and to him shall we return. Romans 42, 13-14. Similar injunctions are found also in the Medinite surahs, delivered at a time when Mu letter 1E25, a D was at the head of a large army and at the height of his power. Say to those who have been given the book and to the ignorant, do you accept Islam? Then, if they accept Islam, are they guided aright? But if they turn away, then thy duty is only preaching, and God's eye is on his servants. Romans 3, 19. Thus God clearly showeth you his signs, that perchance ye may be guided. And that there may be from among you a people who invite to the good, and enjoin the just, and forbid the wrong, and these are they with whom it shall be well. Romans 3, 99-100. To every people have we appointed observances which they observe, therefore let them not dispute the matter with thee, but summon them to thy Lord. Verily thou art guided aright. But if they debate with thee, then say, God best knoweth what ye do. Romans 22, 66-67. The following passages are taken from what is generally supposed to be the last surah that was delivered. If any one of those who join gods with God ask an asylum of thee, grant him an asylum in order that he may hear the word of God, then let him reach his place of safety. Romans 9, 6. With regard to the unbelievers who had broken their plighted word, who sell the signs of God for a mean price and turn others aside from his way, and respect not with a believer either ties of blood or good faith, it is said, yet if they turn to God and observe prayer and give alms, then are they your brothers in the faith, and we make clear the signs for men of knowledge. Romans 9, 11. Thus, from its very inception, Islam has been a missionary religion, both in theory and in practice. For the life of Mu letter 1E25, a D exemplifies the same teaching. And the Prophet himself stands at the head of a long series of Muslim missionaries who have won an entrance for their faith into the hearts of unbelievers. Moreover, it is not in the cruelties of the persecutor or the fury of the fanatic that we should look for the evidences of the missionary spirit of Islam, any more than in the exploits of that mythical personage, the Muslim warrior with sword in one hand and Qur adjective, a N in the other, but in the quiet, unobtrusive labors of the preacher and the trader who have carried their faith into every quarter of the globe. Such peaceful methods of preaching and persuasion were not adopted, as some would have us believe, only when political circumstances made force and violence impossible or impolitic, but were most strictly enjoined in numerous passages of the Qur adjective, a N, as follows. And endure what they say with patience, and depart from them with a decorous departure. And let me alone with the gainsayers, rich in the pleasures of this life, and bear thou with them yet a little while. LXCI 11. My sole work is preaching from God and his message. LXCI. Tell those who have believed to pardon those who hope not for the days of God in which he purposed to recompense men according to their deserts. Romans 45, 13. They who had joined other gods with God say, had he pleased, neither we nor our forefathers had worshipped aught but him, nor had we, apart from him, declared anything unlawful. Thus acted they who were before them. Yet is the duty of the apostles other than plain-spoken preaching? Romans 16, 37. Then if they turn their backs, still thy office is only plain-spoken preaching. Romans 16, 84. Dispute ye not, unless in kindliest sort, with the people of the book, save with such of them as have dealt wrongfully with you, and say ye, we believe in what has been sent down to us and hath been sent down to you. Our God and your God is one, and to him are we self-surrendered. Romans 29, 45. But if they turn aside from thee, yet we have not sent thee to be guardian over them. Tease thine but to preach. Romans 42, 47. But if thy Lord had pleased, verily all who are in the world would have believed together. Wilt thou then compel men to become believers? X 99. And we have not sent thee otherwise than to mankind at large, to announce and to warn. Romans 34, 27. Such precepts are not confined to the Meccan surahs, but are found in abundance also in those delivered at Medina, as follows. Let there be no compulsion in religion. Romans 2, 257. Obey God and obey the apostle, but if ye turn away, yet is our apostle only charged with plain-spoken preaching. Elziv, 12. Obey God and obey the apostle. But if you turn back, still the burden of his duty is on him only, and the burden of your duty rests on you. And if ye obey him, ye shall have guidance. But plain preaching is all that devolves upon the apostle. Romans 24:53. Say, O men, I am only your plain-spoken, open warner. Romans 22:48. Verily we have sent thee to be a witness, and a herald of good and a warner, that ye may believe on God and on his apostle, and may assist him and honor him and praise him morning and evening. Romans 48:8-9. Thou wilt not cease to discover the treacherous ones among them, except a few of them, but forgive them and pass it over. Verily, God loveth those who act generously. v16. It is the object of the following pages to show how this ideal was realized in history, and how these principles of missionary activity were put into practice by the exponents of Islam. And at the outset, the reader should clearly understand that this work is not intended to be a history of Mohammedan persecutions, but of Mohammedan missions. It does not aim at chronicling the instances of forced conversions, which may be found scattered up and down the pages of Mohammedan histories. European writers have taken such care to accentuate these, that there is no fear of their being forgotten, and they do not strictly come within the province of a history of missions. In a history of Christian missions, we should naturally expect to hear more of the labors of Saint Leoger and Saint Willibrord among the pagan Saxons than of the baptisms that Charlemagne forced them to undergo at the point of the sword. The true missionaries of Denmark were Saint Ansgar and his successors rather than King Sinuit, who forcibly rooted out paganism from his dominions. Abbot Gottfried and Bishop Christian, though less successful in converting the pagan Prussians, were more truly representative of Christian missionary work than the Brethren of the Sword and other crusaders who brought their labors to completion by means of fire and sword. The Knights of the Ordo Fratrum Militiae Christi forced Christianity on the people of Livonia, but it is not to these militant propagandists, but to the monks Maynhard and Theodoric, that we should point as being the true missionaries of the Christian faith in this country. The violent means sometimes employed by the Jesuit missionaries cannot derogate from the honor due to St. Francis Xavier and other preachers of the same order. Nor is Valentin any the less the apostle of Ambona, because in 1699 an order was promulgated to the Rajas of this island that they should have ready a certain number of pagans to be baptized, when the pastor came on his rounds. In the history of the Christian church, missionary activity is seen to be intermittent, and an age of apostolic fervor may be succeeded by a period of apathy and indifference, or persecution and forced conversion may take the place of the preaching of the word. So likewise does the propaganda of Islam in various epochs of Mohammedan history ebb and flow. But since the zeal of proselytizing is a distinct feature of either faith, its missionary history may fittingly be singled out as a separate branch of study, not as excluding other manifestations of the religious life, but as concentrating attention on an aspect of it that has special characteristics of its own. Thus, the annals of propaganda and persecution may be studied apart from one another, whether in the history of the Christian or the Muslim church, though in both they may be at times commingled. For just as the Christian faith has not always been propagated by the methods adopted in Viken, the southern part of Norway, by King Olaf Tryggvason, who either slew those who refused to accept Christianity, or cut off their hands or feet, or drove them into banishment, and in this manner spread the Christian faith throughout the whole of Viken. And just as the advice of St. Louis has not been made a principle of Christian missionary work, when a layman hears the Christian law ill spoken of, he should not defend that law save with his sword, which he should thrust into the infidel's belly as far as it will go. So there have been Muslim missionaries who have not been guided in their propagandist methods by the savage utterance of Marwan, the last of the Umayyad caliphs. Whosoever among the people of Egypt does not enter into my religion and pray as I pray and follow my tenets, I will slay and crucify him. Nor are al-Mutawakil, al-Letter 1E25 and Tipu Sultan to be looked upon as typical missionaries of Islam, to the exclusion of such preachers as Maulana Ibrahim, the Apostle of Java, Khwaja al-Din Kishti in India, and countless others who won converts to the Muslim faith by peaceful means alone. But though a clear distinction can be drawn between conversion as the result of persecution and a peaceful propaganda, by means of methods of persuasion. It is not so easy to ascertain the motives that have induced the convert to change his faith, or to discover whether the missionary has been wholly animated by a love of souls and by the high ideal set forth in the first paragraph of this chapter. Both in Christianity and Islam, there have been at all times earnest souls to whom their religion has been the supreme reality of their lives, and this absorbing interest in matters of the spirit has found expression in that zeal for the communication of cherished truths and for the domination of doctrines and systems they have deemed perfect, which constitutes the vivifying force of missionary movements. And there have likewise been those without the pale, who have responded to their appeal and have embraced the new faith with a like fervor. But on the other hand, Islam, like Christianity, has reckoned among its adherents many persons to whom ecclesiastical institutions have been merely instruments of a political policy or forms of social organization, to be accepted either as disagreeable necessities or as convenient solutions of problems that they do not care to think out for themselves. Such persons may likewise be found among the converts of either faith. Thus, both Christianity and Islam have added to the number of their followers by methods and under conditions, social, political, and economic, which have no connection with such a thirst for souls as animates the true missionary. Moreover, the annals of missionary enterprise frequently record the admission of converts without any attempt to analyze the motives that have led them to change their faith. And especially for the history of Muslim missions, there is a remarkable poverty of material in this respect, since Muslim literature is singularly poor in those records of conversions that occupy such a large place in the literature of the Christian Church. Accordingly, in the following sketch of the missionary activity of Islam, it has not always been possible to discover whether political, social, economic, or purely religious motives have determined conversion, though occasional reference can be made to the operation of one or the other influence. Chapter 2. Study of the life of M.U. Letter 1225, a M.M. a D., considered as a preacher of Islam. It is not proposed in this chapter to add another to the already numerous biographies of M.U. Letter 1225, a M.M. a D., but rather to make a study of his life, in one of its aspects only, viz., that in which the Prophet is presented to us as a preacher, as the apostle unto men of a new religion. The life of the founder of Islam and the inaugurator of its propaganda may naturally be expected to exhibit to us the true character of the missionary activity of this religion. If the life of the Prophet serves as the standard of conduct for the ordinary believer, it must do the same for the Muslim missionary. From the pattern, therefore, we may hope to learn something of the spirit that would animate those who sought to copy it, and of the methods they might be expected to adopt. For the missionary spirit of Islam is no afterthought in its history. It interpenetrates the religion from its very commencement, and in the following sketch it is desired to show how this is so, how M.U. Letter 1225, a M.M. a D. the Prophet is the type of the missionary of Islam. It is therefore beside the purpose to describe his early history, or the influences under which he grew up to manhood, or to consider him in the light either of a statesman or a general. It is as the preacher alone that he will demand our attention. When, after long internal conflict and disquietude, M.U. Letter 1225, a M.M. a D. was at length convinced of his divine mission, his earliest efforts were directed towards persuading his own family of the truth of the new doctrine. The unity of God, the abomination of idolatry, the duty laid upon man of submission to the will of his Creator. These were the simple truths to which he claimed their allegiance. The first convert was his faithful and loving wife, Khadijah, she who 15 years before had offered her hand in marriage to the poor kinsman that had so successfully traded with her merchandise as a hired agent. With the words, "I love thee, my cousin, for thy kinship with me, for the respect with which thy people regard thee, for thy honesty, for the beauty of thy character, and for the truthfulness of thy speech." She had lifted him out of poverty, and enabled him to live up to the social position to which he was entitled by right of birth. But this was as nothing to the fidelity and loving devotion with which she shared his mental anxieties, and helped him with tenderest sympathy and encouragement in the hour of his despondency. Up to her death in A.D. 619, after a wedded life of 25 years, she was always ready with sympathy, consolation and encouragement whenever he suffered from the persecution of his enemies or was tortured by doubts and misgivings. So Khadijah believed, says the biographer of the Prophet, and attested the truth of that which came to him from God and aided him in his undertaking. Thus was the Lord minded to lighten the burden of his prophet. For whenever he heard anything that grieved him touching his rejection by the people, he would return to her, and God would comfort him through her. For she reassured him and lightened his burden and declared her trust in him and made it easy for him to bear the scorn of men. Among the earliest believers were his adopted children Zayd and Ali, and his bosom friend Abu Bakr, of whom Mu letter 1225 a D would often say in after years, "I never invited any to the faith who displayed not hesitation, perplexity, and vacillation, excepting only Abu Bakr, who when I told him of Islam tarried not, neither was perplexed." He was a wealthy merchant, much respected by his fellow citizens for the integrity of his character and for his intelligence and ability. After his conversion, he expended the greater part of his fortune on the purchase of Muslim slaves who were persecuted by their masters on account of their adherence to the teaching of Mu letter 1225 a D. Through his influence, to a great extent, 5 of the earliest converts were added to the number of believers: Sa'd b Abi Waqqas, the future conqueror of the Persians; Al-Zubair b Al-Awam, a relative both of the Prophet and his wife; letter 160 L letter 125 H, famous as a warrior in after days; a wealthy merchant Abd al-Ara letter 125 Mn b Off, and Uthman, the third Caliph. The last was early exposed to persecution. His uncle seized and bound him, saying, "Dost thou prefer a new religion to that of thy fathers? I swear I will not loose thee until thou givest up this new faith thou art following after." To which Uthman replied, "By the Lord, I will never abandon it." Whereupon his uncle, seeing the firmness of his attachment to his faith, released him. With other additions, particularly from among slaves and poor persons, the Prophet succeeded in collecting round him a little band of followers during the first 3 years of his mission. Encouraged by the success of these private efforts, Mu letter 125 a D determined on more active measures and began to preach in public. He called his kinsmen together and invited them to embrace the new faith. "No Arab," he urged, "has offered to his nation more precious advantages than those I bring you. I offer you happiness in this world and in the life to come. Who among you will aid me in this task?" All were silent. Only Ali, with boyish enthusiasm, cried out, "Prophet of God, I will aid thee." At this, the company broke up with derisive laughter. Undeterred by the ill success of this preaching, he repeatedly appealed to them on other occasions. But his message and his warnings received from them nothing but scoffing and contempt. More than once the Quraysh tried to induce his uncle Abu letter 160 Lib, as head of the clan of the Banu Hashim, to which Mu letter 125 a D belonged, to restrain him from making such attacks upon their ancestral faith, or otherwise they threatened to resort to more violent measures. Abu letter 160 Lib accordingly appealed to his nephew not to bring disaster on himself and his family. The Prophet replied, "Were the sun to come down on my right hand and the moon on my left, and the choice were offered me of abandoning my mission until God himself should reveal it, or perishing in the achievement of it, I would not abandon it." Abu letter 160 Lib was moved and exclaimed, "Go and say whatever thou wilt. By God, I will never give thee up unto thy enemies." The Quraysh viewed the progress of the new religion with increasing dissatisfaction and hatred. They adopted all possible means, threats and promises, insults and offers of worldly honor and aggrandizement to induce Mu letter 125 a D to abandon the part he had taken up. The violent abuse with which he was assailed is said to have been the indirect cause of drawing to his side one important convert in the person of his uncle, letter 125 MZAH, whose chivalrous soul was so stung to sudden sympathy by a tale of insult inflicted on and patiently borne by his nephew, that he changed at once from a bitter enemy into a staunch adherent. His was not the only instance of sympathy for the sufferings of the Muslims being aroused at the sight of the persecutions they had to endure, and many, no doubt, secretly favored the new religion who did not declare themselves until the day of its triumph. The hostility of the Quraysh to the new faith increased in bitterness as they watched the increase in the numbers of its adherents. They realized that the triumph of the new teaching meant the destruction of the national religion and the national worship, and a loss of wealth and power to the guardians of the sacred Kaaba. Mu letter 1E25, Adi himself, was safe under the protection of Abu letter 1E60, Lib, and the Banu Hashim, who, though they had no sympathy for the doctrines their kinsmen taught, yet with the strong clan feeling peculiar to the Arabs, secured him from any attempt upon his life, though he was still exposed to continual insult and annoyance. But the poor who had no protector, and the slaves, had to endure the cruelest persecution, and were imprisoned and tortured in order to induce them to recant. It was at this time that Abu Bakr purchased the freedom of Bilal, an African slave, who was called by Mu letter 1E25 Adi, the first fruits of Abyssinia. He had been cruelly tortured by being exposed, day after day, to the scorching rays of the sun, stretched out on his back, with an enormous stone on his stomach. Here he was told he would have to stay until either he died or renounced Mu letter 1E25 Adi and worshipped idols, to which he would reply only, "There is but one God, there is but one God." 2 persons died under the tortures they had to undergo. The constancy of a few gave way under the trial, but persecution served only to rekindle the zeal of others. Abd Allah b. Masud made bold to recite a passage of the Qur adjective, an, within the precincts of the Kaaba itself, an act of daring that none of the followers of Mu letter 1E25 Adi had ventured upon before. The assembled Quraysh attacked him and smote him on the face, but it was some time before they compelled him to desist. He returned to his companions, prepared to bear witness to his faith in a similar manner on the next day, but they dissuaded him, saying, "This is enough for thee, since thou hast made them listen to what they hated to hear." The virulence of the opposition of the Quraysh is probably the reason why in the 4th year of his mission, Mu letter 1E25 Adi took up his residence in the house of Al-Arqam, one of the early converts. It was in a central situation, much frequented by pilgrims and strangers, and here peaceably and without interruption he was able to preach the doctrines of Islam to all inquirers that came to him. Mu letter 1E25 Adi stay in this house marks an important epoch in the propagation of Islam in Mecca, and many Muslims dated their conversion from the days when the Prophet preached in the house of Al-Arqam. As Mu letter 1E25 Adi was unable to relieve his persecuted followers, he advised them to take refuge in Abyssinia, and in the 5th year of his mission, AD 615, 11 men and 4 women crossed over to Abyssinia, where they received a kind welcome from the Christian king of the country. Among them was a certain Mus'ab b. Umair, whose history is interesting as of one who had to endure that most bitter trial of the new convert, the hatred of those he loves and who once loved him. He had been led to embrace Islam through the teaching he had listened to in the house of Al-Arqam, but he was afraid to let the fact of his conversion become known, because his tribe and his mother, who bore an especial love to him, were bitterly opposed to the new religion, and indeed, when they discovered the fact, seized and imprisoned him. But he succeeded in effecting his escape to Abyssinia. The hatred of the Quraysh is said to have pursued the fugitives even to Abyssinia, and an embassy was sent to demand their extradition from the king of that country. But when he heard their story from the Muslims, he refused to withdraw from them his protection. In answer to his inquiries as to their religion, they said, "O king, we were plunged in the darkness of ignorance, worshipping idols and eating carrion. We practiced abominations, severed the ties of kinship, and maltreated our neighbors. The strong among us devoured the weak. And so we remained until God sent us an apostle from among ourselves, whose lineage we knew as well as his truth, his trustworthiness, and the purity of his life. He called upon us to worship the one God and abandon the stones and idols that our fathers had worshipped in his stead. He bade us be truthful in speech, faithful to our promises, compassionate and kind to our parents and neighbors, and to desist from crime and bloodshed. He forbade to do evil, to lie, to rob the orphan, or defame women. He enjoined on us the worship of God alone, with prayer, almsgiving, and fasting, and we believed in him and followed the teachings that he brought us from God. But our countrymen rose up against us and persecuted us to make us renounce our faith, and return to the worship of idols and the abominations of our former life. So when they cruelly entreated us, reducing us to bitter straits and came between us and the practice of our religion, we took refuge in your country. Putting our trust in your justice, we hope that you will deliver us from the oppression of our enemies." Their prayer was heard, and the embassy of the Quraysh returned discomfited. Meanwhile, in Mecca, a fresh attempt was made to induce the Prophet to abandon his work of preaching by promises of wealth and honor, but in vain. While the result of the embassy to Abyssinia was being looked for in Mecca with the greatest expectancy, there occurred the conversion of a man who before had been one of the most bitter enemies of Mu-1225, a M.M.A.D., and had opposed him with the utmost persistence and fanaticism. A man whom the Muslims had every reason then to look on as their most terrible and virulent enemy, though afterwards he shines as one of the noblest figures in the early history of Islam, viz. Umar b. al-Khattab. One day, in a fit of rage against the Prophet, he set out, sword in hand, to slay him. On the way, one of his relatives met him and asked him where he was going. "I am looking for Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D., he answered, "to kill the renegade who has brought discord among the Quraysh, called them fools, reviled their religion, and defamed their gods. Why dost thou not rather punish those of thy own family and set them right? And who are these of my own family?" Answered Umar, "Thy brother-in-law Sa'id and thy sister Fatima, who have become Muslims and followers of Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D. Umar at once rushed off to the house of his sister and found her with her husband and Kabab, another of the followers of Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D., who was teaching them to recite a chapter of the Qur adjective an. Umar burst into the room. "What was that sound I heard?" "It was nothing," they replied. "Nay, but I heard you, and I have learned that you have become followers of Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D. Whereupon he rushed upon Sa'id and struck him. Fatima threw herself between them to protect her husband, crying, "Yes, we are Muslims. We believe in God and his Prophet. Slay us if you will." In the struggle, his sister was wounded, and when Umar saw the blood on her face, he was softened and asked to see the paper they had been reading. After some hesitation, she handed it to him. It contained the 20th surah of the Qur adjective an. When Umar read it, he exclaimed, "How beautiful, how sublime it is." As he read on, conviction suddenly overpowered him, and he cried, "Lead me to Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D. that I may tell him of my conversion." The conversion of Umar is a turning point in the history of Islam. The Muslims were now able to take up a bolder attitude. Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D. left the house of Al-Arqam, and the believers publicly performed their devotions together round the Kaaba. The situation might thus be expected to give the aristocracy of Mecca just cause for apprehension. For they had no longer to deal with a band of oppressed and despised outcasts, struggling for a weak and miserable existence. It was rather a powerful faction, adding daily to its strength by the accession of influential citizens and endangering the stability of the existing government by an alliance with a powerful foreign prince. The Quraysh resolved accordingly to make a determined effort to check the further growth of the new movement in their city. They put the Banu Hashim, who through ties of kindred protected the Prophet, under a ban in accordance with which the Quraysh agreed that they would not marry their women, nor give their own in marriage to them. They would sell nothing to them, nor buy aught from them. That dealings with them of every kind should cease. For 3 years the Banu Hashim are said to have been confined to one quarter of the city, except during the sacred months, in which all war ceased throughout Arabia, and a truce was made in order that pilgrims might visit the sacred Kaaba, the center of the national religion. Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D. used to take advantage of such times of pilgrimage to preach to the various tribes that flocked to Mecca and the adjacent fairs. But with no success, for his uncle Abu Lahab used to dog his footsteps, crying with a loud voice, "He is an impostor who wants to draw you away from the faith of your fathers to the false doctrines that he brings. Wherefore separate yourselves from him and hear him not." They would taunt him with the words, "Thine own people and kindred should know thee best. Wherefore do they not believe and follow thee?" But at length, the privations endured by Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D. and his kinsmen enlisted the sympathy of a numerous section of the Quraysh, and the ban was withdrawn. In the same year, the loss of Khadijah, the faithful wife who for 25 years had been his counselor and support, plunged Mu-1225 a M.M.A.D. into the utmost grief and despondency. And a little later the death of Abu Letter 60, Al-Ib deprived him of his constant and most powerful protector, and exposed him afresh to insult and contumely. Scorned and rejected by his own townsmen, to whom he had delivered his message with so little success for 10 years, he resolved to see if there were not others who might be more ready to listen, among whom the seeds of faith might find a more receptive and fruitful soil. With this hope, he set out for Letter 60, adjective IF, a city about 70 miles from Mecca. Before an assembly of the chief men of the city, he expounded his doctrine of the unity of God and of the mission he had received as the prophet of God to proclaim this faith. At the same time, he besought their protection against his persecutors in Mecca. The disproportion between his high claims, which moreover were unintelligible to the heathen people of Letter 60, adjective IF, and his helpless condition only excited their ridicule and scorn, and pitilessly stoning him with stones, they drove him from their city. On his return from Letter 60, adjective IF, the prospects of the success of MU Letter 25, a D, seemed more hopeless than ever, and the agony of his soul gave itself utterance in the words that he puts into the mouth of Noah. O my Lord, verily I have cried to my people night and day, and my cry only makes them flee from me the more. And verily, so oft as I cry to them, that thou mayest forgive them, they thrust their fingers into their ears and wrap themselves in their garments, and persist in their error, and are disdainfully disdainful. LXXI 5:6. It was the prophet's habit at the time of the annual pilgrimage to visit the encampments of the various Arab tribes and discourse with them upon religion. By some, his words were treated with indifference, by others rejected with scorn. But consolation came to him from an unexpected quarter. He met a little group of 6 or 7 persons whom he recognized as coming from Medina, or, as it was then called, Yathrib. "Of what tribe are you?" said he, addressing them. "We are of the Khazraj," they answered. "Friends of the Jews?" "Yes." "Then will you not sit down a while, that I may talk with you?" "Assuredly," replied they. Then they sat down with him, and he proclaimed unto them the true God and preached Islam, and recited to them the Qur adjective an. Now so it was, in that God wrought wonderfully for Islam, that there were found in their country Jews, who possessed scriptures and wisdom, while they themselves were heathen and idolaters. Now the Jews ofttimes suffered violence at their hands, and when strife was between them had ever said to them, Soon will a prophet arise, and his time is at hand. Him will we follow, and with him slay you with the slaughter of Ad and of Aram. When now the apostle of God was speaking with these men, and calling on them to believe in God, they said one to another, Know surely that this is the prophet, of whom the Jews have warned us. Come, let us now make haste and be the first to join him. So they embraced Islam, and said to him, Our countrymen have long been engaged in a most bitter and deadly feud with one another, but now perhaps God will unite them together through thee and thy teaching. Therefore we will preach to them and make known to them this religion that we have received from thee. So, full of faith, they returned to their own country. Such is the traditional account of this event, which was the turning point of MU Letter 1E25, a DS mission. He had now met with a people whose antecedents had in some way prepared their minds for the reception of his teaching, and whose present circumstances, as afterwards appeared, were favorable to his cause. The city of Yathrib had been long occupied by Jews whom some national disaster, possibly the persecution under Hadrian, had driven from their own country, when a party of wandering emigrants, the 2 Arab clans of Khazraj and Aus, arrived at Yathrib and were admitted to a share in the territory. As their numbers increased, they encroached more and more on the power of the Jewish rulers, and finally, towards the end of the 5th century, the government of the city passed entirely into their hands. Some of the Arabs had embraced the Jewish religion, and many of the former masters of the city still dwelt there in the service of their conquerors, so that it contained in MU Letter 1E25, a DS, time a considerable Jewish population. The people of Yathrib were thus familiar with the idea of a Messiah who was to come, and were consequently more capable of understanding the claim of MU Letter 1E25, a D, to be accepted as the prophet of God, than were the idolatrous Meccans, to whom such an idea was entirely foreign and especially distasteful to the Quraysh, whose supremacy over the other tribes and whose worldly prosperity arose from the fact that they were the hereditary guardians of the national collection of idols, kept in the sacred enclosure of the Kaaba. Further, the city of Yathrib was distracted by incessant civil discord through a long-standing feud between the Banu Khazraj and the Banu Aus. The citizens lived in uncertainty and suspense, and anything likely to bind the conflicting parties together by a tie of common interest could not but prove a boon to the city. Just as the medieval republics of northern Italy chose a stranger to hold the chief post in their cities in order to maintain some balance of power between the rival factions, and prevent, if possible, the civil strife which was so ruinous to commerce and the general welfare. So the Yathribites would not look upon the arrival of a stranger with suspicion, even though he was likely to usurp or gain permission to assume the vacant authority. On the contrary, one of the reasons for the warm welcome which MU letter 1025, a D, received in Medina would seem to be that the adoption of Islam appeared to the more thoughtful of its citizens to be a remedy for the disorders from which their society was suffering, by its orderly discipline of life, and its bringing the unruly passions of men under the discipline of laws enunciated by an authority superior to individual caprice. These facts go far to explain how 8 years after the Hera MU letter 1025, a D could, at the head of 10,000 followers, enter the city in which he had labored for 10 years with so meager a result. But this is anticipating. MU letter 1025, a D had proposed to accompany his new converts, the Khazrajites, to Yathrib himself, but they dissuaded him therefrom until a reconciliation could be effected with the Banu Aus. Let us, we pray thee, return unto our people, if haply the Lord will create peace amongst us, and we will come back again unto thee. Let the season of pilgrimage in the following year be the appointed time. So they returned to their homes and invited their people to the faith, and many believed, so that there remained hardly a family in which mention was not made of the prophet. When the time of pilgrimage again came round, a deputation from Yathrib, 10 men of the Banu Khazraj and 2 of the Banu Aus met him at the appointed spot and pledged him their word to obey his teaching. This, the first pledge of Aqaba, so called from the secret spot at which they met, ran as follows: "We will not worship any but the one God. We will not steal, neither will we commit adultery or kill our children. We will abstain from calumny and slander. We will obey the prophet in everything that is right." These 12 men now returned to Yathrib as missionaries of Islam, and so well prepared was the ground, and with such zeal did they prosecute their mission, that the new faith spread rapidly from house to house and from tribe to tribe. They were accompanied on their return by Mus'ab b Umair, though, according to another account, he was sent by the prophet upon a written requisition from Yathrib. This young man had been one of the earliest converts, and had lately returned from Abyssinia. Thus he had had much experience, and severe training in the school of persecution had not only sobered his zeal, but taught him how to meet persecution and deal with those who were ready to condemn Islam without waiting to learn the true contents of its teaching. Accordingly, MU letter 1025, a D, could with the greatest confidence entrust him with the difficult task of directing and instructing the new converts, cherishing the seeds of religious zeal and devotion that had already been sown and bringing them to fruition. Mus'ab took up his abode in the house of Asad b Zurara and gathered the converts together for prayer and the reading of the Qur adjective an, sometimes here and sometimes in a house belonging to the Banu letter 1093, a which was situated in a quarter of the town occupied jointly by this family and that of Abd al-Ashhal. The heads of the latter family at that time were Sa'd b Ma'ad and Uzayd b letter 1025 UD. One day it happened that Mus'ab was sitting together with Asad in this house of the Banu letter 1093, a engaged in instructing some new converts, when Sa'd b Ma'ad, having come to know of their whereabouts, said to Uzayd b letter 1025 UD. "Drive out these fellows who have come into our houses to make fools of the weaklings among us. I would spare thee the trouble did not the tie of kinship between me and Asad prevent my doing him any harm, for he himself was the cousin of Asad." Hereupon Uzayd took his spear and bursting in upon Asad and Mus'ab, "What are you doing?" he cried, "leading weak-minded folk astray? If you value your lives, begone hence. Sit down and listen, Musab answered quietly. If thou art pleased with what thou hearest, accept it. If not, then leave it. Uzayd stuck his spear in the ground and sat down to listen, while Musab expounded to him the fundamental doctrines of Islam and read several passages of the Qur'an adjective an. After a time Uzayd, enraptured, cried, "What must I do to enter this religion?" "Purify thyself with water," answered Musab, "and confess that there is no God but God, and that Mu*125 a D is the apostle of God." Uzayd at once complied and repeated the profession of faith, adding, "After me you have still another man to convince," referring to Sa'd bin Mu'adh. "If he is persuaded, his example will bring after him all his people. I will send him to you forthwith." With these words he left them, and soon after came Sa'd bin Mu'adh himself, hot with anger against Asad for the patronage he had extended to the missionaries of Islam. Musab begged him not to condemn the new faith unheard, so Sa'd agreed to listen, and soon the words of Musab touched him and brought conviction to his heart, and he embraced the faith and became a Muslim. He went back to his people burning with zeal and said to them, "Sons of Abd al-Ashhal, say, what am I to you?" "Thou art our Lord," they answered. "Thou art the wisest and most illustrious among us." "Then I swear," replied Sa'd, "nevermore to speak to any of you until you believe in God and Mu*125 a D, his apostle." And from that day, all the descendants of Abd al-Ashhal embraced Islam. With such zeal and earnestness was the preaching of the faith pushed forward, that within a year there was not a family among the Arabs of Medina that had not given some of its members to swell the number of the faithful, with the exception of one branch of the Banu Aus, which held aloof under the influence of Abu Qays bi al-Islat, the poet. The following year, when the time of the annual pilgrimage again came round, a band of converts, amounting to 73 in number, accompanied their heathen fellow countrymen from Yathrib to Mecca. They were commissioned to invite Mu*125 a D to take refuge in Yathrib from the fury of his enemies, and had come to swear allegiance to him as their prophet and their leader. All the early converts who had before met the prophet on the two preceding pilgrimages returned to Mecca on this important occasion, and Musab their teacher accompanied them. Immediately on his arrival he hurried to the prophet and told him of the success that had attended his mission. It is said that his mother, hearing of his arrival, sent a message to him, saying, "Ah, disobedient son, wilt thou enter a city in which thy mother dwelleth, and not first visit her?" "Nay, verily," he replied, "I will never visit the house of anyone before the prophet of God." So, after he had greeted and conferred with Mu*125 a D, he went to his mother, who thus accosted him, "Then I ween thou art still a renegade." He answered, "I follow the prophet of the Lord and the true faith of Islam." "Art thou then well satisfied with the miserable way thou hast fared in the land of Abyssinia, and now again at Yathrib?" Now he perceived that she was meditating his imprisonment, and exclaimed, "What, wilt thou force a man from his religion? If ye seek to confine me, I will assuredly slay the first person that layeth hands upon me." His mother said, "Then depart from my presence," and she began to weep. Musab was moved and said, "O my mother, I give thee loving counsel. Testify that there is no God but the Lord, and that Mu*125 a D is his servant and messenger." But she replied, "By the sparkling stars, I will never make a fool of myself by entering into thy religion. I wash my hands of thee and thy concerns, and cleave steadfastly unto mine own faith." In order not to excite suspicion and incur the hostility of the Quraysh, a secret meeting was arranged at Aqaba, the scene of the former meeting with the converts of the year before. Mu*125 a D came accompanied only by his uncle Abbas, who, though he was still an idolater, had been admitted into the secret. Abbas opened the solemn conclave by recommending his nephew as a scion of one of the noblest families of his clan, which had hitherto afforded the prophet protection, although rejecting his teachings. But now that he wished to take refuge among the people of Yathrib, they should bethink themselves well before undertaking such a charge, and resolve not to go back from their promise, if once they undertook the risk. Then Bara bin Marer, one of the Banu Khazraj, protesting that they were firm in their resolve to protect the prophet of God, besought him to declare fully what he wished of them. Mu*125 a D began by reciting to them some portions of the Qur'an adjective an, and exhorted them to be true to the faith they had professed in the one God and the prophet, his apostle. He then asked them to defend him and his companions from all assailants, just as they would their own wives and children. Then Bara Merer, taking his hand, cried out, "Yea, by him who sent thee as his prophet, and through thee revealed unto us his truth, we will protect thee as we would our own bodies, and we swear allegiance to thee as our leader. We are the sons of battle and men of mail, which we have inherited as worthy sons of worthy forefathers." So they all in turn, taking his hand in theirs, swore allegiance to him. As soon as the Quraysh gained intelligence of these secret proceedings, the persecution broke out afresh against the Muslims, and Mu letter 1E25, a D, advised them to flee out of the city. "Depart unto Yathrib, for the Lord hath verily given you brethren in that city, and a home in which ye may find refuge." So quietly, by twos and threes they escaped to Yathrib, where they were heartily welcomed, their coreligionists in that city vying with one another for the honor of entertaining them, and supplying them with such things as they had need of. Within 2 months, nearly all the Muslims except those who were seized and imprisoned, and those who could not escape from captivity had left Mecca, to the number of about 150. There is a story told of one of these Muslims, by name letter 1E63UHYB, whom Mu letter 1E25 a D called the first fruits of Greece. He had been a Greek slave, and being set free by his master had amassed considerable wealth by successful trading. When he was about to emigrate, the Meccans said to him, "Thou camest hither in need and penury, but thy wealth hath increased with us, until thou hast reached thy present prosperity. And now thou art departing, not thyself only, but with all thy property. By the Lord, that shall not be." And he said, "If I relinquish my property, will ye leave me free to depart?" And they agreed thereto, so he parted with all his goods. And when that was told unto Mu letter 1E25 a D, he said, "Verily, letter 1E63UHYB hath made a profitable bargain." Mu letter 1E25 a D delayed his own departure, with the intention, no doubt, of withdrawing attention from his faithful followers, until a determined plot against his life warned him that further delay might be fatal, and he made his escape by means of a stratagem. His first care after his arrival in Yathrib, or Medina as it was called from this period, Madinah al-Nabi, the city of the Prophet, was to build a mosque, to serve both as a place of prayer and of general assembly for his followers, who had hitherto met for that purpose in the dwelling place of one of their number. The worshippers at first used to turn their faces in the direction of Jerusalem, an arrangement most probably adopted with the hope of gaining over the Jews. In many other ways, by constant appeals to their own sacred scriptures, by according them perfect freedom of worship and political equality, Mu letter 1E25 a D endeavored to conciliate the Jews, but they met his advances with scorn and derision. When all hopes of amalgamation proved fruitless, and it became clear that the Jews would not accept him as their prophet, Mu letter 1E25 a D bade his followers turn their faces in prayer towards the Kaaba in Mecca. Roman 2, 144. This change of direction during prayer has a deeper significance than might at first sight appear. It was really the beginning of the national life of Islam. It established the Kaaba at Mecca as a religious center for all the Muslim people, just as from time immemorial it had been a place of pilgrimage for all the tribes of Arabia. Of similar importance was the incorporation of the ancient Arab custom of pilgrimage to Mecca into the circle of the religious ordinances of Islam, a duty that was to be performed by every Muslim at least once in his lifetime. There are many passages in the Qur'an adjective, N, that appeal to this germ of national feeling and urge the people of Arabia to realize the privilege that had been granted them of a divine revelation in their own language and by the lips of one of their own countrymen. Verily, we have made it an Arabic Qur adjective, N that ye may haply understand. Roman 43, 2-3. And thus we have revealed to thee an Arabic Qur adjective, N, that thou mayest warn the mother of cities and those around it. Roman 42, 5. And if we had made it a Qur adjective, N in a foreign tongue, they had surely said, unless its verses be clearly explained, we will not receive it. Roman 41, 44. And verily, we have set before men in this Qur adjective, N every kind of parable that haply they be monished. An Arabic Qur adjective N, free from tortuous wording, that haply they may fear God. Roman 39, 28-29. Verily from the Lord of all creatures hath this book come down, in the clear Arabic tongue. Roman 26, 192-195. And we have only made it, i.e. the Qur adjective N, easy, in thine own tongue, in order that thou mayest announce glad tidings thereby to the God-fearing, and that thou mayest warn the contentious thereby. Roman 19, 97. But the message of Islam was not for Arabia only. The whole world was to share in it. As there was but one God, so there was to be but one religion into which all men were to be invited. This claim to be universal, to hold sway over all men and all nations, found a practical illustration in the letters, which MU letter 1225, a a D is said to have sent in the year AD 688, AH6, to the great potentates of that time. An invitation to embrace Islam was sent in this year to the Emperor Heraclius, the king of Persia, the governor of Yemen, the governor of Egypt, and the king of Abyssinia. The letter to Heraclius is said to have been as follows. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, MU letter 1225 a D, who is the servant of God and his apostle, to Heracl the Caesar of Rum. Peace be on whoever has gone on the straight road. After this I say, verily I call you to Islam. Embrace Islam and God will reward you twofold. If you turn away from the offer of Islam, then on you be the sins of your people. O people of the book, come towards a creed which is fit both for us and for you. It is this, to worship none but God, and not to associate anything with God, and not to call others God. Therefore, O ye people of the book, if ye refuse, beware. We are Muslims, and our religion is Islam. However absurd this summons may have seemed to those who then received it, succeeding years showed that it was dictated by no empty enthusiasm. These letters only gave a more open and widespread expression to the claim to the universal acceptance, which is repeatedly made for Islam in the Qur adjective N. Of a truth it, i.e. the Qur adjective N, is no other than an admonition to all created beings, and after a time shall ye surely know its message. Roman 38, 87-88. This book is no other than an admonition and a clear Qur adjective N to warn whoever lieth, and that against the unbeliever's sentence may be justly given. Roman 36, 69-70. We have not sent thee save as a mercy to all created beings. Roman 21. Blessed is he who hath sent down Alfurkan upon his servant, that he may be a warner unto all created beings. Roman 25, 1. And we have not sent thee otherwise than to mankind at large, to announce and to warn. Roman 34, 27. He it is who hath sent his apostle with guidance and the religion of truth, that he may make it victorious over every other religion, though the polytheists are averse to it. LXI, 9. In the hour of his deepest despair, when the people of Mecca persistently turned a deaf ear to the words of their prophet, Romans 16. 23, 114, etc., when the converts he had made were tortured until they recanted, Romans 16. 108, and others were forced to flee from the country to escape the rage of their persecutors, Romans 16. 43, 111, then was delivered the promise, one day we will raise up a witness out of every nation. Romans 16, 86. This claim upon the acceptance of all mankind, which the prophet makes in these passages, is further prophetically indicated in the words, first fruits of Abyssinia, used by MU letter 1225 a D in reference to Bilal, and first fruits of Greece, to letter 1E63 a YB. Salman, the first Persian convert, was a Christian slave in Medina, who embraced the new faith in the first year of the Hijra. Thus long before any career of conquest was so much as dreamed of, the Prophet had clearly shown that Islam was not to be confined to the Arab race. The following account of the sending out of missionaries to preach Islam to all nations points to the same claim to be a universal religion. The apostle of God said to his companions, "Come to me all of you early in the morning." After the morning prayer, he spent some time in praising and supplicating God, as was his wont. Then he turned to them and sent forth some in one direction and others in another, and said, "Be faithful to God in your dealings with his servants, i.e. with men. For whosoever is entrusted with any matter that concerns mankind and is not faithful in his service of them, to him God shuts the gate of paradise. Go forth and be not like the messengers of Jesus, the Son of Mary, for they went only to those that lived near and neglected those that dwelt in far countries. Then each of these messengers came to speak the language of the people to whom he was sent. When this was told to the prophet, he said, "This is the greatest of the duties that they owe to God with respect to his servants." The proof of the universality of Islam, of its claim on the acceptance of all men, lay in the fact that it was the religion divinely appointed for the whole human race and was now revealed to them anew through Mu letter 1025 a a d, the seal of the prophets, Roman 33:40, as it had been to former generations by other prophets. Men were of one religion only, then they disagreed one with another and had not a decree of respite previously gone forth from thy Lord. Judgment would surely have been given between them in the matter wherein they disagree. X20. I am no apostle of new doctrines, Roman 46:8. Mankind was but one people. Then God raised up prophets to announce glad tidings and to warn, and he sent down with them the book with the truth, that it might decide the disputes of men. And none disagreed save those to whom the book had been given, after the clear tokens had reached them, through mutual jealousy. And God guided those who believed into the truth concerning which they had disagreed, by his will, and God guideth whom he pleaseth into the straight path. Roman 2:209. And we revealed to thee, follow the religion of Abraham, the sound in faith, for he was not of those who join gods with God. Romans 16:124. Say, as for me, my Lord hath guided me into a straight path, a true faith, the religion of Abraham, the sound in faith, for he was not of those who join gods with God. Romans 6:162. Say, nay, the religion of Abraham, the sound in faith, and not one of those who join gods with God, is our religion. Roman 2:129. Say, God speaketh truth. Follow therefore the religion of Abraham, he being a letter 1e25 a nif, and not one of those who join other gods with God. Verily the first temple that was set up for men was that which is in Baccha, blessed and a guidance for all created beings. Roman 3:89. And who hath a better religion than he who resigneth himself to God, who doth what is good and followeth the faith of Abraham, the sound in faith? Roman 4:124. He hath elected you, and hath not laid on you any hardship in religion, the faith of your father Abraham. He hath named you the Muslims. Roman 20:77. But to return to U letter 1e25 a a d in Medina. In order properly to appreciate his position after the flight, it is important to remember the peculiar character of Arab society at that time, as far at least as this part of the peninsula was concerned. There was an entire absence of any organized administrative or judicial system, such as in modern times we connect with the idea of a government. Each tribe or clan formed a separate and absolutely independent body, and this independence extended itself also to the individual members of the tribe, each of whom recognized the authority, or leadership of his chief, only as being the exponent of a public opinion which he himself happened to share. But he was quite at liberty to refuse his conformity to the even, unanimous resolve of his fellow clansmen. Further, there was no regular transmission of the office of chieftain, but he was generally chosen as being the oldest member of the richest and most powerful family of the clan, and as being personally most qualified to command respect. If such a tribe became too numerous, it would split up into several divisions, each of which continued to enjoy a separate and independent existence, uniting only on some extraordinary occasion for common self-defense or some more than usually important warlike expedition. We can thus understand how Mu letter 1e25 a d could establish himself in Medina at the head of a large and increasing body of adherents, who looked up to him as their head and leader, and acknowledged no other authority, without exciting any feeling of insecurity or any fear of encroachment on recognized authority, such as would have arisen in a city of ancient Greece or any similarly organized community. Mu letter 1e25 a d thus exercised temporal authority over his people, just as any other independent chief might have done. the only difference being that in the case of the Muslims, a religious bond took the place of family and blood ties. Islam thus became what, in theory at least, it has always remained, a political as well as a religious system. It was MU letter 1225, a MM a DS desire to found a new religion, and in this he succeeded. But at the same time, he founded a political system of an entirely new and peculiar character. At first, his only wish was to convert his fellow countrymen to the belief in the one God, Allah. But along with this, he brought about the overthrow of the old system of government in his native city. And in place of the tribal aristocracy, under which the conduct of public affairs was shared in common by the ruling families, he substituted an absolute theocratic monarchy, with himself at the head as vicar of God upon earth. Even before his death, almost all Arabia had submitted to him. Arabia, that had never before obeyed one prince, suddenly exhibits a political unity and swears allegiance to the will of an absolute ruler. Out of the numerous tribes, big and small, of 100 different kinds that were incessantly at feud with one another, MU letter 1225, a MM, a DS word created a nation. The idea of a common religion under one common head bound the different tribes together into one political organism, which developed its peculiar characteristics with surprising rapidity. Now only one great idea could have produced this result, viz., the principle of national life in heathen Arabia. The clan system was thus for the first time, if not entirely crushed. That would have been impossible, yet made subordinate to the feeling of religious unity. The great work succeeded, and when MU letter 1225, a MM, a D died there prevailed over by far the greater part of Arabia a peace of God, such as the Arab tribes, with their love of plunder and revenge, had never known. It was the religion of Islam that had brought about this reconciliation. Even in the case of death, the claims of relationship were set aside, and the bond brother inherited all the property of his deceased companion. But after the Battle of Badr, when such an artificial bond was no longer needed to unite his followers, it was abolished. Such an arrangement was only necessary so long as the number of the Muslims was still small, and the corporate life of Islam a novelty. Moreover, MU letter 1225, a MM a D had lived in Medina for a very short space of time before the rapid increase in the number of his adherents made so communistic a social system almost impracticable. It was only to be expected that the growth of an independent political body composed of refugees from Mecca, located in a hostile city, should eventually lead to an outbreak of hostilities. And, as is well known, every biography of MU letter 1225, a MM a D, is largely taken up with the account of a long series of petty encounters and bloody battles between his followers and the Quraysh of Mecca, ending in his triumphal entry into that city in AD 630, and of his hostile relations with numerous other tribes, up to the time of his death, AD 633. To give any account of these campaigns is beyond the scope of the present work, but it is important to show that MU letter 1225, a MM a D, when he found himself at the head of a band of armed followers, was not transformed at once, as some would have us believe, from a peaceful preacher into a fanatic, sword in hand, forcing his religion on whomsoever he could. It has been frequently asserted by European writers that from the date of MU letter 1225, a MM a DS migration to Medina, and from the altered circumstances of his life there, the prophet appears in an entirely new character. He is no longer the preacher, the warner, the apostle of God to men, whom he would persuade of the truth of the religion revealed to him. But now he appears rather as the unscrupulous bigot, using all means at his disposal of force and statecraft to assert himself and his opinions. But it is false to suppose that MU letter 1225, a MM a D in Medina, laid aside his role of preacher and missionary of Islam, or that when he had a large army at his command, he ceased to invite unbelievers to accept the faith. Ibn Sa'd gives a number of letters written by the Prophet from Medina to chiefs and other members of different Arabian tribes, in addition to those addressed to potentates living beyond the limits of Arabia, inviting them to embrace Islam. And in the following pages will be found instances of his having sent missionaries to preach the faith to the unconverted members of their tribes, whose very ill success in some cases is a sign of the genuinely missionary character of their efforts and the absence of an appeal to force. A typical example of such an unsuccessful mission is that sent to preach Islam to the Banu Amir B. Letter 1E63, a S, a H in the year AH4. The chief of this tribe, Abu Bara Amir, visited MU Letter 1E25, a MM a D in Medina, listened to his teaching, but declined to become a convert. He seemed, however, to be favorably disposed towards the new faith and asked the Prophet to send some of his followers to Najd to preach to the people of that country. The Prophet sent a party of 40 Muslims, most of them young men of Medina, who were skilled in reciting the Qur adjective an, and had been accustomed to meet together at night for study and prayer. But in spite of the safe conduct given them by Abu Bara Amir, they were treacherously murdered, and 3 only of the party escaped with their lives. The successes of the Muslim arms, however, attracted everyday members of various tribes, particularly those in the vicinity of Medina, to swell the ranks of the followers of the Prophet. And the courteous treatment which the deputations of these various clans experience from the Prophet, his ready attention to their grievances, the wisdom with which he composed their disputes, and the politic assignments of territory by which he rewarded an early declaration in favor of Islam, made his name to be popular and spread his fame as a great and generous prince throughout the peninsula. It not unfrequently happened that one member of a tribe would come to the Prophet in Medina and return home as a missionary of Islam to convert his brethren. We have the following account of such a conversion in the year 5 AH. The Banu Sa'd B. Bakr sent one of their number, by name letter 1E0D IM a MB, Salaba as their envoy to the Prophet. He came and made his camel kneel down at the gate of the mosque and tied up its foreleg. Then he went into the mosque where the Prophet was sitting with his companions. He went up close to them and said, "Which among you is the son of Abd al-Muttalib?" "I am," replied the Prophet. "Art thou MU letter 1E25 a MM a D?" "Yes," was the answer. "Then, if thou wilt not take it amiss, I would fain ask thee some weighty questions." "Nay, ask what thou wilt," answered the Prophet. "I adjure thee by Allah, thy God and the God of those who were before thee and of those who are to come after thee, hath Allah sent thee as a prophet unto us?" MU letter 1E25 a MM a D answered, "Yea, by Allah." He continued, "I adjure thee by Allah, thy God and the God of those who were before thee and of those who are to come after thee, hath he commanded thee to bid us worship him alone, and to associate naught else with him, and to abandon these idols that our fathers worshipped?" MU letter 1E25 a MM a D answered, "Yea, by Allah." Then he questioned the Prophet concerning all the ordinances of Islam, one after another, prayer and fasting, pilgrimage, etc., solemnly adjuring him as before. At the end he said, "Then I bear witness that there is no God save Allah, and I bear witness that MU letter 1E25 a MM a D is the Prophet of Allah, and I will observe these ordinances and shun what thou hast forbidden, adding nothing thereto, and taking nothing away." Then he turned away and loosened his camel and returned unto his own people. And when he had gathered them together, the first words he spoke unto them were, "Vile things are Lat and Uzzah." They cried out, "Hold. Letter 1E0D IM a M, take heed of leprosy or madness." "Fie on you," he replied. "By Allah, they can neither work you weal nor woe, for Allah has sent a prophet and revealed to him a book, whereby he delivers you from your evil plight. I bear witness that there is no God save Allah alone, and that MU letter 1E25 a MM a D is his servant and his prophet, and I have brought you tidings of what he enjoins and what he forbids." The story goes on that ere nightfall, there was not a man or woman in the camp who had not accepted Islam. Another such missionary was Amr B. Murrah, belonging to the tribe of the Banu Juhayna, who dwelt between Medina and the Red Sea. The date of his conversion was prior to the flight, in the same year, AH5, and he thus describes it: "We had an idol that we worshipped, and I was the guardian of its shrine. When I heard of the Prophet, I broke it in pieces and set off to MU letter 1E25 a MM a D, where I accepted Islam and bore witness to the truth, and believed on what MU letter 1E25 a MM a D declared to be allowed and forbidden. And to this my verses refer. I bear witness that God is truth, and that I am the first to abandon the gods of stones, and I have girded up my loins to make my way to you over rough ways and smooth, to join myself to him who in himself, and for his ancestry is the noblest of men, the apostle of the Lord whose throne is above the clouds. He was sent by M.U. letter 1025, a M.M. a D, to preach Islam to his tribe, and his efforts were crowned with such success that there was only one man who refused to listen to his exhortations. When the truce of letter 1025 UD a YB IYY AH 6 made friendly relations with the people of Mecca possible, many persons of that city, who had had the opportunity of listening to the teaching of M.U. letter 1025, a M.M. a D in the early days of his mission, and among them some men of great influence, came out to Medina to embrace the faith of Islam. The continual warfare carried on with the people of Mecca had hitherto kept the tribes to the south of that city almost entirely outside the influence of the new religion. But this truce now made communications with southern Arabia possible, and a small band from the tribe of the Banu Dawes came from the mountains that form the northern boundary of Yemen and joined themselves to the Prophet in Medina. Even before the appearance of M.U. letter 1025, a M.M. a D, there were some members of this tribe who had had glimmerings of a higher religion than the idolatry prevailing around them, and argued that the world must have had a creator, though they knew not who he was. And when M.U. letter 1025, a M.M. a D came forward as the apostle of this creator, one of these men, by name letter 1060 UF a YLB Amr, came to Mecca to learn who the creator was. Though warned by the Quraysh of the dangerous influence that M.U. letter 1025, a M.M. a D might exercise over him if he entered into conversation with him, he followed the Prophet to his house one day, after watching him at prayer by the Kaaba. M.U. letter 1025, a M.M. a D expounded to him the doctrines of Islam, and letter 1060 UF a YL left Mecca full of zeal for the new faith. On his return home, he succeeded in converting his father and his wife, but found his fellow tribesmen unwilling to abandon their old idolatrous worship. Disheartened at the ill success of his mission, he returned to the Prophet and besought him to call down the curse of God on the Banu Dawes. But M.U. letter 1025 a M.M. a D encouraged him to persevere in his efforts, saying, "Return to thy people and summon them to the faith, but deal gently with them." At the same time he prayed, "O God, guide the Banu Dawes in the right way." The success of letter 1060 UF a YL's propaganda was such that in the year AH 7, he came to Medina with between 70 and 80 families of his tribesmen who had been won over to the faith of Islam. And after the triumphal entry of M.U. letter 1025, a M.M. a D into Mecca, letter 1060 UF a YL set fire to the block of wood that had hitherto been venerated as the idol of the tribe. In AH 7, 15 more tribes submitted to the Prophet, and after the surrender of Mecca in AH 8, the ascendancy of Islam was assured, and those Arabs who had held aloof, saying, "Let M.U. letter 1025 a M.M. a D and his fellow tribesmen fight it out. If he is victorious, then is he a genuine prophet," now hastened to give in their allegiance to the new religion. Among those who came in after the fall of Mecca were some of the most bitter persecutors of M.U. letter 1025 a M.M. a D in the earlier days of his mission, to whom his noble forbearance and forgiveness now gave a place in the brotherhood of Islam. The following year witnessed the martyrdom of Urwa b. Masud, one of the chiefs of the people of letter 1060, a adjective IF, which city the Muslims had unsuccessfully attempted to capture. He had been absent at that time in Yemen and returned from his journey shortly after the raising of the siege. He had met the Prophet 2 years before at letter 1025 UD a YB IYYH and had conceived a profound veneration for him, and now came to Medina to embrace the new faith. In the ardor of his zeal, he offered to go to letter 1E60, a adjective IF, to convert his fellow countrymen. And in spite of the efforts of M.U. letter 1E25, a M.M. a D, to dissuade him from so dangerous an undertaking, he returned to his native city, publicly declared that he had renounced idolatry, and called upon the people to follow his example. While he was preaching, he was mortally wounded by an arrow, and died giving thanks to God for having granted him the glory of martyrdom. A more successful missionary effort was made by another follower of the Prophet in Yemen, probably a year later, of which we have the following graphic account. The Apostle of God wrote to Al letter 1E25 RITH and M, a SRU letter 1E25, and Naim B. Abd al-Kulul of letter 1E25 IMYR. Peace be upon you so long as ye believe on God and his apostle. God is one God, there is no partner with him. He sent Moses with his signs and created Jesus with his words. The Jews say, Ezra is the son of God, and the Christians say, God is one of three and Jesus is the son of God. He sent the letter by Ayesh b. Abi Rabia al-Maksumi and said, When you reach their city, go not in by night, but wait until the morning, then carefully perform your ablutions and pray with 2 prostrations, and ask God to bless you with success and a friendly reception, and to keep you safe from harm. Then take my letter in your right hand, and deliver it with your right hand into their right hands, and they will receive it. And recite to them, the unbelievers among the people of the book and the polytheists did not waver, etc., Surah 98, to the end of the surah. When you have finished, say, Mu letter 1e25 a D has believed, and I am the first to believe. And you will be able to meet every objection they bring against you, and every glittering book that they recite to you will lose its light. And when they speak in a foreign tongue, say, translate it, and say to them, God is sufficient for me. I believe in the book sent down by him, and I am commanded to do justice among you. God is our Lord and your Lord, to us belong our works, and to you belong your works. There is no strife between us and you. God will unite us, and unto him we must return. If they now accept Islam, then ask them for their 3 rods, before which they gather together to pray, 1 rod of tamarisk that is spotted white and yellow, and 1 knotted like a cane, and 1 black like ebony. Bring the rods out and burn them in the marketplace. So I set out, tells Ayesh, to do as the apostle of God had bid me. When I arrived, I found that all the people had decked themselves out for a festival. I walked on to see them, and came at last to 3 enormous curtains hung in front of 3 doorways. I lifted the curtain and entered the middle door, and found people collected in the courtyard of the building. I introduced myself to them as the messenger of the apostle of God, and did as he had bidden me, and they gave heed to my words, and it fell out as he had said. In AH9, a deputation of 13 men from the Banu Kilab, a branch of the Banu Amir B letter 1e63, a S or a H, came to the Prophet, and informed him that one of his followers, letter 1e0D, a letter 1e25, letter 1e25, a KB Sufyan, had come to them, reciting the Qur adjective, a N, and teaching the doctrines of Islam, and that his preaching had won over their tribe to the new faith. Another branch of the same tribe, the Banu Ru adjective, a SB Kilab, was converted by one of its members, named Amr b. Malik, who had been to Medina and accepted Islam, and then returned to his fellow tribes and persuaded them to follow his example. In the same year, a less successful attempt was made by a new convert, Wathila b. Aliska, to induce his clan to accept the faith that he himself had embraced after an interview with the Prophet. His father scornfully cast him off, saying, By God, I will never speak a word to you again. And none were found willing to believe the doctrines he preached with the exception of his sister, who provided him with the means of returning to the Prophet at Medina. This 9th year of the Hijra has been called the Year of the Deputations, because of the enormous number of Arab tribes and cities that now sent delegates to the Prophet to give in their submission. The introduction into Arab society of a new principle of social union in the Brotherhood of Islam had already begun to weaken the binding force of the old tribal ideal, which erected the fabric of society on the basis of blood relationship. The conversion of an individual and his reception into the new society was a breach of one of the most fundamental laws of Arab life, and its frequent occurrence had acted as a powerful solvent on tribal organization and had left it weak in the face of a national life so enthusiastic and firmly knit as that of the Muslims had become. The Arab tribes were thus impelled to give in their submission to the Prophet, not merely as the head of the strongest military force in Arabia, but as the exponent of a theory of social life that was making all others weak and ineffective. Mu letter 1e25, a D, had succeeded in introducing into the anarchical society of his time a sentiment of national unity, a consciousness of rights and duties towards one another such as the Arabs had not felt before. In this way, Islam was uniting together clans that hitherto had been continually at feud with one another, and as this great confederacy grew, it more and more attracted to itself the weaker among the tribes of Arabia. In the accounts of the conversion of the Arab tribes, there is continual mention of the promise of security against their enemies, made to them by the Prophet on the occasion of their submission. Woe is me for MU letter 1225, a a D, was the cry of one of the Arab tribes on the news of the death of the Prophet. So long as he was alive, I lived in peace and in safety from my enemies. And the cry must have found an echo far and wide throughout Arabia. How superficial was the adherence of numbers of the Arab tribes to the faith of Islam may be judged from the widespread apostasy that followed immediately on the death of the Prophet. Their acceptance of Islam would seem to have been often dictated more by considerations of political expediency, and was more frequently a bargain struck under pressure of violence than the outcome of any enthusiasm or spiritual awakening. They allowed themselves to be swept into the stream of what had now become a great national movement, and we miss the fervent zeal of the early converts in the cool, calculating attitude of those who came in after the fall of Mecca. But even from among these, must have come many to swell the ranks of the true believers animated with a genuine zeal for the faith, and ready, as we have seen, to give their lives in the effort to preach it to their brethren. These men were the true moral heirs of the Prophet, the future apostles of Islam, the faithful trustees of all that MU letter 1225, a D, had revealed unto the men of God. Into these men, through their constant contact with the Prophet and their devotion to him, there had really entered a new mode of thought and feeling, loftier and more civilized than any they had known before. They had really changed for the better from every point of view, and later on as statesmen and generals. In the most difficult moments of the War of Conquest, they gave magnificent and undeniable proof that the ideas and the doctrines of MU letter 1225, a D, had been seed cast on fruitful soil, and had produced a body of men of the very highest worth. They were the depositaries of the sacred text of the Qur adjective an, which they alone knew by heart. They were the jealous guardians of the memory of every word and bidding of the Prophet, the trustees of the moral heritage of MU letter 1225, a D. These men formed the venerable stock of Islam, from whom one day was to spring the noble band of the first jurists, theologians, and traditionists of Muslim society. But for such men as these, so vast a movement could not have held together, much less have recovered the shock given it by the death of the founder. For it must not be forgotten how distinctly Islam was a new movement in heathen Arabia, and how diametrically opposed were the ideals of the two societies. For the introduction of Islam into Arab society did not imply merely the sweeping away of a few barbarous and inhuman practices, but a complete reversal of the pre-existing ideals of life. Herein we have the most conclusive proof of the essentially missionary character of the teaching of MU letter 1225, a D, who thus comes forward as the exponent of a new scheme of faith and practice. Whatever may have been the conditions favorable to the formation of a new political organization, MU letter 1225, a D, certainly did not find the society of his day prepared to receive his religious teaching and waiting only for the voice that would express in speech the inarticulate yearnings of their hearts. But it is just this spirit of expectancy that is wanting among the Arabs, those at least of the Central Arabia towards whom MU letter 1225, a D's efforts were at first directed. They were by no means ready to receive the preaching of a new teacher, least of all one who came with the, to them unintelligible, title of Apostle of God. Again, the equality in Islam of all believers and the common brotherhood of all Muslims, which suffered no distinctions between Arab and non-Arab, between free and slave, to exist among the faithful, was an idea that ran directly counter to the proud clan feeling of the Arab, who grounded his claims to personal consideration on the fame of his ancestors, and in the strength of the same carried on the endless blood feuds in which his soul delighted. Indeed, the fundamental principles in the teaching of MU letter 1225, a D, were a protest against much that the Arabs had hitherto most highly valued, and the newly converted Muslim was taught to consider as virtues, qualities which hitherto he had looked down upon with contempt. To the heathen Arab, friendship and hostility were as a loan which he sought to repay with interest, and he prided himself on returning evil for evil, and looked down on any who acted otherwise as a weak nightering. He is the perfect man, who late and early plotteth still to do a kindness to his friends, and work his foes some ill. To such men the Prophet said, "Recompense evil with that which is better, Romans 23:98, as they desired the forgiveness of God, they were to pass over and pardon offenses, Romans 24:22, and a paradise vast as the heavens and the earth was prepared for those who mastered their anger and forgave others. Romans 3:128. The very institution of prayer was jeered at by the Arabs, to whom Mu letter 1225, a D, first delivered his message. And one of the hardest parts of his task was to induce in them that pious attitude of mind towards the Creator, which Islam inculcates equally with Judaism and Christianity, but which was practically unknown to the heathen Arabs. This self-sufficiency and this lack of the religious spirit, joined with their intense pride of race, little fitted them to receive the teachings of one who maintained that the most worthy of honor in the sight of God is he that feareth him most, Romans 49:13. No more could they brook the restrictions that Islam sought to lay upon the license of their lives. Wine, women, and song were among the things most dear to the Arab's heart in the days of the ignorance, and the Prophet was stern and severe in his injunctions respecting each of them. Thus, from the very beginning, Islam bears the stamp of a missionary religion that seeks to win the hearts of men, to convert them and persuade them to enter the brotherhood of the faithful. And as it was in the beginning, so has it continued to be up to the present day, as will be the object of the following pages to show. Chapter 3. The spread of Islam among the Christian nations of Western Asia. After the death of Mu letter 1225, a D, the army he had intended for Syria was dispatched thither by Abu Bakr, in spite of the protestations made by certain Muslims in view of the then disturbed state of Arabia. He silenced their expostulations with the words, "I will not revoke any order given by the Prophet. Medina may become the prey of wild beasts, but the army must carry out the wishes of Mu letter 1225, a D." This was the first of that wonderful series of campaigns in which the Arabs overran Syria, Persia, and northern Africa, overturning the ancient kingdom of Persia and despoiling the Roman Empire of some of its fairest provinces. It does not fall within the scope of this work to follow the history of these different campaigns, but in view of the expansion of the Muslim faith that followed the Arab conquests, it is of importance to discover what were the circumstances that made such an expansion possible. A great historian has well put the problem that meets us here in the following words. Was it genuine religious enthusiasm, the new strength of a faith now for the first time blossoming forth in all its purity, that gave the victory in every battle to the arms of the Arabs, and in so incredibly short a time founded the greatest empire the world had ever seen? But evidence is wanting to prove that this was the case. The number was far too small of those who had given their allegiance to the Prophet and his teaching with a free and heartfelt conviction, while, on the other hand, all the greater was the number of those who had been brought into the ranks of the Mohammedans only through pressure from without or by the hope of worldly gain. Khalid, that sword of the swords of God, exhibited in a very striking manner that mixture of force and persuasion whereby he and many of the Quraysh had been converted, when he said that God had seized them by the hearts and by the hair and compelled them to follow the Prophet. The proud feeling, too, of a common nationality had much influence, a feeling which was more alive among the Arabs of that time than perhaps among any other people, and which alone determined many thousands to give the preference to their countrymen and his religion before foreign teachers. Still more powerful was the attraction offered by the sure prospect of gaining booty in abundance, in fighting for the new religion and of exchanging their bare, stony deserts, which offered them only a miserable subsistence, for the fruitful and luxuriant countries of Persia, Syria, and Egypt. These stupendous conquests, which laid the foundations of the Arab Empire, were certainly not the outcome of a holy war waged for the propagation of Islam, but they were followed by such a vast defection from the Christian faith that this result has often been supposed to have been their aim. Thus the sword came to be looked upon by Christian historians as the instrument of Muslim propaganda, and in the light of the success attributed to it, the evidences of the genuine missionary activity of Islam were obscured. But the spirit which animated the invading hosts of Arabs who poured over the confines of the Byzantine and Persian empires was no proselytizing zeal for the conversion of souls. On the contrary, religious interests appear to have entered but little into the consciousness of the protagonists of the Arab armies. This expansion of the Arab race is more rightly envisaged as the migration of a vigorous and energetic people driven by hunger and want to leave their inhospitable deserts and overrun the richer lands of their more fortunate neighbors. Still, the unifying principle of the movement was the theocracy established in Medina, and the organization of the new state proceeded from the devoted companions of Mu*125 A.M.M.A.D., the faithful depositaries of his teaching, whose moral weight and enthusiasm kept Islam alive as the official religion, despite the indifference of those Arabs who gave to it a mere nominal adherence. It is not, therefore, in the annals of the conquering armies that we must look for the reasons which lead to the so rapid spread of the Muslim faith, but rather in the conditions prevailing among the conquered peoples. The national character of this ethnic movement of migration, naturally attracted to the invading Arab, hosts the outlying representatives of the Arab race through whom the path of the conquering armies lay. Accordingly, it is not surprising to find that many of the Christian Bedouins were swept into the rushing tide of this great movement, and that Arab tribes, who for centuries had professed the Christian religion, now abandoned it to embrace the Muslim faith. Among these was the tribe of the Banu Ghassan, who held sway over the desert east of Palestine and southern Syria, of whom it was said that they were lords in the days of the ignorance and stars in Islam. After the Battle of Qadisiyah, AH 14, in which the Persian army under Rustam had been utterly discomfited, many Christians belonging to the Bedouin tribes on both sides of the Euphrates came to the Muslim general and said, "The tribes that at the first embraced Islam were wiser than we. Now that Rustam hath been slain, we will accept the new belief." Similarly, after the conquest of northern Syria, most of the Bedouin tribes, after hesitating a little, joined themselves to the followers of the Prophet. That force was not the determining factor in these conversions, may be judged from the amicable relations that existed between the Christian and the Muslim Arabs. Mu*125 A.M.M.A.D. himself had entered into treaty with several Christian tribes, promising them his protection and guaranteeing them the free exercise of their religion, and to their clergy undisturbed enjoyment of their old rights and authority. A similar bond of friendship united his followers with their fellow countrymen of the older faith, many of whom voluntarily came forward to assist the Muslims in their military expeditions in the same spirit of loyalty to the new government, as had caused them to hold aloof from the great apostasy that raised the standard of revolt throughout Arabia immediately after the death of the Prophet. It has been suggested that the Christian Arabs who guarded the frontier of the Byzantine Empire bordering on the desert threw in their lot with the invading Muslim army, when Heraclius refused any longer to pay them their accustomed subsidy for military service as wardens of the marches. In the Battle of the Bridge, AH 13, when a disastrous defeat was imminent and the panic-stricken Arabs were hemmed in between the Euphrates and the Persian host, a Christian chief of the Banu *160, a YY, sprang forward like another spurious Lartius to the side of an Arab Horatius, to assist Muthanna, the Muslim general, in defending the bridge of boats, which could alone afford the means of an orderly retreat. When fresh levies were raised to retrieve this disgrace, among the reinforcements that came pouring in from every direction was a Christian tribe of the Banu Namir, who dwelt within the limits of the Byzantine Empire, and in the ensuing Battle of Buwaib, AH 13, just before the final charge of the Arabs that turned the fortune of battle in their favor, Muthanna rode up to the Christian chief and said, "Ye are of one blood with us. Come now, and as I charge, charge ye with me." The Persians fell back before their furious onslaught, and another great victory was added to the glorious roll of Muslim triumphs. One of the most gallant exploits of the day was performed by a youth belonging to another Christian tribe of the desert, who with his companions, a company of Bedouin horse dealers, had come up just as the Arab army was being drawn up in battle array. They threw themselves into the right on the side of their compatriots, and while the conflict was raging most fiercely, this youth, rushing into the center of the Persians, slew their leader, and leaping on his richly caparisoned horse, galloped back amidst the plaudits of the Muslim line, crying as he passed in triumph, "I am of the Banu Taglib. I am he that hath slain the chief." The tribe to which this young man boasted that he belonged was one of those that elected to remain Christian, while other tribes of Mesopotamia, such as the Banu Namir and the Banu Qudaya, became Muslim. The Banu Taglib had sent an embassy to the Prophet as early as the year AH9. The heathen members of the deputation embraced Islam, and he made a treaty with the Christians according to which they were to retain their old faith, but were not to baptize their children. A condition so entirely at variance with the usual tolerant attitude of M.U. letter 1025, a M.M., a D, towards the Christian Arabs, who were allowed to choose between conversion to Islam and the payment of jizya and never compelled to abandon their faith, has given rise to the conjecture that this condition was suggested by the Christian families of the Banu Taglib themselves, out of motives of economy. The long survival of Christianity in this tribe shows that this condition was certainly not observed. The Caliph Umar forbade any pressure to be put upon them, when they showed themselves unwilling to abandon their old faith, and ordered that they should be left undisturbed in the practice of it, but that they were not to oppose the conversion of any member of their tribe to Islam, nor baptize the children of such as became Muslims. They were called upon to pay the jizya or tax imposed on the non-Muslim subjects, but they felt it to be humiliating to their pride to pay a tax that was levied in return for protection of life and property, and petitioned the caliph to be allowed to make the same kind of contribution as the Muslims did. So, in lieu of the jizya, they paid a double letter 1063, a D, a Q, a H, or alms, which was a poor tax levied on the fields and cattle, etc., of the Muslims. It especially irked the Muslims that any of the Arabs should remain true to the Christian faith. The majority of the Banu Tanakh had become Muslim in the year A.H. 12, when with other Christian Arab tribes they submitted to Khalid b. al-Walid, but some of them appear to have remained true to their old faith for nearly a century and a half, since the Caliph al-Mahdi, AH 158-169, is said to have seen a number of them who dwelt in the neighborhood of Aleppo, and learning that they were Christians, in anger ordered them to accept Islam, which they did to the number of 5,000, and one of them suffered martyrdom rather than apostatize. But for the most part, details are lacking for any history of the disappearance of Christianity from among the Christian Arab tribes of northern Arabia. They seem to have become absorbed in the surrounding Muslim community by an almost insensible process of peaceful penetration. Had attempts been made to convert them by force when they first came under Mohammedan rule, it would not have been possible for Christians to have survived among them up to the times of the Abbasid caliphs. The people of letter 1025 IRAH had likewise resisted all the efforts made by Khalid to induce them to accept the Muslim faith. This city was one of the most illustrious in the annals of Arabia, and to the mind of the impetuous hero of Islam, it seemed that an appeal to their Arab blood would be enough to induce them to enroll themselves with the followers of the Prophet of Arabia. When the besieged citizens sent an embassy to the Muslim general to arrange the terms of the capitulation of their city, Khalid asked them, "Who are you? Are you Arabs or Persians?" Then Adi, the spokesman of the deputation, replied, "Nay, we are pure-blooded Arabs, while others among us are naturalized Arabs. KH, had you been what you say you are, you would not have opposed us or hated our cause. A, our pure Arab speech is the proof of what I say. KH, you speak truly. Now choose you one of these three things. Either one, accept our faith, then your rights and obligations will be the same as ours, whether you choose to go into another country or stay in your own land, or two, pay jizya, or three, war and battle. Verily, by God, I have come to you with a people who are more desirous of death than you are of life. A, nay, we will pay you jizya. KH, ill luck to you. Unbelief is a pathless desert, and foolish is the Arab who, when two guides meet him wandering therein, the one an Arab and the other not, leaves the first and accepts the guidance of the foreigner. Due provision was made for the instruction of the new converts, for while whole tribes were being converted to the faith with such rapidity, it was necessary to take precautions against errors, both in respect of creed and ritual, such as might naturally be feared in the case of ill-instructed converts. Accordingly, we find that the Caliph Umar appointed teachers in every country, whose duty it was to instruct the people in the teachings of the Qur adjective, an, and the observances of their new faith. The magistrates were also ordered to see that all, whether old or young, were regular in their attendance at public prayer, especially on Fridays and in the month of Ramadan. The importance attached to this work of instructing the new converts may be judged from the fact that in the city of Kufa, it was no less a personage than the state treasurer who was entrusted with this task. From the examples given above of the toleration, extended towards the Christian Arabs by the victorious Muslims of the 1st century of the Hijra, and continued by succeeding generations, we may surely infer that those Christian tribes that did embrace Islam did so of their own choice and free will. The Christian Arabs of the present day, dwelling in the midst of a Mohammedan population, are a living testimony of this toleration. Layard speaks of having come across an encampment of Christian Arabs at Al-Karak, to the east of the Dead Sea, who differed in no way, either in dress or in manners, from the Muslim Arabs. Burckhardt was told by the monks of Mount Sinai that in the last century there still remained several families of Christian Bedouins who had not embraced Islam, and that the last of them, an old woman, died in 1750 and was buried in the garden of the convent. Many of the Arabs of the renowned tribe of the Banu Ghassan, Arabs of the purest blood, who embraced Christianity towards the end of the 4th century, still retain the Christian faith, and since their submission to the Church of Rome about 2 centuries ago, employ the Arabic language in their religious services. If we turn from the Bedouins to consider the attitude of the settled inhabitants of the towns and the non-Arab population towards the new religion, we do not find that the Arab conquest was so rapidly followed by conversions to Islam. The Christians of the great cities of the eastern provinces of the Byzantine Empire seem for the most part to have remained faithful to their ancestral creed, to which indeed they still in large numbers cling. In order that we may fully appreciate their condition under the Muslim rule and estimate the influences that led to occasional conversions, it will be well briefly to sketch their situation under the Christian rule of the Byzantine Empire, which fell back before the Arab arms. 100 years before, Justinian had succeeded in giving some show of unity to the Roman Empire, but after his death it rapidly fell asunder, and at this time there was an entire want of common national feeling between the provinces and the seat of government. Heraclius had made some partially successful efforts to attach Syria again to the central government, but unfortunately, the general methods of reconciliation which he adopted had served only to increase dissension instead of allaying it. Religious passions were the only existing substitute for national feeling, and he tried, by propounding an exposition of faith that was intended to serve as an ironicon, to stop all further disputes between the contending factions and unite the heretics to the Orthodox Church and to the central government. The Council of Chalcedon, 451, had maintained that Christ was to be acknowledged in 2 natures, without confusion, change, division, or separation, the difference of the natures being in no wise taken away by reason of their union, but rather the properties of each nature being preserved and concurring into one person and one substance, not as it were divided or separated into 2 persons, but one and the same Son and only begotten, God the Word. This council was rejected by the Monophysites, who only allowed one nature in the person of Christ, who is said to be a composite person, having all attributes divine and human, but the substance bearing these attributes was no longer a duality, but a composite unity. The controversy between the Orthodox party and the Monophysites, who flourished particularly in Egypt and Syria and in countries outside the Byzantine Empire, had been hotly contested for nearly 2 centuries, when Heraclius sought to effect a reconciliation by means of the doctrine of monothelitism. While conceding the duality of the natures, it secured unity of the person in the actual life of Christ, by the rejection of 2 series of activities in this one person. The one Christ and Son of God effectuates that which is human, and that which is divine by one divine human agency, i.e., there is only one will in the incarnate Word. But Heraclius shared the fate of so many would-be peacemakers, for not only did the controversy blaze up again all the more fiercely, but he himself was stigmatized as a heretic and drew upon himself the wrath of both parties. Indeed, so bitter was the feeling he aroused that there is strong reason to believe that even a majority of the Orthodox subjects of the Roman Empire, in the provinces that were conquered during this emperor's reign, were the well-wishers of the Arabs. They regarded the emperor with aversion as a heretic, and were afraid that he might commence a persecution in order to force upon them his monotheletic opinions. They therefore readily, and even eagerly, received the new masters who promised them religious toleration, and were willing to compromise their religious position and their national independence if only they could free themselves from the immediately impending danger. Michael the Elder, Jacobite Patriarch of Antioch, writing in the latter half of the 12th century, could approve the decision of his coreligionists and see the finger of God in the Arab conquests even after the Eastern churches had had experience of 5 centuries of Muhammadan rule. After recounting the persecutions of Heraclius, he writes, "This is why the God of vengeance, who alone is all-powerful, and changes the empire of mortals as he will, giving it to whomsoever he will, and uplifting the humble, beholding the wickedness of the Romans who, throughout their dominions, cruelly plundered our churches and our monasteries, and condemned us without pity, brought from the region of the south the sons of Ishmael, to deliver us through them from the hands of the Romans. And if in truth we have suffered some loss, because the Catholic churches that had been taken away from us and given to the Chalcedonians remained in their possession. For when the cities submitted to the Arabs, they assigned to each denomination the churches which they found it to be in possession of, and at that time the great church of Emesa and that of Haran had been taken away from us. Nevertheless, it was no slight advantage for us to be delivered from the cruelty of the Romans, their wickedness, their wrath and cruel zeal against us, and to find ourselves at peace. When the Muslim army reached the valley of the Jordan and Abu Ubaidah pitched his camp at Fi letter 1E25L, the Christian inhabitants of the country wrote to the Arabs, saying, "O Muslims, we prefer you to the Byzantines, though they are of our own faith, because you keep better faith with us and are more merciful to us and refrain from doing us injustice, and your rule over us is better than theirs, for they have robbed us of our goods and our homes." The people of Emesa closed the gates of their city against the army of Heraclius and told the Muslims that they preferred their government and justice to the injustice and oppression of the Greeks. Such was the state of feeling in Syria during the campaign of 633–639, in which the Arabs gradually drove the Roman army out of the province. And when Damascus, in 637, set the example of making terms with the Arabs, and thus secured immunity from plunder and other favorable conditions, the rest of the cities of Syria were not slow to follow. Emesa, Arethusa, Hierapolis and other towns entered into treaties whereby they became tributary to the Arabs. Even the Patriarch of Jerusalem surrendered the city on similar terms. The fear of religious compulsion on the part of the heretical emperor made the promise of Muslim toleration appear more attractive than the connection with the Roman Empire and a Christian government. And after the first terrors caused by the passage of an invading army, there succeeded a profound revulsion of feeling in favor of the Arab conquerors. For the provinces of the Byzantine Empire that were rapidly acquired by the prowess of the Muslims found themselves in the enjoyment of a toleration such as, on account of their Monophysite and Nestorian opinions, had been unknown to them for many centuries. They were allowed the free and undisturbed exercise of their religion, with some few restrictions imposed for the sake of preventing any friction between the adherents of the rival religions, or arousing any fanaticism by the ostentatious exhibition of religious symbols that were so offensive to Muslim feeling. The extent of this toleration, so striking in the history of the 7th century, may be judged from the terms granted to the conquered cities, in which protection of life and property and toleration of religious belief were given in return for submission and the payment of jizya. The exact details of these agreements cannot easily be disentangled from the accretions with which they have become overlaid, but whether verbally authentic or not, they are significant as representing the historic tradition accepted by the Muslim historians of the 2nd century of the Hijra, a tradition that could hardly have become established had there been extant evidence to the contrary. As an example of such an agreement, the conditions may be quoted that are stated to have been drawn up when Jerusalem submitted to the Caliph Umar b al-Khattab. "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. This is the security which Umar, the servant of God, the commander of the faithful, grants to the people of Alia. He grants to all, whether sick or sound, security for their lives, their possessions, their churches and their crosses, and for all that concerns their religion. Their churches shall not be changed into dwelling places, nor destroyed, neither shall they nor their appurtenances be in any way diminished. nor the crosses of the inhabitants, nor aught of their possessions, nor shall any constraint be put upon them in the matter of their faith, nor shall any one of them be harmed. Tribute was imposed upon them of 5 dinars for the rich, 4 for the middle class, and 3 for the poor. In company with the patriarch, Umar visited the holy places, and it is said while they were in the church of the resurrection, as it was the appointed hour of prayer, the patriarch bade the caliph offer his prayers there, but he thoughtfully refused, saying that if he were to do so, his followers might afterwards claim it as a place of Muslim worship. It is in harmony with the same spirit of kindly consideration for his subjects of another faith that Umar is recorded to have ordered an allowance of money and food to be made to some Christian lepers, apparently out of the public funds. Even in his last testament, in which he enjoins on his successor the duties of his high office, he remembers the dhimmis, or protected persons of other faiths. I commend to his care the dhimmis, who enjoy the protection of God and of the Prophet. Let him see to it that the covenant with them is kept, and that no greater burdens than they can bear are laid upon them. A later generation attributed to Umar a number of restrictive regulations, which hampered the Christians in the free exercise of their religion. But Dagoj and Kitani have proved without doubt that they are the invention of a later age. As, however, Muslim theologians of less tolerant periods accepted these ordinances as genuine, they are of importance for forming a judgment as to the condition of the Christian churches under Muslim rule. This so-called Ordinance of Umar runs as follows: In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, this is a writing to Umar b. al-Khattab from the Christians of such and such a city. When you marched against us, we asked of you protection for ourselves, our posterity, our possessions, and our coreligionists. And we made this stipulation with you, that we will not erect in our city or the suburbs any new monastery, church, cell, or hermitage, that we will not repair any of such buildings that may fall into ruins or renew those that may be situated in the Muslim quarters of the town, that we will not refuse the Muslims entry into our churches either by night or by day, that we will open the gates wide to passengers and travelers, that we will receive any Muslim traveler into our houses and give him food and lodging for 3 nights, that we will not harbor any spy in our churches or houses or conceal any enemy of the Muslims, that we will not teach our children the Qur adjective an, that we will not make a show of the Christian religion nor invite anyone to embrace it, that we will not prevent any of our kinsmen from embracing Islam if they so desire, that we will honor the Muslims and rise up in our assemblies when they wish to take their seats, that we will not imitate them in our dress, either in the cap, turban, sandals, or parting of the hair, that we will not make use of their expressions of speech, nor adopt their surnames, that we will not ride on saddles or gird on swords, or take to ourselves arms or wear them, or engrave Arabic inscriptions on our rings, that we will not sell wine, that we will shave the front of our heads, that we will keep to our own style of dress, wherever we may be, that we will wear girdles round our waists, that we will not display the cross upon our churches, or display our crosses or our sacred books in the streets of the Muslims, or in their marketplaces, that we will strike the bells in our churches lightly, that we will not recite our services in a loud voice when a Muslim is present, that we will not carry palm branches or our images in procession in the streets, that at the burial of our dead, we will not chant loudly or carry lighted candles in the streets of the Muslims or their marketplaces, that we will not take any slaves that have already been in the possession of Muslims, nor spy into their houses, and that we will not strike any Muslim. All this we promise to observe on behalf of ourselves and our coreligionists, and receive protection from you in exchange. And if we violate any of the conditions of this agreement, then we forfeit your protection, and you are at liberty to treat us as enemies and rebels. The earliest mention of this document is made by Ibn Letter 1E25, a ZM, who died in the middle of the 5th century of the Hera. Its provisions represent the more intolerant practice of a later age, and indeed were regulations that were put into force with no sort of regularity, some outburst of fanaticism being generally needed for any appeal to be made for their application. There is abundant evidence to show that the Christians in the early days of the Mohammedan conquest had little to complain of in the way of religious disabilities. It is true that adherence to their ancient faith rendered them obnoxious to the payment of jizya, a word which originally denoted tribute of any kind paid by the non-Muslim subjects of the Arab Empire, but came later on to be used for the capitation tax as the fiscal system of the new rulers became fixed. But this jizya was too moderate to constitute a burden, seeing that it released them from the compulsory military service that was incumbent on their Muslim fellow subjects. Conversion to Islam was certainly attended by a certain pecuniary advantage, but his former religion could have had but little hold on a convert who abandoned it merely to gain exemption from the jizya. And now, instead of jizya, the convert had to pay the legal alms, zakat, annually levied on most kinds of movable and immovable property. The pecuniary temptation to escape the incidence of taxation by means of conversion was considerably lessened when financial considerations compelled the Arab government, towards the end of the 1st century, to insist on the new converts continuing to pay jizya even after they had been received into the community of the faithful. On the other hand, it must be remembered that the non-Muslim sections of the population always ran the risk of becoming the victims of fiscal oppression when the state was in need of revenue. The rates of jizya levied by the early conquerors were not uniform, and the great Muslim doctors, Abu Letter 1225, Nif, H, and Malik, are not in agreement on some of the less important details. The following facts taken from the Kitab al-Kharaj, drawn up by Abu Yusuf at the request of Harun al-Rashid, A.D. 786-809, may be taken as generally representative of Mohammedan procedure under the Abbasid Caliphate. The rich were to pay 48 dirhams a year, the middle classes 24, while from the poor, i.e. the field laborers and artisans, only 12 dirhams were taken. This tax could be paid in kind if desired. Cattle, merchandise, household effects, even needles were to be accepted in lieu of specie, but not pigs, wine, or dead animals. The tax was to be levied only on able-bodied males and not on women or children. The poor who were dependent for their livelihood on alms and the aged poor who were incapable of work were also specially accepted, as also the blind, the lame, the incurables, and the insane, unless they happened to be men of wealth. This same condition applied to priests and monks, who were exempt if dependent on the alms of the rich, but had to pay if they were well-to-do and lived in comfort. The collectors of the jizya were particularly instructed to show leniency and refrain from all harsh treatment or the infliction of corporal punishment in case of non-payment. This tax was not imposed on the Christians, as some would have us think, as a penalty for their refusal to accept the Muslim faith, but was paid by them in common with the other dhimmis or non-Muslim subjects of the state whose religion precluded them from serving in the army, in return for the protection secured for them by the arms of the Musulmans. When the people of Hura contributed the sum agreed upon, they expressly mentioned that they paid this jizya on condition that the Muslims and their leader protect us from those who would oppress us, whether they be Muslims or others. Again, in the treaty made by Khalid with some towns in the neighborhood of Hura, he writes, "If we protect you, then jizya is due to us, but if we do not, then it is not due." How clearly this condition was recognized by the Muhammadans may be judged from the following incident in the reign of the Caliph Umar. The Emperor Heraclius had raised an enormous army with which to drive back the invading forces of the Muslims, who had in consequence to concentrate all their energies on the impending encounter. The Arab general, Abu Ubaidah, accordingly wrote to the governors of the conquered cities of Syria, ordering them to pay back all the jizya that had been collected from the cities, and wrote to the people, saying, "We give you back the money that we took from you, as we have received news that a strong force is advancing against us. The agreement between us was that we should protect you, and as this is not now in our power, we return you all that we took. But if we are victorious, we shall consider ourselves bound to you by the old terms of our agreement." In accordance with this order, enormous sums were paid back out of the state treasury, and the Christians called down blessings on the heads of the Muslims, saying, "May God give you rule over us again and make you victorious over the Romans. Had it been they would not have given us back anything, but would have taken all that remained with us." As stated above, the jizya was levied on the able-bodied males. In lieu of the military service they would have been called upon to perform had they been Musulmans. And it is very noticeable that when any Christian people served in the Muslim army, they were exempted from the payment of this tax. Such was the case with the tribe of Al-Jurajima. a Christian tribe in the neighborhood of Antioch, who made peace with the Muslims, promising to be their allies and fight on their side in battle, on condition that they should not be called upon to pay jizya and should receive their proper share of the booty. When the Arab conquests were pushed to the north of Persia in AH 22, a similar agreement was made with a frontier tribe, which was exempted from the payment of jizya in consideration of military service. We find similar instances of the remission of jizya in the case of Christians who served in the army or navy under the Turkish rule. For example, the inhabitants of Megaris, a community of Albanian Christians, were exempted from the payment of this tax on condition that they furnished a body of armed men to guard the passes over Mounts Cithaeron and Gerania, which lead to the Isthmus of Corinth. The Christians who served as pioneers of the advance guard of the Turkish army, repairing the roads and bridges, were likewise exempt from tribute and received grants of land quit of all taxation. And the Christian inhabitants of Hydra paid no direct taxes to the Sultan, but furnished instead a contingent of 250 able-bodied seamen to the Turkish fleet, who were supported out of the local treasury. The southern Romanians, the so-called Armatali, who constituted so important an element of strength in the Turkish army during the 16th and 17th centuries, and the Murdites, a tribe of Albanian Catholics who occupied the mountains to the north of Scutari, were exempt from taxation on condition of supplying an armed contingent in time of war. In the same spirit, in consideration of the services they rendered to the state, the capitation tax was not imposed upon the Greek Christians who looked after the aqueducts that supplied Constantinople with drinking water, nor on those who had charge of the powder magazine in that city. On the other hand, when the Egyptian peasants, although Muslim in faith, were made exempt from military service, a tax was imposed upon them as on the Christians in lieu thereof. Living under this security of life and property and such toleration of religious thought, the Christian community, especially in the towns, enjoyed a flourishing prosperity in the early days of the Caliphate. Muawiyah, 661-680, employed Christians very largely in his service, and other members of the reigning house followed his example. Christians frequently held high posts at court, e.g. a Christian Arab al-Aqtal was court poet, and the father of Saint John of Damascus, counselor to the Caliph Abd al-Malik, 680-705. In the service of the Caliph al-Mu'tasim, 833-842, there were two brothers, Christians, who stood very high in the confidence of the commander of the faithful. The one, named Salmah, seems to have occupied somewhat the position of a modern Secretary of State, and no royal documents were valid until countersigned by him, while his brother, Ibrahim, was entrusted with the care of the Privy Seal, and was set over the Beit al-Mal or public treasury, an office that, from the nature of the funds and their disposal, might have been expected to have been put into the hands of a Muslim. So great was the Caliph's personal affection for this Ibrahim that he visited him in his sickness and was overwhelmed with grief at his death, and on the day of the funeral ordered the body to be brought to the palace and the Christian rites performed there with great solemnity. Abd al-Malik appointed a certain Athanasius, a Christian scholar of Edessa, tutor to his brother Abd al-Aziz. Athanasius accompanied his pupil when he was appointed governor of Egypt, and there amassed great wealth. He is said to have possessed 4,000 slaves, villages, houses, gardens, and gold and silver, like stones. His sons took a dinar from each of the soldiers when they received their pay, and as there were 30,000 troops then in Egypt, some idea may be formed of the wealth that Athanasius accumulated during the 21 years that he spent in that country. At the close of the 8th century, a certain Abu Nu letter 1E25 Al-Anbari was secretary to Abu Mus letter 1E1 Makron B. Musab, governor of Mosul, and used his powerful influence for the benefit of his Christian coreligionists. In the reign of Al-Mu'tadid, 892-902, the governor of Anbar, Umar B. Yusuf, was a Christian, and the caliph approved of the appointment on the ground that if a Christian were found to be competent, a post might well be given to him, as there were better reasons for trusting a Christian than either a Jew, a Muslim, or a Zoroastrian. Al-Muwaffaq, who was virtual ruler of the empire during the reign of his brother Al-Mu'tamid, 870-892, entrusted the administration of the army to a Christian named Israel, and his son, al-Mu'tadid, had as one of his secretaries another Christian, Malik b al-Walid. In a later reign, that of al-Muqtadir, 908–932, a Christian was again in charge of the war office. Nasser b Harun, the prime minister of Adud al-Dawla, 949–982, of the Buwahid dynasty of Persia, who ruled over southern Persia and Iraq, was a Christian. For a long time, the government offices, especially in the Department of Finance, were filled with Christians and Persians. To a much later date was such the case in Egypt, where at times the Christians almost entirely monopolized such posts. Particularly as physicians, the Christians frequently amassed great wealth and were much honored in the houses of the great. Gabriel, the personal physician of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, was a Nestorian Christian and derived a yearly income of 800,000 dirhams from his private property, in addition to an emolument of 280,000 dirhams a year in return for his attendance on the Caliph. The second physician, also a Christian, received 22,000 dirhams a year. In trade and commerce, the Christians also attained considerable affluence. Indeed, it was frequently their wealth that excited against them the jealous cupidity of the mob, a feeling that fanatics took advantage of to persecute and oppress them. Further, the non-Muslim communities enjoyed an almost complete autonomy, for the government placed in their hands the independent management of their internal affairs, and their religious leaders exercised judicial functions in cases that concerned their coreligionists only. Their churches and monasteries were, for the most part, not interfered with, except in the large cities, where some of them were turned into mosques, a measure that could hardly be objected to in view of the enormous increase in the Muslim and corresponding decrease in the Christian population. Recent historical criticism has demonstrated the impossibility of the legend that when Damascus was taken by the Arabs, the churches were equally divided between the Christians and the conquerors, on the plea that while one Muslim general made his way into the city by the eastern gate at the point of the sword, another at the western gate received the submission of the governor of the city. A similar scrutiny of historical documents, as well as of the topography of the building, has shown that the great cathedral of St. John could never have been used in the manner described by some Arabic historians as a common place of worship for both Christians and Muslims. But the very fact that these historians should have believed that such an arrangement continued for nearly 80 years testifies to the early recognition of the liberty granted to the Christians of practicing the observances of their religion. The opinion of the Mohammedan legists is very diverse on this question, from the more liberal Letter 1E25 a Fi doctrine, which declares that, though it is unlawful to construct churches and synagogues in Muhammadan territory, those already existing can be repaired if they have been destroyed or have fallen into decay, while in villages and hamlets, where the tokens of Islam do not appear, new churches and synagogues may be built. To the intolerant Letter 1E25 a Lite view that they may neither be erected nor be restored when damaged or ruined. Some legists held that the privileges varied according to treaty rights. In towns taken by force, no new houses of prayer might be erected by dhimmis, but if a special treaty had been made, the building of new churches and synagogues was allowed. But like so many of the lucubrations of Muhammadan legists, these prescriptions bore but little relation to actual facts. Schoolmen might agree that the dhimmis could build no houses of prayer in a city of Muslim foundation, but the civil authority permitted the Copts to erect churches in the new capital of Cairo. In other cities, also the Christians were allowed to erect new churches and monasteries. The very fact that Umar Roman II, 717–720, at the close of the 1st century of the Hijra, should have ordered the destruction of all recently constructed churches, and that rather more than a century later, the fanatical al-Mutawakkil, 847–861, should have had to repeat the same order, shows how little the prohibition of the building of new churches was put into force. We have numerous instances recorded, both by Christian and Mohammedan historians, of the building of new churches, e.g. in the reign of Abd al-Malik, 685–705. A wealthy Christian of Edessa, named Athanasius, erected in his native city a fine church dedicated to the Mother of God, and a baptistry in honor of the picture of Christ that was reputed to have been sent to King Abgar. He also built a number of churches and monasteries in various parts of Egypt, among them 2 magnificent churches in Fustat. Some Christian chamberlains in the service of Abd al-Aziz B. Marwan, brother of Abd al-Malik, the governor of Egypt, obtained permission to build a church in letter 1225 LWAN, which was dedicated to St. John, though this town was a Muslim creation. In AD 711, a Jacobite church was built at Antioch by order of the Caliph al-Walid, 705-715. In the first year of the reign of Yazid Roman II, AD 720, Mar Elias, the Jacobite patriarch of Antioch, made a solemn entry into Antioch, accompanied by his clergy and monks, to consecrate a new church which he had caused to be built. And in the following year he consecrated another church in the village of Sarmata, in the district of Antioch, and the only opposition he met with was from the rival Christian sect that accepted the Council of Chalcedon. In the following reign, Khalid al-Kasri, who was governor of Arabian and Persian Iraq from 724 to 738, built a church for his mother, who was a Christian, to worship in. In 759, the building of a church at Nisibis was completed, on which the Nestorian bishop, Cyprian, had expended a sum of 56,000 dinars. From the same century dates the church of Abu Surja in the ancient Roman fortress in Old Cairo. In the reign of al-Mahdi, 775-785, a church was erected in Baghdad for the use of the Christian prisoners that had been taken captive during the numerous campaigns against the Byzantine Empire. Another church was built in the same city in the reign of Harun al-Rashid, 786-809, by the people of Samalu, who had submitted to the caliph and received protection from him. During the same reign Sergius, the Nestorian metropolitan of Basra, received permission to build a church in that city. Though it was a Muslim foundation, having been created by the Caliph Umar in the year 638, and a magnificent church was erected in Babylon in which were enshrined the bodies of the prophets Daniel and Ezekiel. When Al-Emma Ejective Mun, 813-833, was in Egypt, he gave permission to 2 of his chamberlains to erect a church on Al-Muqattam, a hill near Cairo. And by the same caliph's leave, a wealthy Christian named Buchem built several fine churches at Bura in Egypt. The Nestorian patriarch Timotheus, who died AD 820, erected a church at Takrit and a monastery at Baghdad. In the 10th century, the beautiful Coptic church of Abu Sayfain was built in Fustat. A new church was built at Jeddah in the reign of Al-93Hir, the 7th Fatimid Caliph of Egypt, 1020-1035. New churches and monasteries were also built in the reign of the Abbasid, Al-Mustadi, 1170-1180. In 1187, a church was built at Fustat and dedicated to Our Lady the Pure Virgin. Indeed, so far from the development of the Christian Church being hampered by the establishment of Mohammedan rule, the history of the Nestorians exhibits a remarkable outburst of religious life and energy from the time of their becoming subject to the Muslims. Alternately petted and persecuted by the Persian kings, in whose dominions by far the majority of the members of this sect were found, it had passed a rather precarious existence and had been subjected to harsh treatment, when war between Persia and Byzantium exposed it to the suspicion of sympathizing with the Christian enemy. But, under the rule of the caliphs, the security they enjoyed at home enabled them to vigorously push forward their missionary enterprises abroad. Missionaries were sent into China and India, both of which were raised to the dignity of metropolitan sees in the 8th century. About the same period, they gained a footing in Egypt, and later spread the Christian faith right across Asia, and by the 11th century had gained many converts from among the Tatars. If the other Christian sects failed to exhibit the same vigorous life, it was not the fault of the Mohammedans. All were tolerated alike by the supreme government, and furthermore were prevented from persecuting one another. In the 5th century, Barsama, a Nestorian bishop, had persuaded the Persian king to set on foot a fierce persecution of the Orthodox Church, by representing Nestorius as a friend of the Persians and his doctrines as approximating to their own. As many as 7,800 of the Orthodox clergy, with an enormous number of laymen, are said to have been butchered during this persecution. Another persecution was instituted against the Orthodox by Khusrau Roman II, after the invasion of Persia by Heraclius at the instigation of a Jacobite, who persuaded the king that the Orthodox would always be favorably inclined towards the Byzantines. But the principles of Muslim toleration forbade such acts of injustice as these. On the contrary, it seems to have been their endeavor to deal fairly by all their Christian subjects. E.g., after the conquest of Egypt, the Jacobites took advantage of the expulsion of the Byzantine authorities to rob the Orthodox of their churches, but later they were restored by the Muhammadans to their rightful owners when these had made good their claim to possess them. In view of the toleration thus extended to their Christian subjects in the early period of the Muslim rule, the common hypothesis of the sword as the factor of conversion seems hardly satisfactory, and we are compelled to seek for other motives than that of persecution. But unfortunately, very few details are forthcoming, and we are obliged to have recourse to conjecture. In an age so prolific of theological speculation, there may well have been some thinkers whose trend of thought had prepared them for the acceptance of the Muhammadan position. Such were those Sharagan or landed proprietors in Persia in the 8th century, who were nominally Christians, but maintained that Christ was an ordinary man and that he was as one of the prophets. They appear at times to have given a good deal of trouble to the Nestorian clergy, who were at great pains to draw them into the paths of orthodoxy. But their theological position was more closely akin to Islam than to Christian doctrine, and they probably went to swell the ranks of the converts after the Arab conquest of the Persian Empire. Many Christian theologians have supposed that the debased condition, moral and spiritual, of the Eastern Church of that period must have alienated the hearts of many and driven them to seek a healthier spiritual atmosphere in the faith of Islam, which had come to them in all the vigor of newborn zeal. For example, Dean Millman asks, what was the state of the Christian world in the provinces exposed to the first invasion of Mohammedanism? Sect opposed to sect, clergy wrangling with clergy upon the most abstruse and metaphysical points of doctrine. The Orthodox, the Nestorians, the Eutychians, the Jacobites were persecuting each other with unexhausted animosity, and it is not judging too severely the evils of religious controversy to suppose that many would rejoice in the degradation of their adversaries under the yoke of the unbeliever, rather than make common cause with them in defense of the common Christianity. In how many must this incessant disputation have shaken the foundations of their faith? It had been wonderful if thousands had not, in their weariness and perplexity, sought refuge from these interminable and implacable controversies in the simple, intelligible truth of the divine unity, though purchased by the acknowledgement of the prophetic mission of Mohammed. Similarly, Kitani sees in the spread of Islam, among the Christians of the Eastern churches, a revulsion of feeling from the dogmatic subtleties introduced into Christian theology by the Hellenistic spirit. For the East, with its love of clear and simple concepts, Hellenic culture was, from the religious point of view, a misfortune, because it changed the sublime and simple teachings of Christ into a creed bristling with incomprehensible dogmas, full of doubts and uncertainties. These ended with producing a feeling of deep dismay and shook the very foundations of religious belief. So that when at last there appeared, coming out suddenly from the desert, the news of the new revelation, this bastard Oriental Christianity, torn asunder by internal discords, wavering in its fundamental dogmas, dismayed by such incertitudes, could no longer resist the temptations of a new faith, which swept away at one single stroke all miserable doubts, and offered, along with simple, clear, and undisputed doctrines, great material advantages also. The East then abandoned Christ and threw itself into the arms of the Prophet of Arabia. Again, Canon Taylor says, it is easy to understand why this reformed Judaism spread so swiftly over Africa and Asia. The African and Syrian doctors had substituted abstruse metaphysical dogmas for the religion of Christ. They tried to combat the licentiousness of the age by setting forth the celestial merit of celibacy and the angelic excellence of virginity. Seclusion from the world was the road of holiness. Dirt was the characteristic of monkish sanctity. The people were practically polytheists, worshipping a crowd of martyrs, saints, and angels. The upper classes were effeminate and corrupt, the middle classes oppressed by taxation, the slaves without hope for the present or the future. As with the besom of God, Islam swept away this mass of corruption and superstition. It was a revolt against empty theological polemics. It was a masculine protest against the exaltation of celibacy as a crown of piety. It brought out the fundamental dogmas of religion, the unity and greatness of God, that He is merciful and righteous, that He claims obedience to His will, resignation, and faith. It proclaimed the responsibility of man, a future life, a day of judgment, and stern retribution to fall upon the wicked, and enforced the duties of prayer, almsgiving, fasting, and benevolence. It thrust aside the artificial virtues, the religious frauds and follies, the perverted moral sentiments, and the verbal subtleties of theological disputants. It replaced monkishness by manliness. It gave hope to the slave, brotherhood to mankind, and recognition to the fundamental facts of human nature. Islam has, moreover, been represented as a reaction against that Byzantine ecclesiasticism, which looked upon the emperor and his court as a copy of the divine majesty on high, and the emperor himself as not only the supreme earthly ruler of Christendom, but as high priest also. Under Justinian, this system had been hardened into a despotism that pressed like an iron weight upon clergy and laity alike. In 532, the widespread dissatisfaction in Constantinople with both church and state burst out into a revolt against the government of Justinian, which was only suppressed after a massacre of 35,000 persons. The Greens, as the party of the malcontents was termed, had made open and violent protest in the circus against the oppression of the emperor, crying out, "Justice has vanished from the world and is no more to be found. But we will become Jews, or rather we will return again to Grecian paganism." The lapse of a century had removed none of the grounds for the dissatisfaction that here found such violent expression, but the heavy hand of the Byzantine government prevented the renewal of such an outbreak as that of 532 and compelled the malcontents to dissemble, though in 560 some secret heathens were detected in Constantinople and punished. On the borders of the empire, however, at a distance from the capital, such malcontents were safer, and the persecuted heretics, and others dissatisfied with the Byzantine state church, took refuge in the east, and here the Muslim armies would be welcomed by the spiritual children of those who 100 years before had desired to exchange the Christian religion for another faith. Further, the general adoption of the Arabic language throughout the empire of the Caliphate, especially in the towns and the great centers of population, and the gradual assimilation in manners and customs that in the course of about 2 centuries caused the numerous conquered races to be largely merged in the national life of the ruling race, had no doubt a counterpart in the religious and intellectual life of many members of the protected religions. The rationalistic movement that so powerfully influenced Muslim theology from the 2nd to the 5th century of the Hera may very possibly have influenced Christian thinkers, and turned them from a religion, the prevailing tone of whose theology seems at this time to have been credo quia impossibile. A Muhammadan writer of the 4th century of the Hera has preserved for us a conversation with a Coptic Christian, which may safely be taken as characteristic of the general mental attitude of the rest of the Eastern churches at this period. My proof for the truth of Christianity is that I find its teachings contradictory and mutually destructive, for they are repugnant to reason and revolting to the intellect, on account of their inconsistency and mutual contrariety. No reflection can strengthen them, no discussion can prove them, and however thoughtfully we may investigate them, neither the intellect nor the senses can provide us with any argument in support of them. Notwithstanding this, I have seen that many nations and mighty kings of learning and sound judgment have given in their allegiance to the Christian faith. So I conclude that if these have accepted it in spite of all the contradictions referred to it, is because the proofs they have received, in the form of signs and miracles, have compelled them to submit to it. On the other hand, it should be remembered that those who passed over from Christianity to Islam, under the influence of the rationalistic tendencies of the age, would find in the Mutazilite presentment of Muslim theology very much that was common to the two faiths, so that as far as the articles of belief and the intellectual attitude towards many theological questions were concerned, the transition was not so violent as might be supposed. to say nothing of the numerous fundamental doctrines that will at once suggest themselves to those even who have only a slight knowledge of the teachings of the Prophet. There were many other common points of view that were the direct consequences of the close relationships between the Christian and Muhammadan theologians in Damascus under the Umayyad caliphs, as also in later times. For it has been maintained that there is clear evidence of the influence of the Byzantine theologians on the development of the systematic treatment of Mohammedan dogmatics. The very form and arrangement of the oldest rule of faith in the Arabic language suggest a comparison with similar treatises of Saint John of Damascus and other Christian fathers. The oldest Arab letter 1E63, UFIISM, the trend of which was purely towards the ascetic life, as distinguished from the later pantheistic letter 1E63, UFIISM, originated largely under the influence of Christian thought. Such influence is especially traceable in the doctrines of some of the Mu'tazilite sects, who busied themselves with speculations on the attributes of the divine nature quite in the manner of the Byzantine theologians. The Qadariyya, or libertarians of Islam, probably borrowed their doctrine of the freedom of the will directly from Christianity, while the Murji ejectiva H in their denial of the doctrine of eternal punishment were in thorough agreement with the teaching of the Eastern Church on this subject, as against the generally received opinion of Orthodox Muslims. On the other hand, the influence of the more orthodox doctors of Islam in the conversion of unbelievers is attested by the tradition that 20,000 Christians, Jews and Magians became Muslims when the great Imam Ibn letter 1E25 NB Al died. A celebrated doctor of the same sect, Abulfaraj B. Al-Jazi, AD 1115–1201, the most learned man of his time, a popular preacher and most prolific writer, is said to have boasted that just the same number of persons accepted the faith of Islam at his hands. Further, the vast and unparalleled success of the Muslim arms shook the faith of the Christian peoples that came under their rule and saw in these conquests the hand of God. Worldly prosperity they associated with the divine favor, and the God of battle, they thought, would surely give the victory only into the hands of his favored servants. Thus, the very success of the Mohammedans seemed to argue the truth of their religion. The Islamic ideal of the brotherhood of all believers was a powerful attraction towards this creed, and though the Arab pride of birth strove to refuse for several generations the privileges of the ruling race to the new converts, still as clients of the various Arab tribes to which at first they used to be affiliated, they received a recognized position in the community. And by the close of the first century of the Hijra, they had vindicated for this ideal its true place in Muslim theology, and at least a theoretical recognition in the state. But the condition of the Christians did not always continue to be so tolerable as under the earlier caliphs. In the interests of the true believers, vexatious conditions were sometimes imposed upon the non-Muslim population, or dhimmis, with the object of securing for the faithful superior social advantages. Unsuccessful attempts were made by several caliphs to exclude them from the public offices. Decrees to this effect were passed by Al-Mansur, 754–775, Al-Mutawakkil, 847–861, Al-Muqtadir, 908–932, and in Egypt by Al-Amir, 1101–1130, one of the Fatimid caliphs, and by the Mamluk sultans in the 14th century. But the very fact that these decrees excluding the dhimmis from government posts were so often renewed is a sign of the want of any continuity or persistency in putting such intolerant measures into practice. In fact, they may generally be traced either to popular indignation excited by the harsh and insolent behavior of Christian officials, or to outbursts of fanaticism which forced upon the government acts of oppression that were contrary to the general spirit of Muslim rule, and were consequently allowed to lapse as soon as possible. The beginning of a harsher treatment of the native Christian population dates from the reign of Harun al-Rashid, 786–809, who ordered them to wear a distinctive dress and give up the government posts they held to Muslims. The first of these orders shows how little one at least of the ordinances ascribed to humor was observed, and these decrees were the outcome, not so much of any purely religious feeling as of the political circumstances of the time. The Christians under Muhammadan rule have often had to suffer for the bad faith kept by foreign Christian powers in their relations with Mohammedan princes. And on this occasion, it was the treachery of the Byzantine emperor, Nicephorus, that caused the Christian name to stink in the nostrils of Harun. Many of the persecutions of Christians in Muslim countries can be traced either to distrust of their loyalty, excited by the intrigues and interference of Christian foreigners and the enemies of Islam, or to the bad feeling stirred up by the treacherous or brutal behavior of the latter towards the Musulmans. Religious fanaticism is, however, responsible for many of such persecutions, as in the reign of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil, 847–861, under whom severe measures of oppression were taken against the Christians. This prince took advantage of the strong orthodox reaction that had set in Muhammadan theology against the rationalistic and free-thinking tendencies that had had free play under former rulers, and came forward as the champion of the extreme orthodox party, to which the mass of the people as contrasted with the higher classes belonged, and which was eager to exact vengeance for the persecutions it had itself suffered in the two preceding reigns. He sought to curry their favor by persecuting the Mutazilites, forbidding all further discussions on the Qur'an adjective an, and declaring the doctrine that it was created to be heretical. He had the followers of Ali imprisoned and beaten, pulled down the tomb of letter 1E25 USAYN at KARB adjective, and forbade pilgrimages to be made to the site. The Christians shared in the sufferings of the other heretics, for al-Mutawakkil put rigorously into force the rules that had been passed in former reigns prescribing a distinction in the dress of dhimmis and Muslims, ordered that the Christians should no longer be employed in the public offices, doubled the capitation tax, forbade them to have Muslim slaves or use the same baths as the Muslims, and harassed them with several other restrictions. It is noteworthy that the historians of the Nestorian Church, which had to suffer most from this persecution, describe it as something new and individual to al-Mutawakkil and as ceasing with his death. One of his successors, al-Muqtadir, AD 908–932, renewed these regulations, which the lapse of half a century had apparently caused to fall into disuse. Other outbursts of fanaticism led to the destruction of churches and synagogues, and the terror of such persecution led to the defection of many from the Christian church. But such oppression was contrary to the tolerant spirit of Islam and to the teaching traditionally ascribed to the Prophet, and the fanatical party tried in vain to enforce the persistent execution of these oppressive measures for the humiliation of the non-Muslim population. The ulama or adjective, i.e. the learned, the clergy, consider this state of things. They weep and groan in silence, while the princes who had the power of putting down these criminal abuses only shut their eyes to them. The rules that a fanatical priesthood may lay down for the repression of unbelievers cannot always be taken as a criterion of the practice of civil governments. It is failure to realize this fact that has rendered possible the highly colored pictures of the sufferings of the Christians under Mohammedan rule, drawn by writers who have assumed that the prescriptions of certain Muslim theologians represented an invariable practice. Such outbursts of persecution seem in some cases to have been excited by the alleged abuse of their position by those Christians who held high posts in the service of the government. They aroused considerable hostility of feeling towards themselves by their oppression of the Muslims, it being said that they took advantage of their high position to plunder and annoy the faithful, treating them with great harshness and rudeness and despoiling them of their lands and money. Such complaints were laid before the caliphs al-Mansur, 754–775, al-Mahdi, 775–785, al-Adjective-Mun, 813–833, al-Mutawakkil, 847–861, al-Muqtadir, 908–932, and many of their successors. They also incurred the odium of many Mohammedans by acting as the spies of the Abbasid dynasty and hunting down the adherents of the displaced Umayyad family. At a later period, during the time of the Crusades, they were accused of treasonable correspondence with the Crusaders and brought on themselves severe restrictive measures which cannot justly be described as religious persecution. In proportion as the lot of the conquered peoples became harder to bear, the more irresistible was the temptation to free themselves from their miseries, by the words, "There is no God but God." Mu letter 1E25, a M, a D is the apostle of God. When the state was in need of money, as was increasingly the case, the subject races were more and more burdened with taxes, so that the condition of the non-Muslims was constantly growing more unendurable, and conversions to Islam increased in the same proportion. The dreary record of scandals, with which the pages of the Christian historians of this later period are filled, would suggest that the Christian churches had failed to develop a moral fiber strong enough to endure the stress of adverse conditions. And when persecution came, the reason for the defection that followed might, as the historian of the Nestorian Church suggests, be sought for in the prevailing negligence in the performance of religious duties and the evil life of the clergy. Further causes that contributed to the decrease of the Christian population may be found in the fact that the children of the numerous Christian captive women who were carried off to the harems of the Muslims had to be brought up in the religion of their fathers, and in the frequent temptation that was offered to the Christian slave by an indulgent master, of purchasing his freedom at the price of conversion to Islam. But of any organized attempt to force the acceptance of Islam on the non-Muslim population, or of any systematic persecution intended to stamp out the Christian religion, we hear nothing. Had the caliphs chosen to adopt either course of action, they might have swept away Christianity as easily as Ferdinand and Isabella drove Islam out of Spain, or Louis Roman XIV made Protestantism penal in France, or the Jews were kept out of England for 350 years. The Eastern churches in Asia were entirely cut off from communion with the rest of Christendom, throughout which no one would have been found to lift a finger on their behalf, as heretical communions. So that the very survival of these churches to the present day is a strong proof of the generally tolerant attitude of the Mohammedan governments towards them. Of the ancient churches in Western Asia at the time of the Muhammadan conquest, there still survive about 150,000 Nestorians, and their number would have been larger but for the proselytizing efforts of other Christian churches. The Chaldees who have submitted to the Church of Rome number 70,000. In 1898, the Nestorian bishop Marjonan, with several of the clergy and 15,000 Nestorians, were received into the Orthodox Russian Church. And numbers of Nestorians have also become Protestants. The Jacobite Patriarch of Antioch exercises jurisdiction over about 80,000 members of this ancient church, while 25,000 families of Uniate Jacobites obey the Syrian Catholic Patriarch. Belonging to the Greek Orthodox Church, there are 28,836 families under the Patriarch of Antioch and more than 15,000 persons under the Patriarch of Jerusalem, while the Melchites or Greek Catholics number about 130,000. The Maronite Church, which has been in union with the Roman Catholic Church since the year 1182, has a following of 300,000. The marvel is that these isolated and scattered communities should have survived so long, exposed as they have been to the ravages of war, pestilence, and famine, living in a country that was for centuries a continual battlefield, overrun by Turks, Mongols, and Crusaders, it being further remembered that they were forbidden by the Muhammadan law to make good this decay of their numbers by proselytizing efforts, if indeed they had cared to do so. For they seem, with the exception of the Nestorians, even before the Muhammadan conquest, to have lost that missionary spirit, without which, as history abundantly shows, no healthy life is possible in a Christian church. It has also been suggested that the monastic ideal of continence so widespread in the East, and the Christian practice of monogamy, together with the sense of insecurity and their servile condition, may have acted as checks on the growth of the Christian population. Of the details of conversion to Islam, we have hardly any information. At the time of the first occupation of their country by the Arabs, the Christians appear to have gone over to Islam in very large numbers. Some idea of the extent of these early conversions in Iraq, for example, may be formed from the fact that the income from taxation in the reign of Umar was from 100 to 120 million dirhams, while in the reign of Abd al-Malik, about 50 years later, it had sunk to 40 millions. While this fall in the revenue is largely attributable to the devastation caused by wars and insurrections, still, It was chiefly due to the fact that large numbers of the population had become Muhammadan and consequently could no longer be called upon to pay the capitation tax. This same period witnesses the conversion of large numbers of the Christians of Khurasan, as we learn from a letter of a contemporary ecclesiastic, the Nestorian Patriarch Ishiab Roman III, addressed to Simon, the metropolitan of Revardashir and primate of Persia. We possess so very few Christian documents of the 1st century of the Hera, and this letter bears such striking testimony to the peaceful character of the spread of the new faith, and has moreover been so little noticed by modern historians, that it may well be quoted here at length. Where are thy sons, O father bereft of sons? Where is that great people of Merv, who though they beheld neither sword nor fire or tortures, captivated only by love for a moiety of their goods, have turned aside like fools from the true path and rushed headlong into the pit of faithlessness, into everlasting destruction, and have utterly been brought to naught, while 2 priests, only priests at least in name, have, like brands snatched from the burning, escaped the devouring flames of infidelity. Alas, alas! Out of so many thousands who bore the name of Christians, not even one single victim was consecrated unto God by the shedding of his blood for the true faith, where, too, are the sanctuaries of Kirman and all Persia. It is not the coming of Satan, or the mandates of the kings of the earth, or the orders of governors of provinces that have laid them waste and in ruins, but the feeble breath of one contemptible little demon, who was not deemed worthy of the honor of demons by those demons who sent him on his errand, nor was endowed by Satan the seducer with the power of diabolical deceit, that he might display it in your land. But merely by the nod of his command, he has thrown down all the churches of your Persia. And the Arabs, to whom God at this time has given the empire of the world, behold, they are among you, as ye know well. And yet they attack not the Christian faith, but, on the contrary, they favor our religion, do honor to our priests and the saints of the Lord, and confer benefits on churches and monasteries. Why then have your people of Merv abandoned their faith for the sake of these Arabs? And that, too, when the Arabs, as the people of Merv themselves declare, have not compelled them to leave their own religion, but suffered them to keep it safe and undefiled if they gave up only a moiety of their goods. But forsaking the faith which brings eternal salvation, they clung to a moiety of the goods of this fleeting world. That faith which whole nations have purchased, and even to this day do purchase, by the shedding of their blood, and gain thereby the inheritance of eternal life, your people of Merv were willing to barter for a moiety of their goods, and even less. The reign of the Caliph Umar Roman II, A.D. 717-720, particularly was marked with very extensive conversions. He organized a zealous missionary movement, and offered every kind of inducement to the conquered peoples to accept Islam, even making them grants of money. On one occasion, he is said to have given a Christian military officer the sum of 1,000 dinars to induce him to accept Islam. He instructed the governors of the provinces to invite the dhimmis to the Muslim faith, and Al-Jrr letter 1225 B. Abd Allah, governor of Khurasan, is said to have converted about 4,000 persons. He is even said to have written a letter to the Byzantine emperor, Leo Roman III, urging on him the acceptance of the faith of Islam. He abrogated the decree passed in AD 700 for the purpose of arresting the impoverishment of the treasury, according to which the convert to Islam was not released from the capitation tax, but was compelled to continue to pay it as before, even though the dhimmi apostatized the very day before his yearly payment of the jizya was due, or while his contribution was actually being weighed in the scales, it was to be remitted to the new convert. He no longer exacted the kharaj from the Mohammedan owners of landed property, and imposed upon them the far lighter burden of a tithe. These measures, though financially most ruinous, were eminently successful in the way the pious-minded caliph desired they should be, and enormous numbers hastened to enroll themselves among the Muslims. It must not, however, be supposed that such worldly considerations were the only influences at work in the conversion of the Christians to Islam. The controversial works of Saint John of Damascus, of the same century, give us glimpses of the zealous Muslim striving to undermine by his arguments the foundations of the Christian faith. The very dialogue form into which these treatises are thrown, and the frequent repetition of such phrases as "if the Saracen asks you," "if the Saracen says," Then tell him, give them an air of vraisemblance, and make them appear as if they were intended to provide the Christians with ready answers to the numerous objections which their Muslim neighbors brought against the Christian creed. That the aggressive attitude of the Mohammedan disputant is most prominently brought forward in these dialogues is only what might be expected, it being no part of this great theologian's purpose to enshrine in his writings an apology for Islam. His pupil, Bishop Theodore Abu Qurra, also wrote several controversial dialogues with Mohammedans, in which the disputants range over all the points of dispute between the two faiths, the Muslim as before being the first to take up the cudgels, and enabling us to form some slight idea of the activity with which the cause of Islam was prosecuted at this period. The thoughts of the Agarans, says the bishop, and all their zeal are directed towards the denial of the divinity of God the Word, and they strain every effort to this end. The Nestorian patriarch, Timotheus, used to hold discussions on religious matters in the presence of the caliphs, al-Hadi and Harun al-Rashid, and embodied them in a work that is now lost. Timotheus had secured his election to the patriarchate in the face of the active opposition of many of the most powerful ecclesiastics of his own church. Among these was Joseph, the metropolitan of Merv, who intrigued against him with the caliph, al-Mahdi, 775–785, but was persuaded by the caliph to accept Islam and was rewarded for his apostasy with rich presents and an official appointment in Basra. These details from the first 2 centuries of the Hijra are meager in the extreme and rather suggest the existence of proselytizing efforts than furnish definite facts. The earliest document of a distinctly missionary character which has come down to us would seem to date from the reign of Al-Emma Ejective-Mun, 813–833, and takes the form of a letter written by a cousin of the caliph to a Christian Arab of noble birth and of considerable distinction at the court, and held in high esteem by Al-Emma Ejective-Mun himself. In this letter, he begs his friend to embrace Islam, in terms of affectionate appeal and in language that strikingly illustrates the tolerant attitude of the Muslims towards the Christian Church at this period. This letter occupies an almost unique place in the early history of the propagation of Islam, and has on this account been given in full in an appendix. In the same work, we have a report of a speech made by the caliph at an assembly of his nobles, in which he speaks in tones of the strongest contempt of those who had become Mohammedans merely out of worldly and selfish motives, and compares them to the hypocrites who, while pretending to be friends of the Prophet, in secret plotted against his life. But just as the Prophet returned good for evil, so the caliph resolves to treat these persons with courtesy and forbearance until God should decide between them. The record of this complaint on the part of the caliph is interesting as indicating that disinterested and genuine conviction was expected and looked for in the new convert to Islam, and that the discovery of self-seeking and unworthy motives drew upon him the severest censure. Al-Emma Ejective-Mun himself was very zealous in his efforts to spread the faith of Islam, and sent invitations to unbelievers even in the most distant parts of his dominions, such as Transoxania and Fargana. At the same time, he did not abuse his royal power by attempting to force his own faith upon others. When a certain Yazdanbakt, a leader of the Manichaean sect, came on a visit to Baghdad and held a disputation with the Muslim theologians, in which he was utterly silenced, the caliph tried to induce him to embrace Islam. But Yazdanbakt refused, saying, "Commander of the faithful, your advice is heard and your words have been listened to, but you are one of those who do not force men to abandon their religion." So far from resenting the ill success of his efforts, the caliph furnished him with a bodyguard that he might not be exposed to insult from the fanatical populace. Some scanty references are made by Christian historians to cases of ecclesiastical dignitaries who became Mohammedans, e.g. George, Bishop of B, a letter 1E25R AYN, about the middle of the 9th century, having been deposed from his office for some ecclesiastical offense, exchanged the Christian faith for that of Islam, and the conversion of a brother of Gabriel, metropolitan of Fars, about the middle of the 10th century, only receives mention because the fact of his having become a Muslim was alleged as disqualifying Gabriel for election to the Patriarchate of the Nestorian Church. In the early part of the same century, Theodore, the Nestorian bishop of Beit Garmai, became a Muslim, and there is no mention of any force or compulsion by the ecclesiastical historian who records the fact, as there undoubtedly would have been, had such existed. Some years later, between AD 962 and 979, Philoxenos, a Jacobite bishop of Adharbajan, also became a Muslim, and in the following century, in 1016, Ignatius, the Jacobite metropolitan of Takrit, who had held this office for 25 years, set out for Baghdad and embraced Islam in the presence of the Caliph al-Qadir, taking the name of Abu Muslim. It would be exceedingly interesting if an Apologia Pro Vita Sua had survived to reveal to us the religious development that took place in the mind of either of these converts. The Christian chronicler hints at immorality in the last three cases, but such an accusation uncorroborated by any further evidence is open to suspicion, much as it would be if brought forward by a Roman Catholic when recording the conversion of a priest of his own communion to the Protestant faith. It is doubtless owing to their exalted position in the Church that the conversion of these prominent ecclesiastics of two hostile Christian sects has been handed down to us, while that of more obscure individuals has not been recorded. As Barhebrius brings his ecclesiastical chronicle nearer to his own time, he gives fuller details of the career of such converts, e.g. in recording the public lapse of some of the Jacobite bishops. In the middle of the 12th century, he makes particular mention of Aaron, bishop of a town in Khurasan, as having become a Mohammedan after having been convicted of some moral fault. Repenting of this change, he wished to regain his episcopal status, and when this was refused him, went to Constantinople and abjured the Monophysite doctrines of the Jacobite Church. Then, apparently dissatisfied with the reception he received in Constantinople, he returned to the Jacobite patriarch, but a second time went over to Islam without any reason. Then, repenting again, he finally ended his days among the Maronites of Mount Lebanon. A contemporary of Barhebrius in the middle of the 13th century, Daniel, bishop of Kabr, who is said to have been proficient in secular learning, sought to be appointed to the diocese of Aleppo, but disappointed in this ambition, he abandoned the Christian faith and, to the grief and shame of all Christian people, became a Muslim. But God, praise be to his grace, soon consoled his afflicted people and took away the shame from the redeemed of the Lord. For a few months later, that unhappy wretch died miserably in a caravanserai. His name perished, he was taken away out of our midst, and no man knoweth his abiding place. But that these conversions were not merely isolated instances, we have the valuable evidence of Jacques de Vitry, bishop of Acre, 1216-1225, who thus speaks of the Eastern Church from his experience of it in the Holy Land. Weakened and lamentably ensnared, nay rather grievously wounded, by the lying persuasions of the false prophet and by the allurements of carnal pleasure, she hath sunk down, and she that was brought up in scarlet hath embraced dunghills. So far the Christian churches that have been described as coming within the sphere of Mohammedan influence have been the Orthodox Eastern Church and the heretical communions that had sprung out of it. But with the close of the 11th century, a fresh element was added to the Christian population of Syria and Palestine, in the large bodies of crusaders of the Latin Rite who settled in the Kingdom of Jerusalem and the other states founded by the Crusaders, which maintained a precarious existence for nearly 2 centuries. During this period, occasional conversions to Islam were made from among these foreign immigrants. In the First Crusade, for example, a body of Germans and Lombards under the command of a certain knight, named Renaud, had separated themselves from the main body and were besieged in a castle by the Seljuk Sultan, Arslan. On pretense of making a sortie, Renaud and his personal followers abandoned their unfortunate companions and went over to the Turks, among whom they embraced Islam. The history of the ill-fated Second Crusade presents us with a very remarkable incident of a similar character. The story, as told by Odo of Duel, a monk of St. Denis, who, in the capacity of private chaplain to Louis Roman VII, accompanied him on this crusade and wrote a graphic account of it, runs as follows. While endeavoring to make their way overland through Asia Minor to Jerusalem, the Crusaders sustained a disastrous defeat at the hands of the Turks in the mountain passes of Phrygia, AD 1148, and with difficulty reached the seaport town of Atalia. Here, all who could afford to satisfy the exorbitant demands of the Greek merchants took ship for Antioch, while the sick and wounded and the mass of the pilgrims were left behind at the mercy of their treacherous allies, the Greeks, who received 500 marks from Louis, on condition that they provided an escort for the pilgrims and took care of the sick until they were strong enough to be sent on after the others. But no sooner had the army left than the Greeks informed the Turks of the helpless condition of the pilgrims and quietly looked on while famine, disease, and the arrows of the enemy carried havoc and destruction through the camp of these unfortunates. Driven to desperation, a party of 3,000 or 4,000 attempted to escape, but were surrounded and cut to pieces by the Turks, who now pressed on to the camp to follow up their victory. The situation of the survivors would have been utterly hopeless had not the sight of their misery melted the hearts of the Mohammedans to pity. They tended the sick and relieved the poor and starving with open-handed liberality. Some even bought up the French money, which the Greeks had got out of the pilgrims by force or cunning, and lavishly distributed it among the needy. So great was the contrast between the kind treatment the pilgrims received from the unbelievers and the cruelty of their fellow Christians, the Greeks, who imposed forced labor upon them, beat them and robbed them of what little they had left, that many of them voluntarily embraced the faith of their deliverers. As the old chronicler says, avoiding their coreligionists who had been so cruel to them, they went in safety among the infidels who had compassion upon them, and, as we heard, more than 3,000 joined themselves to the Turks when they retired. Oh, kindness more cruel than all treachery! They gave them bread but robbed them of their faith, though it is certain that contented with the services they performed, they compelled no one among them to renounce his religion. The increasing intercourse between Christians and Muslims, the growing appreciation on the part of the Crusaders of the virtues of their opponents, which so strikingly distinguishes the later from the earlier chroniclers of the Crusades, the numerous imitations of Oriental manners and ways of life by the Franks settled in the Holy Land, did not fail to exercise a corresponding influence on religious opinions. One of the most remarkable features of this influence is the tolerant attitude of many of the Christian knights towards the faith of Islam, an attitude of mind that was most vehemently denounced by the Church. When Usama b. Munki, a Syrian emir of the 12th century, visited Jerusalem during a period of truce, the Knights Templar, who had occupied the Masjid al-Aqsa, assigned to him a small chapel adjoining it, for him to say his prayers in, and they strongly resented the interference with the devotions of their guest on the part of a newly arrived crusader, who took this new departure in the direction of religious freedom in very bad part. It would indeed have been strange if religious questions had not formed a topic of discussion on the many occasions when the Crusaders and the Muslims met together on a friendly footing, during the frequent truces, especially when it was religion itself that had brought the Crusaders into the Holy Land and set them upon these constant wars. When even Christian theologians were led by their personal intercourse with the Muslims to form a juster estimate of their religion, and contact with new modes of thought was unsettling the minds of men and giving rise to a swarm of heresies, it is not surprising that many should have been drawn into the pale of Islam. The renegades in the 12th century were in sufficient numbers to be noticed in the statute books of the Crusaders, the so-called Assizes of Jerusalem, according to which, in certain cases, their bail was not accepted. It would be interesting to discover who were the Muslims who busied themselves in winning these converts to Islam, but they seem to have left no record of their labors. We know, however, that they had at their head the great Saladin himself, who is described by his biographer as setting before his Christian guest the beauties of Islam and urging him to embrace it. The heroic life and character of Saladin seems to have exercised an especial fascination on the minds of the Christians of his time. Some even of the Christian knights were so strongly attracted towards him that they abandoned the Christian faith and their own people and joined themselves to the Muslims. Such was the case, for example, with a certain English Templar named Robert of St. Albans, who in AD 1185 gave up Christianity for Islam and afterwards married a granddaughter of Saladin. 2 years later, Saladin invaded Palestine and utterly defeated the Christian army in the Battle of Letter 1225 Ittin, Guy, king of Jerusalem, being among the prisoners. On the eve of the battle, 6 of his knights, possessed with a devilish spirit, deserted the king and escaped into the camp of Saladin, where of their own accord they became Saracens. At the same time, Saladin seems to have had an understanding with Raymond Roman III, Count of Tripoli, according to which he was to induce his followers to abandon the Christian faith and go over to the Muslims. But the sudden death of the Count effectually put a stop to the execution of this scheme. The fall of Jerusalem and the successes of Saladin in the Holy Land stirred up Europe to undertake the Third Crusade, the chief incident of which was the Siege of Acre, AD 1189–1191. The fearful sufferings that the Christian army was exposed to, from famine and disease, drove many of them to desert and seek relief from the cravings of hunger in the Muslim camp. Of these deserters, many made their way back again after some time to the army of the Crusaders. On the other hand, many elected to throw in their lot with the Muslims. Some, taking service under their former enemies, still remained true to the Christian faith and, we are told, were well pleased with their new masters, while others embracing Islam became good Muslims. The conversion of these deserters is recorded also by the chronicler who accompanied Richard I upon this crusade. Some of our men, whose fate cannot be told or heard without grievous sorrow, yielding to the severity of the sore famine, in achieving the salvation of the body, incurred the damnation of their souls. For after the greater part of the affliction was past, they deserted and fled to the Turks, nor did they hesitate to become renegades. In order that they might prolong their temporal life a little space, they purchased eternal death with horrid blasphemies. O baleful trafficking! O shameful deed beyond all punishment! O foolish man likened unto the foolish beasts, while he flees from the death that must inevitably come soon, he shuns not the death unending. From this time, onwards references to renegades are not infrequently to be met with in the writings of those who traveled to the Holy Land and other countries of the East. The terms of the oath which was proposed to St. Louis by his Mohammedan captors when he was called upon to promise to pay the ransom imposed upon him, AD 1250, were suggested by certain whilom priests who had become Muslims. And while this business of paying the ransom was still being carried on, another renegade, a Frenchman born at Provence, came to bring a present to the king. He had accompanied King John of Jerusalem on his expedition against Damietta in 1219, and had remained in Egypt, married a Muhammadan wife, and become a great lord in that country. The danger of the pilgrims to the Holy Land becoming converts to Islam was so clearly recognized at this time that in a remembrance, written about 1266 by Amaury de la Roche, the master of the Knights Templar in France, he requests the Pope and the legates of France and Sicily to prevent the poor and the aged and those incapable of bearing arms from crossing the sea to Palestine. For such persons either got killed or were taken prisoners by the Saracens or turned renegades. Ludolf de Succum, who traveled in the Holy Land from 1336 to 1341, speaks of 3 renegades he found at Hebron. They had come from the Diocese of Minden and had been in the service of a Westphalian knight, who was held in high honor by the Soldan and other Mohammedan princes. These scattered notices are no doubt significant of more extensive conversions of Christians to Islam, of which no record has come down to us. E.g., there were said to be about 25,000 renegades in the city of Cairo towards the close of the 15th century. And there must have been many also to be found in the cities of the Holy Land after the disappearance of the Latin princedoms of the East. But the Muhammadan historians of this period seem to have been too busily engaged in recording the exploits of princes and the vicissitudes of dynasties to turn their attention to religious changes in the lives of obscure individuals. And, as far as I have been able to discover, they as little notice the conversions of Christians to Islam as of those of their own coreligionists to Christianity. Consequently, we have to depend for our knowledge of both of these classes of events on Christian writers, who, while they give us detailed and sympathetic accounts of the latter, bear unwilling testimony to the existence of instances of the former, and represent the motives of the renegades in the worst light possible. The possibility of any Christian becoming converted to Islam from honest conviction probably never entered into the head of any of these writers, and even had such an idea occurred to them, they would hardly have ventured to expose themselves to the thunders of ecclesiastical censure by giving open expression to it. As an example of the rare instances of such a conversion being recorded, the account may here be cited which Führer von Hammendorf, who was in Cairo in 1565, gives of the conversion of a German scholar who had studied in the University of Leipzig. Sed dum nos hanc morum cari nectimus, accidit ut justus quidem Stevenius Germanus Haemlensis, qui in eistem oedibus nobiscum habitaverat, fide Christianorum abnegata Turcarum religioni, si initiandum ac circumcidendum obtulerit. Vererat doctus, qui diusi Whitebergi ac lipsi studiis operam dedis sep nobis narrabat. Verum de hoc facto interrogatus, peculiarum nunc sibi spiritum ades agebet, sine cujus instinctu nihil vel face sibi, vel cogiter fas esset. Qui homines apostasia nimium quantum animos nostros commovit, et ad fugam quaes excidivit. Eadam quoque die Judius quidem, qui possis debis anti-religionum mahumetinam amplexis furet triumphali, pompa per urbum circumjusibater. Quod idem cum Stevenio isto futrum esse, Janissarii quidem nobis affirmabant. From the historical sources quoted above, we have as little information respecting the number of these converts as of the proselytizing efforts made to induce them to change their faith. A motive frequently assigned for going over to Islam is the desire to escape the death penalty by means of apostasy. European travelers make frequent mention of such cases. A late example of such an account may be selected, for the picturesqueness of its language, from the report of a Jesuit who was in Cairo in 1627. He saw a Copt who, having allowed himself to be carried away, partly by passion and partly by the violence of an indiscreet zeal, had killed his brother with his own hand, in detestation of his having in a dastardly manner left Jesus Christ to embrace Mahomedanism, in order to deliver himself from the vexation of the Turks. The poor man was at once seized in the heat of his crime, and he boldly confessed that the renegade, unworthy of being his brother, could only wipe out so black a spot by his blood. He was urged to abandon his faith in order to save his life, but he declared that he was resolved to die a Christian. The cruel torments, however, inflicted on him by the executioners, weakened his resolution, and he yielded at the last moment. This disaster changed him in a moment from a confessor into a renegade, from a martyr into an apostate, from a saint into one of the damned, and from an angel into a veritable devil. He made the profession of faith, or rather of perfidy, after the manner of the Mahometans. He was set at liberty, the liberty not of the sons of God, but of the sons of perdition. Later on, the reproaches of his conscience caused him again to recant, and he was put to death by the Mohammedans for his apostasy. The monk Burchard, writing about 1283, a few years before the Crusaders were driven out of their last strongholds, and the Latin power in the East came utterly to an end, represents the Christian population as largely outnumbering the Muslims throughout the whole of the Muhammadan world, the latter, except in Egypt and Arabia, forming not more than 3 or 4% of the whole population. This language is undoubtedly exaggerated, and the good monk was certainly rash in assuming that what he observed in the cities of the Crusaders and of the kingdom of Little Armenia held good in other parts of the East. But his words may be certainly taken to indicate that during the period of the Crusades there had been no widespread conversion to Islam, and that when the Mohammedans resumed their sovereignty over the Holy Land, they extended the same toleration to the Christians as before, suffering them to purchase peace and quiet by the payment of the jizya. The presumption is that the conversions that took place were of individual Christians, who were persuaded in their own minds before they took the final step. Instances have already been given of Christians who took service under Mohammedan masters in the full enjoyment of their own faith, and the Assises of Jerusalem made a distinction between those who have denied God and follow another law, and all those who have done armed service to the Saracens and other miscreants against the Christians for more than a year and a day. The native Christians certainly preferred the rule of the Muhammadans to that of the Crusaders, and when Jerusalem fell finally and forever into the hands of the Muslims, A.D. 1244, the Christian population of Palestine seems to have welcomed the new masters and to have submitted quietly and contentedly to their rule. This same sense of security of religious life under Muslim rule led many of the Christians of Asia Minor, also, about the same time, to welcome the advent of the Seljuk Turks as their deliverers from the hated Byzantine government. not only on account of its oppressive system of taxation, but also of the persecuting spirit of the Greek Church, which had with such cruelty crushed the heresies of the Paulicians and the Iconoclasts. In the reign of Michael Roman VIII, 1261–1282, the Turks were often invited to take possession of the smaller towns in the interior of Asia Minor by the inhabitants, that they might escape from the tyranny of the empire, and both rich and poor often emigrated into Turkish dominions. Some account still remains to be given of two other Christian churches of Western Asia, viz., the Armenian and the Georgian. Of the former it may be said that of all the Eastern churches that have come under Muhammadan rule, the Armenian Church has probably given fewer of its members, in proportion to the size of the community, to swell the ranks of Islam, than any other. So, in spite of the interest that attaches to the story of the struggle of this brave nation against overwhelming odds, and of the fidelity with which it has clung to the Christian faith, through centuries of warfare and oppression, persecution and exile, it does not come within the scope of the present volume to do more than briefly indicate its connection with the history of the Muhammadans. The Armenian kingdom survived the shock of the Arab conquest, and in the 9th century rose to be a state of some importance and flourished during the decay of the Caliphate of Baghdad, but in the 11th century was overthrown by the Seljuk Turks. A band of fugitives founded the kingdom of Lesser Armenia, but this too disappeared in the 14th century. The national life of the Armenian people still survived in spite of the loss of their independence, and, as was the case in Greece under the Turks, their religion and the national church served as the rallying point of their eager, undying patriotism. Though a certain number, under the pressure of cruel persecution, have embraced Islam, yet the bulk of the race has remained true to its ancient faith. As Tavernier rather unsympathetically remarks, there may be some few Armenians that embrace Mahomedanism for worldly interest, but they are generally the most obstinate persons in the world and most firm to their superstitious principles. The Georgian Church, founded in the early part of the 4th century, was an offshoot from the Greek Church, with which she has always remained in communion, although from the middle of the 6th century, the Patriarch or Catholicos of the Georgian Church declared himself independent. Torn asunder by internal discords and exposed to the successive attacks of Greeks, Persians, Arabs, Turks, and Mongols, the history of this heroic warrior people is one of almost uninterrupted warfare against foreign foes and of fiercely contested feuds between native chiefs. The reigns of one or two powerful monarchs who secured for their subjects brief intervals of peace, serving only to bring out in more striking contrast the normally unsettled state of the country. The fierce, independent spirit of the Georgians that could not brook a foreign rule has often exasperated well-nigh to madness the fury of their Mohammedan neighbors, when they failed to impose upon them either their civil authority or their religion. It is this circumstance, that a change of faith implied loss of political independence, which explains in a great measure the fact that the Georgian Church inscribes the names of so many martyrs in her calendar, while the annals of the Greek Church during the same period have no such honored role to show. It was not until after Georgia had been overrun by the devastating armies of the Mongols, leaving ruined churches and monasteries and pyramids of human heads to mark the progress of their destroying hosts, and consequently, the spiritual wants of the people had remained long unprovided for, owing to the decline in the numbers and learning of the clergy, that Christianity began to lose ground. Even among those who still remained Christian, some added to the sufferings of the clergy by plundering the property of the church and appropriating to their own use the revenues of churches and monasteries, and thus hastened the decay of the Christian faith. In 1400, the invasion of Timur added a crowning horror to the sufferings of Georgia, and though for a brief period the rule of Alexander I, 1414–1442, delivered the country from the foreign yoke and drove out all the Mohammedans, after his death, it was again broken up into a number of petty princedoms, from which the Turks and the Persians wrested the last shreds of independence. But the Mohammedans always found Georgia to be a turbulent and rebellious possession, ever ready to break out into open revolt at the slightest opportunity. Both Turks and Persians sought to secure the allegiance of these troublesome subjects by means of conversion to Islam. After the fall of Constantinople and the increase of Turkish power in Asia Minor, the inhabitants of Akultsike and other districts to the west of it became Muhammadans. In 1579, two Georgian princes, brothers, came on an embassy to Constantinople with a large retinue of about 200 persons. Here the younger brother together with his attendants became a Musalman, in the hope, it was said, of thereby supplanting his elder brother. At a rather later date, the conquests of the Turks brought some of the districts in the very center of Georgia into their power, the inhabitants of which embraced the creed of the conquerors. From this period Samtskhe, the most western portion of Georgia, recognized the suzerainty of Turkey. Its rulers and people were allowed to continue undisturbed in the Christian faith, but from 1625, the ruling dynasty became Mohammedan, and many of the chiefs and the aristocracy followed their example. Christianity retained its hold upon the peasants much longer, but when the clergy of Samtskhe refused allegiance to the Catholicos of Karthli, there ceased to be regular provision made for supplying the spiritual needs of the people. The nobles, even before their conversion, had taken to plundering the estates of the church, and after becoming Musalmans, they naturally ceased to assist it with their offerings, and the churches and monasteries falling into decay were replaced by mosques. The rest of Georgia had submitted to Persia, and when Tavernier visited this part of the country, about the middle of the 17th century, he found it divided into two kingdoms, which were provinces of the Persian Empire, and were governed by native Georgian princes who had to turn Mohammedan before being advanced to this dignity. One of the first of such princes was the Tsarevich Constantine, son of King Alexander Roman II of Kakith, who had been brought up at the Persian court and had there embraced Islam at the beginning of the 17th century. The first Mohammedan king of Karthli, the Tsarevich Rustem, 1630–1658, had also been brought up in Persia, and he and his successors to the end of the century were all Mohammedans. Tavernier describes the Georgians as being very ignorant in matters of religion and the clergy as unlettered and vicious. Some of the heads of the church actually sold the Christian boys and girls as slaves to the Turks and Persians. From this period, there seems to have been a widespread apostasy, especially among the higher classes and those who sought to win the favor of the Persian court. In 1701, the occupant of the throne of Georgia, Waktang Roman VI, was a Christian. For the first 7 years of his reign, he was a prisoner in Ispahan, where great efforts were made to induce him to become a Mohammedan. When he declared that he preferred to lose his throne rather than purchase it at the price of apostasy, it is said that his younger brother, although he was the Patriarch of Georgia, offered to abandon Christianity and embrace Islam if the crown were bestowed upon him, but though invested by the Persians with the royal power, the Georgians refused to accept him as their ruler and drove him out of the kingdom. Towards the close of the 18th century, the king of Georgia placed his people under the protection of the Russian crown. Hitherto, their intense patriotic feeling had helped to keep the Christian faith alive among them so long as their foreign invaders had been Musalmans, but now that the foreign power that sought to rob them of their independence was Christian, this same feeling operated in some of the districts north of the Caucasus to the advantage of Islam. In Dagestan, a certain Darvish Mansur endeavored to unite the different tribes of the Caucasus to oppose the Russians. Preaching the faith of Islam, he succeeded in converting the princes and nobles of Uzbekistan and Dagestan, who have remained faithful to Islam ever since. Many of the Circassians, too, were converted by his preaching and preferred exile to submitting to the Russian rule. But in 1791, he was taken prisoner, and in 1800 Georgia was formally incorporated in the Russian Empire. Darvish Mansur was not alone in his efforts to convert the Circassians. When the Treaty of Kuchak-Kainarji in 1774 had recognized the independence of the Crimea and opened the Black Sea to Russian vessels, the Turkish government became alarmed at the prospect of a further movement of Russian domination along the eastern coast of the Black Sea, and resolved to make an attempt to stir the Circassians to resistance. A Turkish officer, named Far a letter 1E25 Ali, was sent in 1782 to establish a military colony at Anapa, near the outlet of the Sea of Azov, and to enter into relations with the Circassian tribes. FAR a letter 1225 Ali's first care was to seek the hand of a daughter of one of the Circassian beys, offering rich presents of arms, horses, etc. to her father. The marriage was celebrated with great pomp and ceremony, and FAR a letter 1225 Ali encouraged his soldiers to follow his example by promising to defray the expenses of their nuptials. The result was that a number of Circassian women joined the little colony and accepted the religion of their husbands, and with the zeal of new converts, won over to Islam their fathers and brothers. An active movement of proselytism began, and the Circassians who came in contact with the Turkish colony appear readily to have abandoned their pagan beliefs for the religion of the Qur adjective, an. The mullahs were kept busy in instructing the new Muslims, and help had to be sought from Constantinople to deal with the increasing number of conversions. But the work of FAR a letter 1225 Ali was short-lived. He died in 1785, and his tomb was reverenced as that of a saint, but his work perished with him. Anapa passed into the hands of the Russians in 1812, and when the resistance of the Circassians was finally overcome in 1864, more than 500,000 Circassian Muhammadans migrated into Turkish territory. Under Russian law, conversions to any faith other than that of the Orthodox Church were illegal, and the further progress of Islam was stayed until the promulgation of the Edict of Toleration in 1905. One of the results of this in the Caucasus was a large accession to Islam from among the Abkhazes, who had long been nominal converts to Christianity, but now became Mohammedans in such numbers that the Orthodox clergy became alarmed and founded a special society for the distribution of religious tracts among them, in the hope of combating Muhammadan influences. Chapter 4. The spread of Islam among the Christian nations of Africa. Islam was first introduced into Africa by the Arab army that invaded Egypt under the command of Amr b-Alaz in AD 640. 3 years later, the withdrawal of the Byzantine troops abandoned the vast Christian population into the hands of the Muslim conquerors. The rapid success of the Arab invaders was largely due to the welcome they received from the native Christians, who hated the Byzantine rule not only for its oppressive administration, but also, and chiefly, on account of the bitterness of theological rancor. The Jacobites, who formed the majority of the Christian population, had been very roughly handled by the orthodox adherents of the court and subjected to indignities that have not been forgotten by their children even to the present day. Some were tortured and then thrown into the sea. Many followed their patriarch into exile to escape from the hands of their persecutors, while a large number disguised their real opinions under a pretended acceptance of the Council of Chalcedon. To these Copts, as the Jacobite Christians of Egypt are called, the Mohammedan conquest brought a freedom of religious life such as they had not enjoyed for a century. On payment of the tribute, Amr left them in undisturbed possession of their churches and guaranteed to them autonomy in all ecclesiastical matters, thus delivering them from the continual interference that had been so grievous a burden under the previous rule. He laid his hands on none of the property of the churches and committed no act of spoliation or pillage. In the early days of the Mohammedan rule, then, the condition of the Copts seems to have been fairly tolerable, and there is no evidence of their widespread apostasy to Islam being due to persecution or unjust pressure on the part of their new rulers. Even before the conquest was complete, while the capital, Alexandria, still held out, many of them went over to Islam, and a few years later the example these had set was followed by many others. In the reign of Uthman, AD 643–655, the revenue derived from Egypt amounted to 12 millions. A few years later, in the reign of Muawiyah, 661–679, it had fallen to 5 millions owing to the enormous number of conversions. Under Umar Roman II, 717–720, it fell still lower, so that the governor of Egypt proposed that in future the converts should not be exempted from the payment of the capitation tax. But this, the pious caliph refused to allow, saying that God had sent Mu letter 1225 a D to call men to a knowledge of the truth and not to be a collector of taxes. But later rulers recognized that, for fiscal reasons, such a policy was ruinous to the state, and insisted on the converts continuing to pay taxes as before. There was, however, no continuity in such a policy, and individual governors acted in an arbitrary and irregular manner. When Letter 1E25, a FSB al-Walid, who was governor of Egypt in AD 744, promised that all those who became Muslims would be exempted from the payment of jizya. As many as 24,000 Christians are reported to have accepted Islam. A similar proclamation is said to have been made by al-Saff Letter 1E25, the first of the Abbasid caliphs, soon after his accession in AD 750. For he wrote to the whole of his dominions, saying that everyone who embraced his religion and prayed according to his fashion should be quit of the jizya. And many, both rich and poor, denied the faith of Christ by reason of the magnitude of the taxation and the burdens imposed upon them. In fact, many of the Christians of Egypt seem to have abandoned Christianity as lightly and as rapidly as, in the beginning of the 4th century, they had embraced it. Prior to that period, a very small section of the population of the Valley of the Nile was Christian, but the sufferings of the martyrs in the persecution of Diocletian, the stories of the miracles they performed, the national feeling excited by the sense of their opposition to the dictates of the foreign government, the assurance that a paradise of delights was open to the martyr who died under the hands of his tormentors, all these things stirred up an enthusiasm that resulted in an incredibly rapid spread of the Christian faith. Instead of being converted by preaching, as the other countries of the East were, Egypt embraced Christianity in a fit of wild enthusiasm, without any preaching, or instruction being given, with hardly any knowledge of the new religion beyond the name of Jesus, the Messiah, who bestowed a life of eternal happiness on all who confessed him. In the 7th century, Christianity had probably very little hold on a great mass of the people of Egypt. The theological catchwords that their leaders made use of, to stir up in them feelings of hatred and opposition to the Byzantine government, could have been intelligible to a very few, and the rapid spread of Islam in the early days of the Arab occupation was probably due less to definite efforts to attract than to the inability of such a Christianity to retain. The theological basis for the existence of the Jacobites as a separate sect, the tenets that they had so long and at so great a cost struggled to maintain, were embodied in doctrines of the most abstruse and metaphysical character, and many doubtless turned in utter perplexity and weariness from the interminable controversies that raged around them, to a faith that was summed up in the simple, intelligible truth of the unity of God and the mission of his prophet, Mu Letter 1E25, a D. Even within the Coptic Church itself at a later period, we find evidence of a movement which, if not distinctly Muslim, was at least closely allied thereto, and in the absence of any separate ecclesiastical organization in which it might find expression, probably contributed to the increase of the converts to Islam. In the beginning of the 12th century, there was in the monastery of St. Anthony, near ITFI Letter 1E25 on the Nile, a monk named Baludus, learned in the doctrines of the Christian religion and the duties of the monastic life, and skilled in the rules of the canon law. But Satan caught him in one of his nets, for he began to hold opinions at variance with those taught by the 318 of Nicaea, and he corrupted the minds of many of those who had no knowledge or instruction in the orthodox faith. He announced with his impure mouth, in his wicked discourses, that Christ our Lord, to whom be glory, was like one of the prophets. He associated with the lowest among the followers of his religion, clothed as he was in the monastic habit. When he was questioned as to his religion and his creed, he professed himself a believer in the unity of God. His doctrines prevailed during a period which ended in the year 839 of the righteous martyrs, A.D. 1123. Then he died, and his memory was cut off forever. Further, a theory of the Christian life that found its highest expression in asceticism of the grossest type could offer little attraction, in the face of the more human morality of Islam. On account of the large numbers of Copts that from time to time have become Mohammedans, they have come to be considered by the followers of the Prophet as much more inclined to the faith of Islam than any other Christian sect, and though they have had to endure the most severe oppression and persecution on many occasions, yet the Copts that have been thus driven to abandon their faith are said to have been few in comparison with those who have changed their religion voluntarily. And even in the 19th century, When Egypt was said to be the most tolerant of all Mohammedan countries, there were yearly conversions of the Copts to the Muslim faith. Still, persecution and oppression have undoubtedly played a very large part in the reduction of the numbers of the Copts, and the story of the sufferings of the Jacobite Church of Egypt, persecuted alike by their fellow Christians and by the followers of the dominant faith, is a very sad one, and many abandoned the religion of their fathers in order to escape from burdensome taxes and unendurable indignities. The vast difference in this respect between their condition and that of the Christians of Syria, Palestine, and Spain at the same period finds its explanation in the turbulent character of the Copts themselves. Their long struggle against the civil and theological despotism of Byzantium seems to have welded the Zealots into a national party that could as little brook the foreign rule of the Arabs as before that of the Greeks. The rising of the Copts against their new masters in 646, when they drove the Arabs for a time out of Alexandria and opened the gates of the city to the Byzantine troops, who, however, treated the unfortunate Copts as enemies, not having yet forgotten the welcome they had before given to the Mohammedan invaders, was the first of a long series of risings and insurrections, excited frequently by excessive taxation, which exposed them to terrible reprisals, and caused the lot of the Jacobite Christians of Egypt to be harder to bear than that of any other Christian sect in this or other countries under Muhammadan rule. But the history of these events belongs rather to a history of Mohammedan persecution and intolerance than to the scope of the present work. It must not, however, be supposed that the condition of the Copts was invariably that of a persecuted sect. On the contrary, there were times when they rose to positions of great affluence and importance in the state. They filled the posts of secretaries and scribes in the government offices, farmed the taxes, and in some cases amassed enormous wealth. The annals of their church furnish us with many instances of ecclesiastics who were held in high favor and consideration by the reigning princes of the country, under the rule of many of whom the Christians enjoyed the utmost tranquility. To such a period of the peace of the church belongs an incident that led to the absorption of many Christians into the body of the faithful. During the reign of letter 1E63, a letter 1E25 Al-Din Saladin, 1169-1193, over Egypt, the condition of the Christians was very happy under the auspices of this tolerant ruler. The taxes that had been imposed upon them were lightened, and several swept away altogether. They crowded into the public offices as secretaries, accountants, and registrars. And for nearly a century under the successors of Saladin, they enjoyed the same toleration and favor, and had nothing to complain of except the corruption and degeneracy of their own clergy. Simony had become terribly rife among them. The priesthood was sold to ignorant and vicious persons, while postulants for the sacred office who were unable to pay the sums demanded for ordination were repulsed with scorn, in spite of their being worthy and fit persons. The consequence was that the spiritual and moral training of the people was utterly neglected, and there was a lamentable decay of the Christian life. So corrupt had the church become that, when, on the death of John, the 74th patriarch of the Jacobites, in 1216, a successor was to be elected, the contending parties who pushed the claims of rival candidates kept up a fierce and irreconcilable dispute for nearly 20 years, and all this time cared less for the grievous scandal and the harmful consequences of their shameless quarrels than for the maintenance of their dogged and obstinately factious spirit. On more than one occasion, the reigning sultan tried to make peace between the contending parties, refused the enormous bribes of 3, 5, and even 10,000 gold pieces that were offered in order to induce him to secure the election of one of the candidates by the pressure of official influence, and even offered to remit the fee that it was customary for a newly elected patriarch to pay, if only they would put aside their disputes and come to some agreement, but all to no purpose. Meanwhile, many episcopal sees fell vacant, and there was no one to take the place of the bishops and priests that died in this interval. In the monastery of St. Macarius alone, there were only 4 priests left as compared with over 80 under the last patriarch. So utterly neglected were the Christians of the Western dioceses that they all became Muslims. To this bald statement of the historian of the Coptic Church, we unfortunately have no information to add, of the positive efforts made by the Musulmans to bring these Christians over to their faith. That such there were, there can be very little doubt, especially as we know that the Christians held public disputations and engaged in written controversies on the respective merits of the rival creeds. That these conversions were not due to persecution, we know from direct historical evidence that during this vacancy of the Patriarchate, the Christians had full and complete freedom of public worship, were allowed to restore their churches and even to build new ones, were freed from the restrictions that forbade them to ride on horses or mules, and were tried in law courts of their own, while the monks were exempted from the payment of tribute and granted certain privileges. How far this incident is a typical case of conversion to Islam among the Copts, it is difficult to say. A parallel case of neglect is mentioned by two Capuchin missionaries who traveled up the Nile to Luxor in the 17th century, where they found that the Copts of Luxor had no priest, and some of them had not gone to confession or communion for 50 years. Under such circumstances, the decay of their numbers can readily be understood. A similar neglect probably contributed to the decay of the Nubian church, which recognized the primacy of the Jacobite Patriarch of Alexandria, as do the Abyssinians to the present day. The Nubians had been converted to Christianity about the middle of the 6th century, and retained their independence when Egypt was conquered by the Arabs. A treaty was made according to which the Nubians were to send every year 360 slaves, with 40 more for the governor of Egypt, while the Arabs were to furnish them with corn, oil, and raiment. In the reign of Al-Mu'tasim, 833-842, ambassadors were sent by the caliph renewing this treaty, and the king of Nubia visited the capital, where he was received with great magnificence and dismissed with costly presents. In the 12th century, they were still all Christian, and retained their old independence in spite of the frequent expeditions sent against them from Egypt. In 1275, the nephew of the then king of Nubia obtained from the Sultan of Egypt a body of troops to assist him in his revolt against his uncle, whom he by their help succeeded in deposing. In return for this assistance, he had to cede the two northernmost provinces of Nubia to the Sultan, and as the inhabitants elected to retain their Christian faith, an annual tribute of 1 dinar for each male was imposed upon them. But this Mohammedan overlordship was temporary only, and the Nubians of the ceded provinces soon reasserted their independence. But settlements of Arabs had been established in Nubia for several centuries earlier, and the Arabs on the Blue Nile had so increased in number and wealth in the 10th century that they were able to ask permission to build a mosque in Soba, the capital of the Christian kingdom. In the 13th, and especially from the beginning of the 14th century, there began a general process of interpenetration through the migration into Nubia of Arabs, especially of the Juhayna tribe, who intermarried with the women of the land and gradually succeeded in breaking up the power of the Nubian princes. In the latter half of the 14th century, Ibn Battuta tells us that the Nubians were still Christians, though the king of their chief city, Dongola, had embraced Islam in the reign of Nasir, probably Nasir b Quillan, one of the Mamluk sultans of Egypt, who died AD 1340. The repeated expeditions of the Muslims so late as the 15th century had not succeeded in pushing their conquests south of the First Cataract, near which was their last fortified place, while Christianity seems to have extended as far up the Nile as Sennar. The Christian Nubian kingdom appears to have come to an end partly through internal dissensions, and partly through the attacks of Arab and Negro tribes on its borders, and finally by the establishment of the powerful Funj Empire in the 15th century. But it is probable that the progress of Islam in the country was all this time being promoted by the Mohammedan merchants and others that frequented it. Makrizi, writing in the early part of the 15th century, quotes one of those missionary anecdotes which occur so rarely in the works of Arabic authors. It is told by Ibn Salim al-Aswani, and is of interest as giving us a living picture of the Muslim propagandist at work. Though the convert referred to is neither a Christian nor a Nubian, still the story shows that there was such a thing as conversion to Islam in Nubia in the 15th century. Ibn Salim says that he once met a man at the court of the Nubian chief of Muqura, who told him that he came from a city that lay 3 months' journey from the Nile. When asked about his religion, he replied, "My creator and thy creator is God. The creator of the universe and of all men is one, and his dwelling place is in heaven. When there was a dearth of rain, or when pestilence attacked them or their cattle, his fellow countrymen would climb up a high mountain and their pray to God, who accepted their prayers and supplied their needs before even they came down again. When he acknowledged that God had never sent them a prophet, Ibn Salim recounted to him the story of the prophets Moses and Jesus and Mu letter 1225, a M, a D, and how by the help of God they had been enabled to perform many miracles. And he answered, "The truth must indeed have been with them when they did these things, and if they performed these deeds, I believe in them." Very slowly and gradually, the Nubians seem to have drifted from Christianity into Mohammedanism. The spiritual life of their church had sunk to the lowest ebb, and as no movement of reform sprang up in their midst, and as they had lost touch with the Christian churches beyond their borders, it was only natural that they should seek for an expression of their spiritual aspirations in the religion of Islam, whose followers had so long borne witness to its living power among them, and had already won over some of their countrymen to the acceptance of it. A Portuguese priest, who traveled in Abyssinia from 1521–1527, has preserved for us a picture of the Nubians in this state of transition. He says that they were neither Christians, Jews, nor Muhammadans, but had come to be without faith and without laws. But still, they lived with the desire of being Christians. Through the fault of their clergy, they had sunk into the grossest ignorance, and now there were no bishops or priests left among them. Accordingly, they sent an embassy of 6 men to the king of Abyssinia, praying him to send priests and monks to instruct them, but this the king refused to do without the permission of the Patriarch of Alexandria. And as this could not be obtained, the unfortunate ambassadors returned unsuccessful to their own country. The same writer was informed by a Christian who had traveled in Nubia that he had found 150 churches there, in each of which were still to be seen the figures of the crucified Christ, of the Virgin Mary, and other saints painted on the walls. In all the fortresses, also, that were scattered throughout the country, there were churches. Before the close of the following century, Christianity had entirely disappeared from Nubia for want of pastors, but the closed churches were to be found still standing throughout the whole country. The Nubians had yielded to the powerful Mohammedan influences that surrounded them, to which the proselytizing efforts of the Muslims who had traveled in Nubia for centuries past no doubt contributed a great deal. On the north were Egypt and the Arab tribes that had made their way up the Nile and extended their authority along the banks of that river. On the south, the Mohammedan state of the Belus, separating them from Abyssinia. These Belus, in the early part of the 16th century, were, in spite of their Muslim faith, tributaries of the Christian king of Abyssinia. And if they may be identified with the Balayan who, together with their neighbors, the Baja, the inhabitants of the so-called island of Meroe, are spoken of by Idrisi in the 12th century as being Jacobite Christians, it is probable that they had only a few years before been converted to Islam at the same time as the Baja, who had been incorporated into the Mohammedan Empire of the Funj. When these latter extended their conquests in 1499–1530 from the south up to the borders of Nubia and Abyssinia, and founded the powerful state of Sennar. When the army of a letter 1225 A.D. Gran invaded Abyssinia and made its way right through the country from south to north, it effected a junction about 1534 with the army of the Sultan of Mayskia or Mazaga, a province under Mohammedan rule but tributary to Abyssinia, lying between that country and Sennar. In the army of this sultan, there were 15,000 Nubian soldiers who, from the account given of them, appear to have been Musulmans. Fragmentary and insufficient as these data of the conversion of the Nubians are, we may certainly conclude from all we know of the independent character of this people, and the tenacity with which they clung to the Christian faith, so long as it was a living force among them, that their change of religion was a gradual one, extending through several centuries. Let us now pass to the history of Islam among the Abyssinians, who had received Christianity 2 centuries before the Nubians, and like them belonged to the Jacobite Church. The tide of Arab emigration does not seem to have set across the Red Sea, the western shores of which formed part of the Abyssinian kingdom, until many centuries after Arabia had accepted the faith of the Prophet. Up to the 10th century, only a few Mohammedan families were to be found residing in the coast towns of Abyssinia. But at the end of the 12th century, the foundation of an Arab dynasty alienated some of the coastlands from the Abyssinian kingdom. In 1300, a missionary named Abu Abd Allah Mu letter 1225 a MM Adi made his way into Abyssinia, calling on the people to embrace Islam. And in the following year, having collected around him 200,000 men, he attacked the ruler of Amhara in several engagements. King Saifa Arad, 1340 to 1370, took energetic measures against the Mohammedans in his kingdom, putting to death or driving into exile all those who refused to embrace Christianity. At the close of the same century, the disturbed state of the country, owing to the civil wars that distracted it, made it possible for the various Arab settlements along the coast to make themselves masters of the entire seaboard and drive the Abyssinians into the interior. And the king, be a adjective ed a Mariam, 1468-1478, is said to have spent the greater part of his reign in fighting against the Mohammedans on the eastern border of his kingdom. In the early part of the 16th century, while the powerful Mohammedan kingdom of Adal, between Abyssinia and the southern extremity of the Red Sea, and some others were bitterly hostile to the Christian power, there were others again that formed peaceful tributaries of Prester John. E.g. in Maswa there were Arabs who kept the flocks of the Abyssinian Sanias, wandering about in bands of 30 or 40 with their wives and children, each band having its Christian captain. Some Musulmans are also mentioned as being in the service of the king and being entrusted by him with important posts. While some of these remained faithful to Islam, others embraced the prevailing religion of the country. What was implied in the fact of these Muhammadan communities being tributaries of the king of Abyssinia, it is difficult to determine. The Musulmans of letter 1E25 a dy had along with other tribute to give up every year to the king a maiden who had to become a Christian. This custom was in accordance with an ancient treaty, which the king of Abyssinia has always made them observe, because he was the stronger. Besides this, they were forbidden to carry arms or put on war apparel, and if they rode, their horses were not to be saddled. These orders, they said, we have always obeyed, so that the king may not put us to death and destroy our mosques. When the king sends his people to fetch the maiden and the tribute, we put her on a bed, wash her and cover her with a cloth, and recite the prayers for the dead over her and give her up to the people of the king. And thus did our fathers and our grandfathers before us. These Mohammedan tributaries were chiefly to be found in the low-lying countries that formed the northern boundary of Abyssinia, from the Red Sea westward to Sennar, and on the south and the southeast of the kingdom. What influence these Mohammedans had on the Christian populations with which they were intermingled, and whether they made converts to Islam as in the present century, is matter only of conjecture. Certain it is, however, that when the independent Muhammadan ruler of Adal, a letter 1E25 Adi Gran, himself said to have been the son of a Christian priest of Ajo, who had left his own country and adopted Islam in that of the Adals, invaded Abyssinia from 1528 to 1543. Many Abyssinian chiefs with their followers joined his victorious army and became Musulmans, and though the Christian populations of some districts preferred to pay jizya, others embraced the religion of the conqueror. But the contemporary Muslim historian himself tells us that in some cases this conversion was the result of fear, and that suspicions were entertained of the genuineness of the allegiance of the new converts. But such apparently was not universally the case, and the widespread character of the conversions in several districts give the impression of a popular movement. The Christian chiefs who went over to Islam made use of their personal influence in inducing their troops to follow their example. They were, as we are told, in some cases very ignorant of their own religion, and thus the change of faith was a less difficult matter. Particularly instrumental in conversions of this kind were those Mohammedan chiefs who had previously entered the service of the king of Abyssinia, and those renegades who took the opportunity of the invasion of the country by a conquering Musulman army to throw off their allegiance at once to Christianity and the Christian king, and declare themselves Muhammadans once more. One of these in 1530, one wrote the following letter to a letter 1E25 Adi Gran. I was formerly a Muslim and the son of a Muslim, was taken prisoner by the polytheists and made a Christian by force. But in my heart, I have always clung to the true faith, and now I seek the protection of God and of his prophet and of thee. If thou wilt accept my repentance and punish me not for what I have done, I will return in penitence to God, and I will devise means whereby the troops of the king, that are with me, may join thee and become Muslims. And in fact, the greater part of his army elected to follow their general. Including the women and children, their numbers are said to have amounted to 20,000 souls. But with the help of the Portuguese, the Abyssinians succeeded in shaking off the yoke of their Mohammedan conquerors, and a letter 1E25M Adi Gran himself was slain in 1543. Islam had, however, gained a footing in the country, which the troublous condition of affairs during the remainder of the 16th and the following century enabled it to retain, the rival Christian churches being too busily engaged in contending with one another to devote much attention to their common enemy. For the successful proselytizing of the Jesuits and other Roman Catholic missionaries, and the active interference of the Portuguese in all civil and political matters, excited violent opposition in the mass of the Abyssinian Christians. Indeed, so bitter was this feeling that some of the chiefs openly declared that they would rather submit to a Muhammadan ruler than continue their alliance with the Portuguese. And the semi-religious, semi-patriotic movement set on foot thereby rapidly assumed such vast proportions as to lead, about 1632, to the expulsion of the Portuguese and the exclusion of all foreign Christians from the country. The condition of Abyssinia then speedily became one of terrible confusion and anarchy, of which some tribes of the Galla race took advantage to thrust their way right into the very center of the country, where their settlements remain to the present day. The progress achieved by Islam during this period may be estimated from the testimony of a traveler of the 17th century, who tells us that in his time the adherents of this faith were scattered throughout the whole of Abyssinia and formed a third of the entire population. During the following century, the faith of the Prophet seems steadily to have increased by means of the conversion of isolated individuals here and there. The absence of any strong central government in the country favored the rise of petty independent chieftains, many of whom had strong Mohammedan sympathies, though, in accordance with a fundamental law of the state, all the Abyssinian princes had to belong to the Christian faith. The Mohammedans, too, aspiring to the dignity of the Abyssinian aristocracy, abjured the faith in which they had been born and pretended conversion to Christianity in order to get themselves enrolled in the order of the nobles, and as governors of Christian provinces made use of all their influence towards the spread of Islam. One of the chief reasons of the success of this faith seems to have been the moral superiority of the Muslims as compared with that of the Christian population of Abyssinia. Ruppel says that he frequently noticed in the course of his travels in Abyssinia that when a post had to be filled which required that a thoroughly honest and trustworthy person should be selected, the choice always fell upon a Mohammedan. In comparison with the Christians, he says that they were more active and energetic, that every Mohammedan had his sons taught to read and write, whereas Christian children were only educated when they were intended for the priesthood. This moral superiority of the Mohammedans of Abyssinia over the Christian population goes far to explain the continuous, though slow, progress made by Islam during the 18th and 19th centuries. The degradation and apathy of the Abyssinian clergy and the interminable feuds of the Abyssinian chiefs have left Muhammadan influences free to work undisturbed. Mr. Plowden, who was English consul in Abyssinia from 1844 to 1860, speaking of the letter 1E25 a B, 3 Tigray tribes dwelling between 16 degrees and 17 degrees 30 lat. The northwest of Massawa says that they have become Mohammedan within the last 100 years, and all, save the latest generation, bear Christian names. They have changed their faith through the constant influence of the Mohammedans with whom they trade, and through the gradual and now entire abandonment of the country by the Abyssinian chiefs, too much occupied in ceaseless wars with their neighbors. They have a tradition that one of their chiefs named George rejected Christianity for Islam in the belief that the latter faith brought good luck and long life. He then said to his priest, "Break in pieces the tablet." The priest answered, "I dare not break in pieces the tablet of Mary." So Jaj seized the tablet with his own hands and cut it in pieces with an axe. The Christian priests then adopted Islam, and all their descendants are sheikhs of the tribe to the present day. Other sections of the population of the northern districts of the country were similarly converted to Islam during the same period, because the priests had abandoned these districts, and the churches had been suffered to fall into ruins, apparently entirely through neglect, as the Mohammedans here are said to have been by no means fanatical nor to have borne any particular enmity to Christianity. Similar testimony to the progress of Islam in the early part of the 19th century is given by other travelers, who found numbers of Christians to be continually passing over to that faith. The Muhammadans were especially favored by Ras Ali, one of the vice-regents of Abyssinia and practically master of the country before the accession of King Theodore in 1853. Though himself a Christian, he distributed posts and even the spoils of the churches among the followers of Islam, and during his reign, 1/2 of the population of the central provinces of Abyssinia embraced the faith of the Prophet. Such deep roots had this faith now struck in Abyssinia that its followers had in their hands all the commerce as well as all the petty trade of the country, enjoyed vast possessions, were masters of large towns and central markets, and had a firm hold upon the mass of the people. Indeed, a Christian missionary who lived for 35 years in this country rated the success and the zeal of the Muslim propagandists so high as to say that were another a letter 1E25M, a D-gran, to arise and unfurl the banner of the Prophet, the whole of Abyssinia would become Mohammedan. Embroilments with the Egyptian government, with which Abyssinia was at war from 1875 to 1882, brought about a revulsion of feeling against Mohammedanism. Hatred of the foreign Muslim foe reacted upon their coreligionists within the border. In 1878, King John summoned a convocation of the Abyssinian clergy, who proclaimed him supreme arbiter in matters of faith and ordained that there should be but one religion throughout the whole kingdom. Christians of all sects other than the Jacobite were given 2 years in which to become reconciled to the national church. The Mohammedans were to submit within 3, and the heathen within 5 years. A few days later, the king promulgated an edict that showed how little worth was the 3 years' grace allowed to the Mohammedans. For not only did he order them to build Christian churches wherever they were needed and to pay tithes to the priests resident in their respective districts, but also gave 3 months' notice to all Mohammedan officials to either receive baptism or resign their posts. Such compulsory conversion, consisting as it did merely of the rite of baptism and the payment of tithes, was naturally of the most ineffectual character. And while outwardly conforming, the Muslims in secret protested their loyalty to their old faith. Masaja saw some such go straight from the church in which they had been baptized to the mosque, in order to have this enforced baptism wiped off by some holy man of their own faith. These mass conversions were rendered the more ineffectual by being confined to the men. For as the royal edict had made no mention of the women, they were in no way molested. A circumstance that probably proved to be of considerable significance in the future history of Islam in Abyssinia, as Masaja bears striking testimony to the important part the Mohammedan women have played in the diffusion of their faith in this country. By 1880, King John is said to have compelled about 50,000 Mohammedans to be baptized, as well as 20,000 members of one of the pagan tribes and 500,000 of Galas. But as their conversion went no further than baptism and the payment of tithes, it is not surprising to learn that the only result of these violent measures was to increase the hatred and hostility of both the Muslim and the heathen Abyssinians towards the Christian faith. The king of the petty state of Kaffa, which had almost always acknowledged the supremacy of Abyssinia, Sawodahano, took advantage of the embarrassment of King John, who was threatened at once by the Italians and the followers of the Mahdi to assert his independence, and became a Musalman in order to do so more effectively. He successfully resisted all attacks until 1897, when his state was reconquered and he himself taken prisoner by the Emperor Menelik, the former king of Showa, who had established his authority over the whole of Abyssinia after the death of King John in 1889. Christianity was re-established as the state religion throughout Kaffa, and Christian worship renewed in the churches, which had been left uninjured, being either shut up or turned into mosques. But these violent measures taken in the interests of the Christian faith have failed to arrest the growing power of Islam during the 19th century. Whole tribes that were once Christian and still bear Christian names, such as Tackles, Plant of Jesus, Hebts, Gift of Jesus, and Temariam, Gift of Mary, have become Muslim. The two Mansa tribes, which were entirely Christian about the middle of the 19th century, had become Muslim, for the most part, at the beginning of the 20th century. The propagandist efforts of the Muslims who converted them appear to have been facilitated through the ignorance of the Christian clergy. A similar Muhammadanizing process has been going on for some time among other tribes also. We must return now to the history of Africa in the 7th century, when the Arabs were pushing their conquests from east to west along the north coast. The comparatively easy conquest of Egypt, where so many of the inhabitants assisted the Arabs in bringing the Byzantine rule to an end, found no parallel in the bloody campaigns and the long-continued resistance that here barred their further progress. And half a century elapsed before the Arabs succeeded in making themselves complete masters of the north coast from Egypt to the Atlantic Ocean. It was not till 698 that the fall of Carthage brought the Roman rule in Africa to an end forever, and the subjugation of the Berbers made the Arabs supreme in the country. The details of these campaigns it is no part of our purpose to consider, but rather to attempt to discover in what way Islam was spread among the Christian population. Unfortunately, the materials available for such a purpose are lamentably sparse and insufficient. What became of that great African church that had given such saints and theologians to Christendom? The Church of Tertullian, Saint Cyprian and Saint Augustine, which had emerged victorious out of so many persecutions, and had so stoutly championed the cause of Christian orthodoxy, seems to have faded away like a mist. In the absence of definite information, it has been usual to ascribe the disappearance of the Christian population to fanatical persecutions and forced conversions on the part of the Muslim conquerors. But there are many considerations that militate against such a rough and ready settlement of this question. First of all, there is the absence of definite evidence in support of such an assertion. Massacres, devastation, and all the other accompaniments of a bloody and long-protracted war, there were in horrible abundance. But of actual religious persecution we have little mention, and the survival of the native Christian church for more than 8 centuries after the Arab conquest is a testimony to the toleration that alone could have rendered such a survival possible. The causes that brought about the decay of Christianity in North Africa must be sought for elsewhere than in the bigotry of Mohammedan rulers. But before attempting to enumerate these, it will be well to realize how very small must have been the number of the Christian population at the end of the 7th century, a circumstance that renders its continued existence under Mohammedan rule still more significant of the absence of forced conversion, and leaves such a hypothesis much less plausibility than would have been the case had the Arabs found a large and flourishing Christian church there when they commenced their conquest of northern Africa. The Roman provinces of Africa, to which the Christian population was confined, never extended far southwards. The Sahara forms a barrier in this direction, so that the breadth of the coast seldom exceeds 80 or 100 miles. Though there were as many as 500 bishoprics just before the Vandal conquest, this number can serve as no criterion of the number of the faithful, owing to the practice observed in the African Church of appointing bishops to the most inconsiderable towns and very frequently to the most obscure villages, and it is doubtful whether Christianity ever spread far inland among the Berber tribes. When the power of the Roman Empire declined in the 5th century, different tribes of this great race, known to the Romans under the names of Moors, Numidians, Libyans, etc., swarmed up from the south to ravage and destroy the wealthy cities of the coast. These invaders were certainly heathen. The Libyans, whose devastations are so pathetically bewailed by Synesius of Cyrene, pillaged and burnt the churches and carried off the sacred vessels for their own idolatrous rites, and this province of Cyrenaica never recovered from their devastations, and Christianity was probably almost extinct here at the time of the Muslim invasion. The Moorish chieftain in the district of Tripolis, who was at war with the Vandal king Thorismund, 496–524, but respected the churches and clergy of the Orthodox, who had been ill-treated by the Vandals, declared his heathenism when he said, "I do not know who the God of the Christians is, but if he is so powerful as he is represented, he will take vengeance on those who insult him and succor those who do him honor." There is some probability that the nomads of Mauritania also were very largely heathen. But whatever may have been the extent of the Christian church, it received a blow from the Vandal persecutions from which it never recovered. For nearly a century, the Arian Vandals persecuted the Orthodox with relentless fury, sent their bishops into exile, forbade the public exercise of their religion, and cruelly tortured those who refused to conform to the religion of their conquerors. When in 534, Belisarius crushed the power of the Vandals and restored North Africa to the Roman Empire, only 217 bishops met in the Synod of Carthage to resume the direction of the Christian Church. After the fierce and long-continued persecution to which they had been subjected, the number of the faithful must have been very much reduced. And during the century that elapsed before the coming of the Muhammadans, the inroads of the barbarian Moors, who shut the Romans up in the cities and other centers of population, and kept the mountains, the desert and the open country for themselves, the prevalent disorder and ill government, and above all the desolating plagues that signalized the latter half of the 6th century, all combined to carry on the work of destruction. 5 million of Africans are said to have been consumed by the wars and government of the Emperor Justinian. The wealthier citizens abandoned a country whose commerce and agriculture, once so flourishing, had been irretrievably ruined. Such was the desolation of Africa, that in many parts a stranger might wander whole days without meeting the face either of a friend or an enemy. The nation of the Vandals had disappeared. They once amounted to 160,000 warriors, without including the children, the women, or the slaves. Their numbers were infinitely surpassed by the number of Moorish families extirpated in a relentless war. The same destruction was retaliated on the Romans and their allies, who perished by the climate, their mutual quarrels, and the rage of the barbarians. In 646, the year before the victorious Arabs advanced from Egypt to the subjugation of the western province, the African church that had championed so often the purity of Christian doctrine was stirred to its depths by the struggle against monothelitism. But when the bishops of the 4 ecclesiastical provinces in the Archbishopric of Carthage, viz. Mauritania, Numidia, Byzacna, and Africa Proconsularis, held councils to condemn monothelitism and wrote synodal letters to the emperor and the pope, there were only 68 bishops who assembled at Carthage to represent the last-mentioned province and 42 for Byzacna. The numbers from the other 2 dioceses are not given, but the Christian population had undoubtedly suffered much more in these than in the 2 other dioceses, which were nearer to the seat of government. It is exceedingly unlikely that any of the bishops were absent on an occasion that excited so much feeling, when zeal for Christian doctrine and political animosity to the Byzantine court both combined in stimulating this movement, and when Africa took the most prominent part in stirring up the opposition that led to the convening of the Great Lateran Council of 648. This diminution in the number of the African bishops certainly points to a vast decrease in the Christian population, and in consideration of the numerous causes contributing to a decay of the population, too great stress even must not be laid upon the number of these, because an episcopal see may continue to be filled long after the diocese has sunk into insignificance. From the considerations enumerated above, it may certainly be inferred that the Christian population at the time of the Mohammedan invasion was by no means a large one. During the 50 years that elapsed before the Arabs assured their victory, the Christian population was still further reduced by the devastations of this long conflict. The city of Tripolis, after sustaining a siege of 6 months, was sacked, and of the inhabitants part were put to the sword, and the rest carried off captive into Egypt and Arabia. Another city, bordering on the Numidian desert, was defended by a Roman count with a large garrison which bravely endured a blockade of a whole year. When at last it was taken by storm, all the males were put to the sword, and the women and children carried off captive. The number of such captives is said to have amounted to several hundreds of thousands. Many of the Christians took refuge in flight, some into Italy and Spain, and it would almost seem that others even wandered as far as Germany, judging from a letter addressed to the Diocese of St. Boniface by Pope Gregory Roman II. In fact, many of the great Roman cities were quite depopulated and remained uninhabited for a long time or were even left to fall to ruins entirely, while in several cases, the conquerors chose entirely new sites for their chief towns. As to the scattered remnants of the once flourishing Christian church that still remained in Africa at the end of the 7th century, it can hardly be supposed that persecution is responsible for their final disappearance, in the face of the fact that traces of a native Christian community were to be found even so late as the 16th century. Idris, the founder of the dynasty in Morocco that bore his name, is indeed said to have compelled by force Christians and Jews to embrace Islam in the year AD 789, when he had just begun to carve out a kingdom for himself with the sword. But as far as I have been able to discover, this incident is without parallel in the history of the native church of North Africa. The very slowness of its decay is a testimony to the toleration it must have received. About 300 years after the Mohammedan conquest, there were still nearly 40 bishoprics left. And when in 1053 Pope Leo Roman IX laments that only 5 bishops could be found to represent the once flourishing African church, the cause is most probably to be sought for in the terrible bloodshed and destruction wrought by the Arab hordes that had poured into the country a few years before and filled it with incessant conflict and anarchy. In 1076, the African Church could not provide the 3 bishops necessary for the consecration of an aspirant to the dignity of the episcopate, in accordance with the demands of canon law, and it was necessary for Pope Gregory Roman VII to consecrate 2 bishops to act as coadjutors of the Archbishop of Carthage. But the numbers of the faithful were still so large as to demand the creation of fresh bishops to lighten the burden of the work, which was too heavy for these 3 bishops to perform unaided. In the course of the next 2 centuries, the Christian church declined still further, and in 1246, the Bishop of Morocco was the sole spiritual leader of the remnant of the native church. Up to the same period, traces of the survival of Christianity were still to be found among the Kabyles of Algeria. These tribes had received some slight instruction in the tenets of Islam at an early period, but the new faith had taken very little hold upon them, and as years went by they lost even what little knowledge they had at first possessed, so much so that they even forgot the Muslim formula of prayer. Shut up in their mountain fastnesses and jealous of their independence, they successfully resisted the introduction of the Arab element into their midst, and thus the difficulties in the way of their conversion were very considerable. Some unsuccessful attempts to start a mission among them had been made by the inmates of a monastery belonging to the Qadiriyya order, Sakia al-letter 1E25MR adjective. But the honor of winning an entrance among them for the Muslim faith was reserved for a number of Andalusian Moors who were driven out of Spain after the taking of Granada in 1492. They had taken refuge in this monastery and were recognized by the sheikh to be eminently fitted for the arduous task that had previously so completely baffled the efforts of his disciples. Before dismissing them on this pious errand, he thus addressed them. It is a duty incumbent upon us to bear the torch of Islam into these regions that have lost their inheritance in the blessings of religion, for these unhappy Kabyles are wholly unprovided with schools and have no sheikh to teach their children the laws of morality and the virtues of Islam. So they live like the brute beasts, without God or religion. To do away with this unhappy state of things, I have determined to appeal to your religious zeal and enlightenment. Let not these mountaineers wallow any longer in their pitiable ignorance of the grand truths of our religion. Go and breathe upon the dying fire of their faith and re-illumine its smoldering embers. Purge them of whatever errors may still cling to them from their former belief in Christianity. Make them understand that in the religion of our Lord M.U. letter 1E25 a M.M. a D, may God have compassion upon him, dirt is not, as in the Christian religion, looked upon as acceptable in the eyes of God. I will not disguise from you the fact that your task is beset with difficulties, but your irresistible zeal and the ardor of your faith will enable you, by the grace of God, to overcome all obstacles. Go, my children, and bring back again to God and his prophet these unhappy people who are wallowing in the mire of ignorance and unbelief. Go, my children, bearing the message of salvation and may God be with you and uphold you." The missionaries started off in parties of 5 or 6 at a time in various directions. They went in rags, staff in hand, and choosing out the wildest and least frequented parts of the mountains, established hermitages in caves and clefts of the rocks. Their austerities and prolonged devotions soon excited the curiosity of the Kabbals, who after a short time began to enter into friendly relations with them. Little by little, the missionaries gained the influence they desired through their knowledge of medicine, of the mechanical arts, and other advantages of civilization, and each hermitage became a center of Muslim teaching. Students, attracted by the learning of the newcomers, gathered round them, and in time became missionaries of Islam to their fellow countrymen, until their faith spread throughout all the country of the Kabbals and the villages of the Algerian Sahara. The above incident is no doubt illustrative of the manner in which Islam was introduced among such other sections of the independent tribes of the interior as had received any Christian teaching, but whose knowledge of this faith had dwindled down to the observance of a few superstitious rites. For, cut off as they were from the rest of the Christian world and unprovided with spiritual teachers, they could have had little in the way of positive religious belief to oppose to the teachings of the Muslim missionaries. There is little more to add to these sparse records of the decay of the North African Church. A Mohammedan traveler, who visited Al-Jarid, the southern district of Tunis, in the early part of the 14th century, tells us that the Christian churches, although in ruins, were still standing in his day, not having been destroyed by the Arab conquerors, who had contented themselves with building a mosque in front of each of these churches. Ibn Khaldun, writing towards the close of the 14th century, speaks of some villages in the province of Castalia, with a Christian population whose ancestors had lived there since the time of the Arab conquest. At the end of the following century, there was still to be found in the city of Tunis a small community of native Christians, living together in one of the suburbs, quite distinct from that in which the foreign Christian merchants resided. Far from being oppressed or persecuted, they were employed as the bodyguard of the Sultan. These were doubtless the same persons as were congratulated on their perseverance in the Christian faith by Charles V after the capture of Tunis in 1535. This is the last we hear of the native Christian church in North Africa. The very fact of its so long survival would militate against any supposition of forced conversion, even if we had not abundant evidence of the tolerant spirit of the Arab rulers of the various North African kingdoms, who employed Christian soldiers, granted by frequent treaties the free exercise of their religion to Christian merchants and settlers, and to whom popes recommended the care of the native Christian population, while exhorting the latter to serve their Mohammedan rulers faithfully. Chapter 5. The spread of Islam among the Christians of Spain. In 711, the victorious Arabs introduced Islam into Spain. In 1502, an edict of Ferdinand and Isabella forbade the exercise of the Muhammadan religion throughout the kingdom. During the centuries that elapsed between these two dates, Muslim Spain had written one of the brightest pages in the history of medieval Europe. Her influence had passed through Provence into the other countries of Europe, bringing into birth a new poetry and a new culture, and it was from her that Christian scholars received what of Greek philosophy and science they had to stimulate their mental activity up to the time of the Renaissance. But these triumphs of the civilized life, art and poetry, science and philosophy, we must pass over here and fix our attention on the religious condition of Spain under the Muslim rule. When the Mohammedans first brought their religion into Spain, they found Catholic Christianity firmly established after its conquest over Arianism. The Sixth Council of Toledo had enacted that all kings were to swear that they would not suffer the exercise of any other religion but the Catholic, and would vigorously enforce the law against all dissentients, while a subsequent law forbade anyone under pain of confiscation of his property and perpetual imprisonment to call in question the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, the evangelical institutions, the definitions of the Fathers, the decrees of the Church, and the holy sacraments. The clergy had gained for their order a preponderating influence in the affairs of the state. The bishops and chief ecclesiastics sat in the national councils, which met to settle the most important business of the realm, ratified the election of the king, and claimed the right to depose him if he refused to abide by their decrees. The Christian clergy took advantage of their power to persecute the Jews, who formed a very large community in Spain. Edicts of a brutally severe character were passed against such as refused to be baptized, and they consequently hailed the invading Arabs as their deliverers from such cruel oppression. They garrisoned the captured cities on behalf of the conqueror and opened the gates of towns that were being besieged. The Mohammedans received as warm a welcome from the slaves, whose condition under the Gothic rule was a very miserable one, and whose knowledge of Christianity was too superficial to have any weight when compared with the liberty and numerous advantages they gained by throwing in their lot with the Muslims. These downtrodden slaves were the first converts to Islam in Spain, the remnants of the heathen population of which we find mention as late as AD 693 probably followed their example. Many of the Christian nobles also, whether from genuine conviction or from other motives, embraced the new creed. Many converts were won, too, from the lower and middle classes, who may well have embraced Islam, not merely outwardly, but from genuine conviction, turning to it from a religion whose ministers had left them ill-instructed and uncared for, and busied with worldly ambitions had plundered and oppressed their flocks. Having once become Muslims, these Spanish converts showed themselves zealous adherents of their adopted faith, and they and their children joined themselves to the Puritan party of the rigid Muhammadan theologians as against the careless and luxurious life of the Arab aristocracy. At the time of the Mohammedan conquest, the old Gothic virtues are said by Christian historians to have declined and given place to effeminacy and corruption, so that the Mohammedan rule appeared to them to be a punishment sent from God on those who had gone astray into the paths of vice. But such a statement is too frequent a commonplace of the ecclesiastical historian to be accepted in the absence of contemporary evidence. But certainly as time went on, matters do not seem to have mended themselves. And when Christian bishops took part in the revels of the Muhammadan court, when episcopal sees were put up to auction and persons suspected to be atheists appointed as shepherds of the faithful, and these in their turn bestowed the office of the priesthood on low and unworthy persons, we may well suppose that it was not only in the province of Elvira that Christians turned from a religion, the corrupt lives of whose ministers had brought it into discredit, and sought a more congenial atmosphere for the moral and spiritual life in the pale of Islam. Had ecclesiastical writers cared to chronicle them, Spain would doubtless be found to offer instances of many a man leaving the Christian church like Bodo, a deacon at the French court in the reign of Louis the Pious, who in AD 838 became a Jew, in order that, as he said, forsaking his sinful life, he might abide steadfast in the law of the Lord. It is very possible, too, that the lingering remains of the old Gothic Arianism, of which, indeed, there had been some slight revival in the Spanish church just before the Arab conquest, may have predisposed men's minds to accept the new faith whose Christology was in such close agreement with Arian doctrine, and a later age may have witnessed parallels to that change of faith, which is the earliest recorded instance of conversion to Islam in Western Europe and occurred before the Arab invasion of Spain. Namely, the conversion of a Greek named Theodisclus, who succeeded Saint Isidore, ab AD 636, as Archbishop of Seville. He was accused of heresy for maintaining that Jesus was not one God in unity with the Father and the Holy Spirit, but was rather Son of God by adoption. He was accordingly condemned by an ecclesiastical synod, deprived of his archbishopric, and degraded from the priesthood. Whereupon he went over to the Arabs and embraced Islam among them. Of forced conversion or anything like persecution in the early days of the Arab conquest, we hear nothing. Indeed, it was probably in a great measure their tolerant attitude towards the Christian religion that facilitated their rapid acquisition of the country. The only complaint that the Christians could bring against their new rulers for treating them differently to their non-Christian subjects was that they had to pay the usual capitation tax of 48 dirhams for the rich, 24 for the middle classes, and 12 for those who made their living by manual labor. This, as being in lieu of military service, was levied only on the able-bodied males. For women, children, monks, the halt and the blind and the sick, mendicants and slaves were exempted therefrom. It must moreover have appeared the less oppressive, as being collected by the Christian officials themselves. Except in the case of offenses against the Muslim religious law, the Christians were tried by their own judges and in accordance with their own laws. They were left undisturbed in the exercise of their religion. The sacrifice of the Mass was offered, with the swinging of censers, the ringing of the bell, and all the other solemnities of the Catholic ritual. The psalms were chanted in the choir, sermons preached to the people, and the festivals of the Church observed in the usual manner. They do not appear to have been condemned, like their co-religionists in Syria and Egypt, to wear a distinctive dress as sign of their humiliation. And in the 9th century at least, the Christian laity wore the same kind of costume as the Arabs. They were at one time even allowed to build new churches. We read also of the founding of several fresh monasteries, in addition to the numerous convents, both for monks and nuns, that flourished undisturbed by the Mohammedan rulers. The monks could appear publicly in the woolen robes of their order, and the priest had no need to conceal the mark of his sacred office. Nor at the same time did their religious profession prevent the Christians from being entrusted with high offices at court or serving in the Muslim armies. Certainly those Christians who could reconcile themselves to the loss of political power had little to complain of, and it is very noticeable that during the whole of the 8th century we hear of only one attempt at revolt on their part, namely at Beja, and in this they appear to have followed the lead of an Arab chief. Those who migrated into French territory in order that they might live under a Christian rule certainly fared no better than the co-religionists they had left behind. In 812, Charlemagne interfered to protect the exiles who had followed him on his retreat from Spain from the exactions of the imperial officers. 3 years later, Louis, the Pious, had to issue another edict on their behalf, in spite of which they had soon again to complain against the nobles who robbed them of the lands that had been assigned to them. But the evil was only checked for a little time to break out afresh, and all the edicts passed on their behalf did not avail to make the lot of these unfortunate exiles more tolerable. And in the Cagots, i.e. Cain's Gothae, a despised and ill-treated class of later times, we probably meet again the Spanish colony that fled away from Muslim rule to throw themselves upon the mercy of their Christian co-religionists. The toleration of the Mohammedan government towards its Christian subjects in Spain and the freedom of intercourse between the adherents of the two religions brought about a certain amount of assimilation in the two communities. Intermarriages became frequent. Isidore of Beja, who fiercely inveighs against the Muslim conquerors, records the marriage of Abd al-Aziz, the son of Mus letter 1ea1 Macron, with the widow of King Roderick without a word of blame. Many of the Christians adopted Arab names, and in outward observances imitated to some extent their Muhammadan neighbors, e.g. many were circumcised, and in matters of food and drink followed the practice of the unbaptized pagans. The very term Musarabs, i.e. Mustaraban or Arabicized, applied to the Spanish Christians living under Arab rule, is significant of the tendencies that were at work. The study of Arabic very rapidly began to displace that of Latin throughout the country, so that the language of Christian theology came gradually to be neglected and forgotten. Even some of the higher clergy rendered themselves ridiculous by their ignorance of correct Latinity. It could hardly be expected that the laity would exhibit more zeal in such a matter than the clergy, and in 854 a Spanish writer brings the following complaint against his Christian fellow countrymen. While we are investigating there, i.e. the Muslim, sacred ordinances and meeting together to study the sects of their philosophers, or rather philobraggers, not for the purpose of refuting their errors, but for the exquisite charm and for the eloquence and beauty of their language. Neglecting the reading of the scriptures, we are but setting up as an idol the number of the beast. Apoc, Roman 13, 18. Where nowadays can we find any learned layman who, absorbed in the study of the Holy Scriptures, cares to look at the works of any of the Latin fathers? Who is there with any zeal for the writings of the evangelists, or the prophets, or apostles? Our Christian young men, with their elegant airs and fluent speech, are showy in their dress and carriage, and are famed for the learning of the Gentiles. Intoxicated with Arab eloquence, they greedily handle, eagerly devour, and zealously discuss the books of the Chaldeans, i.e. Mohammedans, and make them known by praising them with every flourish of rhetoric, knowing nothing of the beauty of the Church's literature, and looking down with contempt on the streams of the Church that flow forth from paradise. Alas! The Christians are so ignorant of their own law, the Latins pay so little attention to their own language, that in the whole Christian flock there is hardly one man in 1,000 who can write a letter to inquire after a friend's health intelligibly. while you may find a countless rabble of all kinds of them who can learnedly roll out the grandiloquent periods of the Chaldean tongue. They can even make poems, every line ending with the same letter, which display high flights of beauty and more skill in handling meter than the Gentiles themselves possess. In fact, the knowledge of Latin so much declined in one part of Spain that it was found necessary to translate the ancient canons of the Spanish Church and the Bible into Arabic for the use of the Christians. While the brilliant literature of the Arabs exercised such a fascination and was so zealously studied, those who desired an education in Christian literature had little more than the materials that had been employed in the training of the barbaric Goths, and could with difficulty find teachers to induct them even into this low level of culture. As time went on, this want of Christian education increased more and more. In 1125, the Musarabs wrote to King Alfonso of Aragon, "We and our fathers have up to this time been brought up among the Gentiles, and having been baptized, freely observe the Christian ordinances. But we have never had it in our power to be fully instructed in our divine religion. For, subject as we are to the infidels who have long oppressed us, we have never ventured to ask for teachers from Rome or France. And they have never come to us of their own accord, on account of the barbarity of the heathen, whom we obey." From such close intercourse with the Muslims, and so diligent a study of their literature, when we find even so bigoted an opponent of Islam as Alvar acknowledging that the Qur adjective an was composed in such eloquent and beautiful language that even Christians could not help reading and admiring it, we should naturally expect to find signs of a religious influence. And such indeed is the case. Elipandus, Bishop of Toledo, Ab 810, an exponent of the heresy of adoptionism, according to which the man Christ Jesus was Son of God by adoption and not by nature, is expressly said to have arrived at these heretical views through his frequent and close intercourse with the Mohammedans. This new doctrine appears to have spread quickly over a great part of Spain, while it was successfully propagated in Septimania, which was under French protection, by Felix, Bishop of Urgell in Catalonia. Felix was brought before a council, presided over by Charlemagne and made to abjure his error. But on his return to Spain, he relapsed into his old heresy, doubtless, as was suggested by Pope Leo Roman III at the time, owing to his intercourse with the pagans, meaning thereby the Mohammedans, who held similar views. When prominent churchmen were so profoundly influenced by their contact with Mohammedans, we may judge that the influence of Islam upon the Christians of Spain was very considerable. Indeed, in AD 936, a council was held at Toledo to consider the best means of preventing this intercourse from contaminating the purity of the Christian faith. It may readily be understood how these influences of Islamic thought and practice, added to definite efforts at conversion, would lead to much more than a mere approximation and would very speedily swell the number of the converts to Islam so that their descendants, the so-called muwallads, a term denoting those not of Arab blood, soon formed a large and important party in the state, indeed the majority of the population of the country. And as early as the beginning of the 9th century, we read of attempts made by them to shake off the Arab rule, and on several occasions later they come forward actively as a national party of Spanish Muslims. We have little or no details of the history of the conversion of these new Muslims. Instances appear to have occurred right up to the last days of Muslim rule. For when the army of Ferdinand and Isabella captured Malaga in 1487, it is recorded that all the renegade Christians found in the city were tortured to death with sharp-pointed reeds. And in the capitulation that secured the submission of Perchina 2 years later, an express promise was made that renegades would not be forced to return to Christianity. Some few apostatized to escape the payment of some penalty inflicted by the law courts. But the majority of the converts were no doubt won over by the imposing influence of the faith of Islam itself, presented to them as it was with all the glamour of a brilliant civilization, having a poetry, a philosophy, and an art well calculated to attract the reason and dazzle the imagination. While in the lofty chivalry of the Arabs, there was free scope for the exhibition of manly prowess and the knightly virtues, a career closed to the conquered Spaniards that remained true to the Christian faith. Again, the learning and literature of the Christians must have appeared very poor and meager when compared with that of the Muslims. the study of which may well by itself have served as an incentive to the adoption of their religion. Besides, to the devout mind, Islam in Spain could offer the attractions of a pious and zealous Puritan party with the orthodox Muslim theologians at its head, which at times had a preponderating influence in the state and struggled earnestly towards a reformation of faith and morals. Taking into consideration the ardent religious feeling that animated the mass of the Spanish Muslims, and the provocation that the Christians gave to the Mohammedan government through their treacherous intrigues with their coreligionists over the border, the history of Spain under Muhammadan rule is singularly free from persecution. With the exception of 3 or 4 cases of genuine martyrdom, the only approach to anything like persecution during the whole period of the Arab rule is to be found in the severe measures adopted by the Mohammedan government to repress the madness for voluntary martyrdom that broke out in Cordova in the 9th century. At this time, a fanatical party came into existence among the Christians in this part of Spain, for apparently the Christian church in the rest of the country had no sympathy with the movement, which set itself openly and unprovokedly to insult the religion of the Muslims and blaspheme their prophet, with the deliberate intention of incurring the penalty of death by such misguided assertion of their Christian bigotry. This strange passion for self-immolation displayed itself mainly among priests, monks and nuns between the years 850 and 860. It would seem that brooding, in the silence of their cloisters, over the decline of Christian influence and the decay of religious zeal, they went forth to win the martyr's crown, of which the toleration of their infidel rulers was robbing them, by means of fierce attacks on Islam and its founder. Thus, for example, a certain monk by name Isaac came before the Cadi and pretended that he wished to be instructed in the faith of Islam. When the Cadi had expounded to him the doctrines of the Prophet, he burst out with the words, "He hath lied unto you, may the curse of God consume him, who, full of wickedness, hath led so many men into perdition, and doomed them with himself to the pit of hell. Filled with Satan and practicing satanic jugglery, he hath given you a cup of deadly wine to work disease in you, and will expiate his guilt with everlasting damnation. Why do you not, being endowed with understanding, deliver yourselves from such dangers? Why do you not, renouncing the ulcer of his pestilential doctrines, seek the eternal salvation of the gospel of the faith of Christ?" On another occasion, 2 Christians forced their way into a mosque and there reviled the Muhammadan religion, which, they declared, would very speedily bring upon its followers the destruction of hellfire. Though the number of such fanatics was not considerable, the Muhammadan government grew alarmed, fearing that such contempt for their authority and disregard of their laws against blasphemy argued a widespread disaffection and a possible general insurrection. For in fact, in 853 MU letter 1225 a.d., I had to send an army against the Christians at Toledo, who, incited by Eulogius, the chief apologist of the martyrs, had risen in revolt on the news of the sufferings of their coreligionists. He is said to have ordered a general massacre of the Christians, but when it was pointed out that no men of any intelligence or rank among the Christians had taken part in such doings, for Alvar himself complains that the majority of the Christian priests condemned the martyrs, the king contented himself with putting into force the existing laws against blasphemy with the utmost rigor. The moderate party in the church seconded the efforts of the government. The bishops anathematized the fanatics, and an ecclesiastical council that was held in 852 to discuss the matter agreed upon methods of repression that eventually quashed the movement. 1 or 2 isolated cases of martyrdom are recorded later, the last in 983, after which there was none as long as the Arab rule lasted in Spain. But under the Berber dynasty of the Almoravids at the beginning of the 12th century, there was an outburst of fanaticism on the part of the theological zealots of Islam, in which the Christians had to suffer along with the Jews and the liberal section of the Muhammadan population, the philosophers, the poets, and the men of letters. But such incidents are exceptions to the generally tolerant character of the Muhammadan rulers of Spain towards their Christian subjects. One of the Spanish Mohammedans, who was driven out of his native country in the last expulsion of the Moriscos in 1610, while protesting against the persecutions of the Inquisition, makes the following vindication of the toleration of his coreligionists. Did our victorious ancestors ever once attempt to extirpate Christianity out of Spain, when it was in their power? Did they not suffer your forefathers to enjoy the free use of their rights at the same time that they wore their chains? Is not the absolute injunction of our prophet that whatever nation is conquered by Muselman steel should, upon the payment of a moderate annual tribute, be permitted to persevere in their own pristine persuasion, how absurd soever, or to embrace what other belief they themselves best approved of? If there may have been some examples of forced conversions, they are so rare as scarce to deserve mentioning, and only attempted by men who had not the fear of God and the prophet before their eyes, and who, in so doing, have acted directly and diametrically contrary to the holy precepts and ordinances of Islam, which cannot, without sacrilege, be violated by any who would be held worthy of the honorable epithet of Musulman. You can never produce, among us, any bloodthirsty, formal tribunal on account of different persuasions in points of faith that anywise approaches your execrable inquisition. Our arms, it is true, are ever open to receive all who are disposed to embrace our religion, but we are not allowed by our sacred Qur adjective to tyrannize over consciences. Our proselytes have all imaginable encouragement, and have no sooner professed God's unity and his apostles' mission, but they become one of us, without reserve, taking to wife our daughters, and being employed in posts of trust, honor, and profit. We contenting ourselves with only obliging them to wear our habit, and to seem true believers in outward appearance, without ever offering to examine their consciences, provided they do not openly revile or profane our religion. If they do that, we indeed punish them as they deserve, since their conversion was voluntarily and was not by compulsion. This very spirit of toleration was made one of the main articles in an account of the apostasies and treasons of the Moriscos, drawn up by the Archbishop of Valencia in 1602 when recommending their expulsion to Philip Roman III, as follows: that they commended nothing so much as that liberty of conscience in all matters of religion, which the Turks and all other Mohammedans suffer their subjects to enjoy. What deep roots Islam had struck in the hearts of the Spanish people may be judged from the fact that when the last remnant of the Moriscos was expelled from Spain in 1610, these unfortunate people still clung to the faith of their fathers, although for more than a century they had been forced to outwardly conform to the Christian religion, and in spite of the emigrations that had taken place since the fall of Granada, nearly 500,000 are said to have been expelled at that time. Whole towns and villages were deserted, and the houses fell into ruins, there being no one to rebuild them. These Moriscos were probably all descendants of the original inhabitants of the country, with little or no admixture of Arab blood. The reasons that may be adduced in support of this statement are too lengthy to be given here. One point only in the evidence may be mentioned, derived from a letter written in 1311, in which it is stated that of the 200,000 Muhammadans then living in the city of Granada, not more than 500 were of Arab descent, all the rest being descendants of converted Spaniards. Finally, it is of interest to note that even up to the last days of its power in Spain, Islam won converts to the faith. For the historian, when writing of events that occurred in the year 1499, 7 years after the fall of Granada, draws attention to the fact that among the Moors were a few Christians who had lately embraced the faith of the Prophet. Chapter 6. The spread of Islam among the Christian nations in Europe under the Turks. We first hear of the Ottoman Turks at the commencement of the 13th century, when fleeing before the Mongols, to the number of about 50,000, they came to the help of the Sultan of Iconium, and in return for their services both against the Mongols and the Greeks, had assigned to them a district in the northwest of Asia Minor. This was the nucleus of the future Ottoman Empire, which, increasing at first by the absorption of the petty states into which the Seljuk Turks had split up, afterwards crossed over into Europe, annexing kingdom after kingdom, until its victorious growth received a check before the gates of Vienna in 1683. From the earliest days of the extension of their kingdom in Asia Minor, the Ottomans exercised authority over Christian subjects, but it was not until the ancient capital of the Eastern Empire fell into their hands in 1453 that the relations between the Muslim government and the Christian Church were definitely established on a fixed basis. One of the first steps taken by M.U. Letter 1225 a D Roman II, after the capture of Constantinople and the re-establishment of order in that city, was to secure the allegiance of the Christians by proclaiming himself the protector of the Greek Church. Persecution of the Christians was strictly forbidden. A decree was granted to the newly elected patriarch which secured to him and his successors and the bishops under him the enjoyment of the old privileges, revenues, and exemptions enjoyed under the former rule. Gennadios, the first patriarch after the Turkish conquest, received from the hands of the Sultan himself the pastoral staff, which was the sign of his office, together with a purse of 1,000 golden ducats and a horse with gorgeous trappings, on which he was privileged to ride with his train through the city. But not only was the head of the church treated with all the respect he had been accustomed to receive from the Christian emperors, but further he was invested with extensive civil power. The patriarch's court sat to decide all cases between Greek and Greek. It could impose fines, imprison offenders in a prison provided for its own special use, and in some cases even condemn to capital punishment, while the ministers and officials of the government were directed to enforce its judgments. The complete control of spiritual and ecclesiastical matters, in which the Turkish government, unlike the civil power of the Byzantine Empire, never interfered, was left entirely in his hands and those of the Grand Synod, which he could summon whenever he pleased. And hereby he could decide all matters of faith and dogma without fear of interference on the part of the state. As a recognized officer of the imperial government, he could do much for the alleviation of the oppressed by bringing the acts of unjust governors to the notice of the Sultan. The Greek bishops in the provinces, in their turn, were treated with great consideration and were entrusted with so much jurisdiction in civil affairs that up to modern times they have acted in their dioceses almost as if they were Ottoman prefects over the Orthodox population, thus taking the place of the old Christian aristocracy, which had been exterminated by the conquerors. And we find that the higher clergy were generally more active as Turkish agents than as Greek priests. And they always taught their people that the Sultan possessed a divine sanction as the protector of the Orthodox Church. A charter was subsequently published, securing to the Orthodox the use of such churches as had not been confiscated to form mosques, and authorizing them to celebrate their religious rites publicly according to their national usages. Consequently, though the Greeks were numerically superior to the Turks in all the European provinces of the empire, the religious toleration thus granted them, and the protection of life and property they enjoyed, soon reconciled them to the change of masters and led them to prefer the domination of the Sultan to that of any Christian power. Indeed, in many parts of the country, the Ottoman conquerors were welcomed by the Greeks as their deliverers from the rapacious and tyrannous rule of the Franks, and the Venetians who had so long disputed with Byzantium for the possession of the Peloponnesos and some of the adjacent parts of Greece. By introducing into Greece the feudal system, these had reduced the people to the miserable condition of serfs, and as aliens in speech, race, and creed, were hated by their subjects, to whom a change of rulers, since it could not make their condition worse, would offer a possible chance of improving it. And though their deliverers were likewise aliens, yet the infidel Turk was infinitely to be preferred to the heretical Catholics. The Greeks who lived under the immediate government of the Byzantine court were equally unlikely to be averse to a change of rulers. The degradation and tyranny that characterized the dynasty of the Paleologi are frightful to contemplate. A corrupt aristocracy, a tyrannical and innumerable clergy, the oppression of perverted law, the exactions of a despicable government, and still more, its monopolies, its fiscality, its armies of tax and custom collectors, left the degraded people neither rights nor institutions, neither chance of amelioration nor hope of redress. Lest such a judgment appear dictated by a spirit of party bias, a contemporary authority may be appealed to in support of its correctness. The Russian annalists who speak of the fall of Constantinople bring a similar indictment against its government. Without the fear of the law, an empire is like a steed without reins. Constantine and his ancestors allowed their grandees to oppress the people. There was no more justice in their law courts, no more courage in their hearts. The judges amassed treasures from the tears and blood of the innocent. The Greek soldiers were proud only of the magnificence of their dress. The citizens did not blush at being traitors. The soldiers were not ashamed to fly. At length the Lord poured out his thunder on these unworthy rulers, and raised up mu letter 1e25 a a d, whose warriors delight in battle, and whose judges do not betray their trust. This last item of praise may sound strange in the ears of a generation that has constantly been called upon to protest against Turkish injustice, but it is clearly and abundantly borne out by the testimony of contemporary historians. The Byzantine historian, who has handed down to us the story of the capture of Constantinople, tells us how even the impetuous Bayezid was liberal and generous to his Christian subjects, and made himself extremely popular among them by admitting them freely to his society. Murad Roman II distinguished himself by his attention to the administration of justice and by his reforms of the abuses prevalent under the Greek emperors, and punished without mercy those of his officials who oppressed any of his subjects. For at least a century after the fall of Constantinople, a series of able rulers secured, by a firm and vigorous administration, peace and order throughout their dominions, and an admirable civil and judicial organization, if it did not provide an absolutely impartial justice for Muslims and Christians alike, yet caused the Greeks to be far better off than they had been before. They were harassed by fewer exactions of forced labor, extraordinary contributions were rarely levied, and the taxes they paid were a trifling burden compared with the endless feudal obligations of the Franks and the countless extortions of the Byzantines. The Turkish dominions were certainly better governed and more prosperous than most parts of Christian Europe, and the mass of the Christian population engaged in the cultivation of the soil enjoyed a larger measure of private liberty and of the fruits of their labor, under the government of the Sultan, than their contemporaries did under that of many Christian monarchs. Great impulse, too, was given to the commercial activity of the country, for the early sultans were always ready to foster trade and commerce among their subjects, and many of the great cities entered upon an era of prosperity when the Turkish conquest had delivered them from the paralyzing fiscal oppression of the Byzantine Empire, one of the first of them being Nicaea, which capitulated to Erkin in 1330 under the most favorable terms after a long protracted siege. Like the ancient Romans, the Ottomans were great makers of roads and bridges, and thereby facilitated trade throughout their empire. And foreign states were compelled to admit the Greek merchants into ports from which they had been excluded in the time of the Byzantine emperors. But now sailing under the Ottoman flag, they assumed the dress and manners of Turks, and thus secured from the nations of Western Europe the respect and consideration which the Catholics had hitherto always refused to the members of the Greek Church. There is, however, one notable exception to this general good treatment and toleration, viz., the tribute of Christian children who were forcibly taken from their parents at an early age and enrolled in the famous corps of Janissaries. Instituted by Erkin in 1330, it formed for centuries the mainstay of the despotic power of the Turkish sultans, and was kept alive by a regular contribution exacted every 4 years, when the officers of the Sultan visited the districts on which the tax was imposed, and made a selection from among the children about the age of 7. The Mohammedan legists attempted to apologize for this inhuman tribute by representing these children as the fifth of the spoil which the Qur'an adjective an assigns to the sovereign, and they prescribed that the injunction against forcible conversion should be observed with regard to them also, although the tender age at which they were placed under the instruction of Muslim teachers must have made it practically of none effect. Christian Europe has always expressed its horror at such a barbarous tax, and travelers in the Turkish dominions have painted touching pictures of desolated homes and of parents weeping for the children torn from their arms. But when the corps was first instituted, its numbers were rapidly swelled by voluntary accessions from among the Christians themselves, and the circumstances under which this tribute was first imposed may go far to explain the apathy which the Greeks themselves appear to have exhibited. The whole country had been laid waste by war, and families were often in danger of perishing with hunger. The children who were thus adopted were in many cases orphans, who would otherwise have been left to perish. Further, the custom so widely prevalent at that time of selling Christians as slaves may have made this tax appear less appalling than might have been expected. This custom has, moreover, been maintained to have been only a continuation of a similar usage that was in force under the Byzantine emperors. It has even been said that there was seldom any necessity of an appeal to force on the part of the officers who collected the appointed number of children, but rather that the parents were often eager to have their children enrolled in a service that secured for them in many cases a brilliant career, and under any circumstances, a well-cared-for and comfortable existence, since these little captives were brought up and educated as if they were the Sultan's own children. This institution appears in a less barbarous light if it be true that the parents could often redeem their children by a money payment. Metrophanes Critopoulos, who was Patriarch of Constantinople and afterwards of Alexandria, writing in 1625, mentions various devices adopted by the Christians for escaping from the burden of this tax. E.g., they purchased Mohammedan boys and represented them to be Christians, or they bribed the collectors to take Christian boys who were of low birth or had been badly brought up or such as deserved hanging. Thomas Smith, among others, speaks of the possibility of buying off the children, so impressed. Some of their parents, out of natural pity and out of a true sense of religion, that they may not be thus robbed of their children, who hereby lie under a necessity of renouncing their Christianity, compound for them at the rate of $50 or $100, as they are able, or as they can work upon the covetousness of the Turks more or less. The Christians of certain cities, such as Constantinople, and of towns and islands that had made this stipulation at the time of their submission to the Turks, or had purchased this privilege, were exempted from the operation of this cruel tax. These extenuating circumstances at the outset, and the ease with which men acquiesce in any established usage, though serving in no way as an excuse for so inhuman an institution, may help us to understand what a traveler in the 17th century calls the unaccountable indifference with which the Greeks seem to have fallen in with this demand of the new government, which so materially improved their condition. Further, the Christian subjects of the Turkish Empire had to pay the capitation tax in return for protection and in lieu of military service. The rates fixed by the Ottoman law were 2.5, 5 and 10 piasters a head for every full-grown male, according to his income, women and the clergy being exempt. In the 19th century, the rates were 15, 30 and 60 piasters, according to income. Christian writers of the 16th and 17th centuries generally speak of this tax as being a ducat a head, but it is also variously described as amounting to 3, 5 or 5 crowns or dollars. The fluctuating exchange value of the Turkish coinage in the 17th century is the probable explanation of the latter variations. To estimate with any exactitude how far this tax was a burden to those who had to pay it would require a lengthened disquisition on the purchasing value of money at that period and a comparison with other items of expenditure. But by itself, it could hardly have formed a valid excuse for a change of faith, as Tournefort points out when writing in 1700 of the conversion of the Candidates. It must be confessed, these wretches sell their souls a pennyworth. All they get in exchange for their religion is a vest and the privilege of being exempt from the capitation tax, which is not above 5 crowns a year. Scheffler also, who is anxious to represent the condition of the Christians under Turkish rule in as black colors as possible, admits that the 1 ducat a head was a trifling matter, and has to lay stress on the extraordinary taxes, war contributions, etc., that they were called upon to pay. The land taxes were the same both for Christians and Musulmans, for the old distinction between lands on which tithe was paid by the Mohammedan proprietor, and those on which kharaj was paid by the non-Mohammedan proprietor, was not recognized by the Ottomans. Whatever sufferings the Christians had to endure proceeded from the tyranny of individuals, who took advantage of their official position to extort money from those under their jurisdiction. Such acts of oppression were not only contrary to the Mohammedan law, but were rare before the central government had grown weak and suffered the corruption and injustice of local authorities to go unpunished. There is a very marked difference between the accounts we have of the condition of the Christians during the first 2 centuries of the Turkish rule in Europe and those of a later date, when the period of decadence had fully set in. But it is noticeable that in those very times in which the condition of the Christians had been most intolerable, there is least record of conversion to Islam. In the 18th century, when the condition of the Christians was worse than at any other period, we find hardly any mention of conversions at all, and the Turks themselves are represented as utterly indifferent to the progress of their religion and considerably infected with skepticism and unbelief. A further proof that their sufferings have been due to misgovernment rather than to religious persecution is the fact that Muslims and Christians suffered alike. The Christians would, however, naturally be more exposed to extortion and ill-treatment owing to the difficulties that lay in the way of obtaining redress at law, and some of the poorest may thus have sought a relief from their sufferings in a change of faith. But if we accept the tribute of the children, to which the conquered Greeks seem to have submitted with so little show of resistance, and which owed its abolition not to any revolt or insurrection against its continuance, but to the increase of the Turkish population and of the number of the renegades who were constantly entering the Sultan's service, the treatment of their Christian subjects by the Ottoman emperors, at least for 2 centuries after their conquest of Greece, exhibits a toleration such as was at that time quite unknown in the rest of Europe. The Calvinists of Hungary and Transylvania and the Unitarians of the latter country long preferred to submit to the Turks rather than fall into the hands of the fanatical House of Habsburg, and the Protestants of Silesia looked with longing eyes towards Turkey and would gladly have purchased religious freedom at the price of submission to the Muslim rule. It was to Turkey that the persecuted Spanish Jews fled for refuge in enormous numbers at the end of the 15th century, and the Cossacks who belonged to the sect of the Old Believers and were persecuted by the Russian state church found in the dominions of the Sultan the toleration which their Christian brethren denied them. Well might Macarius, Patriarch of Antioch in the 17th century, congratulate himself when he saw the fearful atrocities that the Catholic Poles inflicted on the Russians of the Orthodox Eastern Church. We all wept much over the thousands of martyrs who were killed by those impious wretches, the enemies of the faith, in these 40 or 50 years. The number probably amounted to 70 or 80,000 souls. O you infidels, O you monsters of impurity, O you hearts of stone. What had the nuns and women done? What the girls and boys and infant children that you should murder them? And why do I pronounce them, the Poles, accursed? Because they have shown themselves more debased and wicked than the corrupt worshippers of idols by their cruel treatment of Christians, thinking to abolish the very name of Orthodox. God perpetuate the empire of the Turks for ever and ever. For they take their impost and enter into no account of religion, be their subjects Christians or Nazarenes, Jews or Samaritans. Whereas these accursed Poles were not content with taxes and tithes from the brethren of Christ, though willing to serve them, but they subjected them to the authority of the enemies of Christ, the tyrannical Jews, who did not even permit them to build churches, nor leave them any priests that knew the mysteries of their faith. Even in Italy, there were men who turned longing eyes towards the Turks in the hope that as their subjects they might enjoy the freedom and the toleration they despaired of enjoying under a Christian government. It would seem, then, that Islam was not spread by force in the dominion of the Sultan of Turkey, and though the want of even-handed justice and the oppression of unscrupulous officials in the days of the empire's decline may have driven some Christians to attempt to better their condition by a change of faith, such cases were rare in the first 2 centuries of the Turkish rule in Europe, to which period the mass of conversions belong. It would have been wonderful indeed if the ardor of proselytizing that animated the Ottomans at this time had never carried them beyond the bounds of toleration established by their own laws. Yet it has been said by one who was a captive among them for 22 years that the Turks compelled no one to renounce his faith. Similar testimony is borne by others. An English gentleman who visited Turkey in the early part of the 17th century tells us that there is seldom any compulsion of conscience, and then not by death, where no criminal offense gives occasion. Writing about 30 years later in 1663, the author of a Turkenschrift says, "Meanwhile he i.e., the Turk, wins converts by craft more than by force, and snatches away Christ by fraud out of the hearts of men. For the Turk, it is true, at the present time compels no country by violence to apostatize, but he uses other means whereby imperceptibly he roots out Christianity. What then has become of the Christians? They are not expelled from the country, neither are they forced to embrace the Turkish faith. Then they must of themselves have been converted into Turks. The Turks considered that the greatest kindness they could show a man was to bring him into the salvation of the faith of Islam, and to this end they left no method of persuasion untried. A Dutch traveler of the 16th century tells us that while he was admiring the great mosque of Santa Sophia, some Turks even tried to work upon his religious feelings through his aesthetic sense, saying to him, "If you become a Musulman, you will be able to come here every day of your life." About a century later, an English traveler had a similar experience. Sometimes, out of an excessive zeal, they will ask a Christian civilly enough, as I have been asked myself in the portico of Sancta Sophia, "Why will you not turn Musulman and be as one of us?" The public rejoicings that hailed the accession of a new convert to the faith testify to the ardent love for souls which made these men such zealous proselytizers. The new Muslim was set upon a horse and led in triumph through the streets of the city. If he was known to be genuinely honest in his change of faith and had voluntarily entered the pale of Islam, or if he was a person of good position, he was received with high honor and some provision made for his support. There was certainly abundant evidence for saying that the Turks are preposterously zealous in praying for the conversion, or perversion rather, of Christians to their irreligious religion. They pray heartily and every day in their temples that Christians may embrace the Alcoran and become their proselytes, in effecting of which they leave no means unassailed by fear and flattery, by punishments and rewards. These zealous efforts for winning converts were rendered the more effective by certain conditions of Christian society itself. Foremost among these was the degraded condition of the Greek Church. Side by side with the civil despotism of the Byzantine Empire had arisen an ecclesiastical despotism which had crushed all energy of intellectual life under the weight of a dogmatism that interdicted all discussion in matters of morals and religion. The only thing that disturbed this lethargy was the fierce controversial war waged against the Latin Church with all the bitterness of theological polemics and race hatred. The religion of the people had degenerated into a scrupulous observance of outward forms, and the intense fervor of their devotion found an outlet in the worship of the Virgin and the saints, of pictures and relics. There were many who turned from a church whose spiritual life had sunk so low, and weary of interminable discussions on such subtle points of doctrine as the double procession of the Holy Spirit, and such trivialities as the use of leavened and unleavened bread in the Blessed Sacrament, gladly accepted the clear and intelligible theistic teaching of Islam. We are told of large numbers of persons being converted, not only from among the simple folk, but also learned men of every class, rank, and condition. Of how the Turks made a better provision for those monks and priests who embraced the Muslim creed, in order that their example might lead others to be converted. While Adrianople was still the Turkish capital, e.g. before 1453, the court was thronged with renegades, and they are said to have formed the majority of the magnates there. Byzantine princes and others often passed over to the side of the Mohammedans and received a ready welcome among them. One of the earliest of such cases dates from 1140, when a nephew of the Emperor John Comnen's embraced Islam and married a daughter of Masud, the Sultan of Iconium. After the fall of Constantinople, the upper classes of Christian society showed much more readiness to embrace Islam than the mass of the Greeks. Among the converts, we meet with several bearing the name of the late imperial family of the Paleology, and the learned George Amirautses of Trebizond abandoned Christianity in his declining years, and the names of many other such individuals have found a record. The new religion only demanded assent to its simple creed: there is no God but God. Mu letter 1225, a mm a d is the apostle of God. As the above-mentioned writer says, the whole difficulty lies in this profession of faith. For if only a man can persuade himself that he is a worshipper of the one God, the poison of his error easily infects him under the guise of religion. This is the rock of offense on which many have struck and fallen into the snare that has brought perdition on their souls. This is the millstone that, hung about the necks of many, has plunged them into the pit of despair. For when these fools hear the Turks execrate idolatry and express their horror of every image and picture as though it were the fire of hell, and so continually profess and preach the worship of one God, there no longer remains any room for suspicion in their minds. The faith of Islam would now be the natural refuge for those members of the Eastern Church who felt such yearnings after a purer and simpler form of doctrine as had given rise to the Paulician heresy so fiercely suppressed a few centuries before. This movement had been very largely a protest against the superstitions of the Orthodox Church, against the worship of images, relics, and saints, and an effort after simplicity of faith and the devout life. As some adherents of this heresy were to be found in Bulgaria even so late as the 17th century, the Muhammadan conquerors doubtless found many who were dissatisfied with the doctrine and practice of the Greek Church. And as all the conditions were unfavorable to the formation of any such Protestant churches as arose in the West, such dissentient spirits would doubtless find a more congenial atmosphere in the religion of Islam. There is every reason to think that such was the result of the unsuccessful attempt to Protestantize the Greek Church in the beginning of the 17th century. The guiding spirit of this movement was Cyril Lucaris, 5 times Patriarch of Constantinople, from 1621 to 1638. As a young man, he had visited the universities of Wittenberg and Geneva for the purpose of studying theology in the seats of Protestant learning, and on his return, he kept up a correspondence with doctors of the Reformed faith in Geneva, Holland, and England. But neither the doctrines of the Church of England nor of the Lutherans attracted his sympathies so warmly as the teachings of John Calvin, which he strove to introduce into the Greek Church. His efforts in this direction were warmly supported by the Calvinists of Geneva, who sent a learned young theologian, named Leger, to assist the work by translating into Greek the writings of Calvinist theologians. Cyril also found warm friends in the Protestant embassies at Constantinople, the Dutch and English ambassadors especially assisting him liberally with funds. The Jesuits, on the other hand, supported by the Catholic ambassadors, tried in every way to thwart this attempt to Calvinize the Greek Church, and actively seconded the intrigues of the party of opposition among the Greek clergy, who finally compassed the death of the Patriarch. In 1629, Cyril published a Confession of Faith, the main object of which seems to have been to present the doctrines of the Orthodox Church in their opposition to Roman Catholicism in such a way as to imply a necessary accord with Protestant teaching. From Calvin, he borrows the doctrines of predestination and salvation by faith alone. He denies the infallibility of the Church, rejects the authority of the Church in the interpretation of Holy Scripture, and condemns the adoration of pictures. In his account of the will and in many other questions, he inclines rather to Calvinism than to the teachings of the Orthodox Church. The promulgation of this confession of faith as representing the teaching of the whole Church, of which he was the spiritual head, excited violent opposition among the mass of the Greek clergy. And a few weeks after Cyril's death, a synod was held to condemn his opinions and pronounce him to be anathema. In 1642, a second synod was held at Constantinople for the same purpose, which, after refuting each article of Cyril's confession in detail, as the first had done, thus fulminated its curse upon him and his followers. With one consent and in unqualified terms, we condemn this whole confession as full of heresies and utterly opposed to our orthodoxy, and likewise declare that its compiler has nothing in common with our faith, but in calumnious fashion has falsely charged his own Calvinism on us. All those who read and keep it as true and blameless, and defend it by written word or speech, we thrust out of the community of the faithful as followers and partakers of his heresy and corrupters of the Christian Church, and command that whatever be their rank and station, they be treated as heathen and publicans. Let them be laid under an anathema forever and cut off from the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost in this life, and in the life to come, accursed, excommunicated, be lost after death, and be partakers of everlasting punishment. In 1672, a third synod met at Jerusalem to repudiate the heretical articles of this confession of faith and vindicate the orthodoxy of the Greek Church against those who represented her as infected with Calvinism. The attempt to Protestantize the Greek Church thus completely failed to achieve success. The doctrines of Calvin were diametrically opposed to her teachings, and indeed inculcated many articles of faith that were more in harmony with the tenets of Muslim theologians than with those of the Orthodox Church, and which, moreover, she had often attacked in her controversies with her Muhammadan adversaries. It is this approximation to Islamic thought which gives this movement towards Calvinism a place in a history of the spread of Islam. A man who inveighed against the adoration of pictures, decried the authority and the very institution of the priesthood, maintained the doctrines of absolute predestination, denied freedom to the human will, and was in sympathy with the stern spirit of Calvinism that had more in common with the Old than the New Testament, would certainly find a more congenial atmosphere in Islam than in the Greek Church of the 17th century. And there can be little doubt that among the numerous converts of Islam during that century were to be found men who had been alienated from the Church of their fathers through their leanings towards Calvinism. We have no definite information as to the number of the followers of Cyril Lucaris and the extent of Calvinistic influences in the Greek Church. The clergy, jealous of the reputation of their church, whose orthodoxy and immunity from heresy were so boastfully vindicated by her children, and had thus been impugned through the suspicion of Calvinism, wished to represent the heretical patriarch as standing alone in his opinions. But a following he undoubtedly had. His confession of faith had received the sanction of a synod composed of his followers. Those who sympathized with his heresies were anathematized both by the Second Synod of Constantinople, 1642, and by the Synod of Jerusalem, 1672. Surely a meaningless repetition, had no such persons existed. Moreover, the names of some few of these have come down to us. Sophronius, Metropolitan of Athens, was a warm supporter of the Reformation. A monk named Nicodemus Metaraz, who had brought a printing press from London and issued heretical treatises therefrom, was rewarded with a metropolitan see by Cyril in return for his services. The philosopher Corydalius, a friend of Cyril, opened a Calvinistic school in Constantinople, and another Greek, Gerganos, published a catechism so as to introduce the teachings of Calvin among his fellow countrymen. And Neophytus Roman II, who was made patriarch in 1636, while Cyril was in exile in the island of Rhodes, was his disciple and adopted son. He recalled his master from banishment and resigned the patriarchal chair in his favor. In a letter to the University of Geneva, dated July 1636, Cyril writes that Ledger had gained a large number of converts to Calvinism by his writings and preaching. In another letter addressed to Ledger, he describes how he had made his influence felt in Candia. His successor in the patriarchal chair was banished to Carthage, and there strangled by the adherents of Lucaris in 1639. The Calvinists are said to have entertained hopes of Parthenius I, the successor of Cyril Roman II, but his untimely end, whether by poison or banishment is uncertain, disappointed their expectations. Parthenius Roman II, who was Patriarch of Constantinople from 1644 to 1646, was at heart a thorough Calvinist, and though he did not venture openly to teach the doctrines of Calvin, still his known sympathy with them caused him to be deposed, sent into exile, and strangled. Thus, the influence of Calvinism was undoubtedly more widespread than the enemies of Cyril Lucaris were willing to admit, and as stated above, those who refused to bow to the anathemas of the synods that condemned their leader had certainly more in common with their Mohammedan neighbors than with the Orthodox clergy who cast them out of their midst. There is no actual evidence, it is true, of Calvinistic influences in Turkey facilitating conversion to Islam, but in the absence of any other explanation, it certainly seems a very plausible conjecture that such were among the factors that so enormously increased the number of the Greek renegades towards the middle of the 17th century, a period during which the number of renegades from among the middle and lower orders of society is said to have been more considerable than at any other time. Frequent mention is made of cases of apostasy from among the clergy and even among the highest dignitaries of the Church, such as a former metropolitan of Rhodes. In 1676, it is said that in Corinth, some Christian people went over every day to the Turkish abomination, and that 3 priests had become Musulmans the year before. In 1679 is recorded the death of a renegade monk. On the occasion of the circumcision of Mustafa, son of M.U. letter 1225 a M.M. a D. Roman 4, in 1675, there were at least 200 proselytes made during the 13 days of public rejoicing, and numerous other instances may be found in writings of this period. A contemporary writer, 1663, has well described the mental attitude of such converts. When you mix with the Turks in the ordinary intercourse of life and see that they pray and sing even the Psalms of David, that they give alms and do other good works, that they think highly of Christ, hold the Bible in great honor, and the like, that, besides, any ass may become parish priest who plies the bassa with presents, and he will not urge Christianity on you very much. So you will come to think that they are good people and will very probably be saved. And so you will come to believe that you too may be saved, if you likewise become Turks. Herewith will the Holy Trinity and the crucified Son of God, with many other mysteries of the faith, which seem quite absurd to the unenlightened reason, easily pass out of your thoughts, and imperceptibly Christianity will quite die out in you, and you will think that it is all the same whether you be Christians or Turks. Thomas Smith, who was in Constantinople in 1669, speaks of the number of Christian converts about this period, but assigns baser motives. 'Tis sad to consider the great number of wretched people, who turn Turks, some out of mere desperation, being not able to support the burthen of slavery, and to avoid the revilings and insultings of the infidels, some out of a wanton light humor, to put themselves into a condition of domineering and insulting over others. Some to avoid the penalties and inflictions due to their heinous crimes, and to enjoy the brutish liberties that Mahomet consecrated by his own example and recommended to his followers. These are the great and tempting arguments and motives of their apostasy, mere considerations of ease, pleasure, and prosperity, or else of vanity and guilt. For it cannot be presumed that any through conviction of mind should be wrought upon to embrace the dotages and impostures of Turcisme. Records of conversions after this period are rare, but Matre gives an account of several renegades who became Mohammedans in Constantinople in 1703. Among them was a French priest and some other French Catholics, and some priests from Smyrna. Another feature in the condition of the Greek Church that contributed to the decay of its numbers was the corruption and degradation of its pastors, particularly the higher clergy. The sees of bishops and archbishops were put up to auction to the highest bidders, and the purchasers sought to recoup themselves by exacting levies of all kinds from their flocks. They burdened the unfortunate Christians with taxes ordinary and extraordinary, made them purchase all the sacraments at exorbitant rates, baptism, confession, Holy Communion, indulgences, and the rite of Christian burial. Some of the clergy even formed an unholy alliance with the Janissaries, and several bishops had their names and those of their households inscribed on the list of one of their ordas or regiments, the better to secure an immunity for their excesses and escape the punishment of their crimes under the protection of this corporation, which the weakness of the Ottoman rulers had allowed to assume such a powerful position in the state. The evidence of contemporary eyewitnesses to the oppressive behavior of the Greek clergy presents a terrible picture of the sufferings of the Christians. Tournefort in 1700, after describing the election of a new patriarch, says, "We need not at all doubt but the new patriarch makes the best of his time. Tyranny succeeds to simony. The first thing he does is to signify the Sultan's order to all the archbishops and bishops of his clergy. His greatest study is to know exactly the revenues of each prelate. He imposes a tax upon them and enjoins them very strictly by a second letter to send the sum demanded, otherwise their dioceses are adjudged to the highest bidder. The prelates being used to this trade never spare their suffragans. These latter torment the papas. The papas flee the parishioners and hardly sprinkle the least drop of holy water, but what they are paid for beforehand. If afterwards the patriarch has occasion for money, he farms out the gathering of it to the highest bidder among the Turks. He that gives most for it goes into Greece to cite the prelates. Usually for 20,000 crowns that the clergy is taxed at, the Turk extorts 22, so that he has the 2,000 crowns for his pains, besides having his charges borne in every diocese. In virtue of the agreement he has made with the patriarch, he deprives and interdicts from all ecclesiastical functions those prelates who refuse to pay their tax. The Christian clergy are even said to have carried off the children of the parishioners and sold them as slaves, to get money for their simoniacal designs. The extortions practiced in the 17th have found their counterpart in the 19th century, and the sufferings of the Christians of the Greek Church in Bosnia, before the Austrian occupation, exactly illustrate the words of Tournefort. The Metropolitan of Sarajevo used to wring as much as £10,000 a year from his miserable flock, a sum exactly double the salary of the Turkish governor himself, and to raise this enormous sum the unfortunate parishioners were squeezed in every possible way, and the Turkish authorities had orders to assist the clergy in levying their exactions. And whole Christian villages suffered the fate of sack cities for refusing, or often being unable, to comply with the exorbitant demands of Christian prelates. Such unbearable oppression on the part of the spiritual leaders who should protect the Christian population has often stirred it up to open revolt whenever a favorable opportunity has offered itself. It is not surprising then to learn that many of the Christians went over to Islam to deliver themselves from such tyranny. Ecclesiastical oppression of a rather different character is said to have been responsible for the conversion of the ancestors of a small community of about 4,000 southern Romanians at Nonta in the Meglen district of the Vilayet of Salonika. They have a tradition that in the 18th century, the Patriarch of Constantinople persuaded the reigning sultan that only the Christians who spoke Greek could be loyal subjects of the Turkish Empire. The sultan thereupon forbade the Christians to speak anything but Greek, on pain of having their tongues cut out. When the news of this reached Nonta, a part of the population fled into the woods and founded fresh villages, but those who were left behind went over to Islam, with their bishop at their head, in order thereby to retain their mother tongue. Though the mass of the parish clergy were innocent of the charges brought against their superiors, still they were very ignorant and illiterate. At the end of the 17th century, there were said to be hardly 12 persons in the whole Turkish dominions thoroughly skilled in the knowledge of the ancient Greek language. It was considered a great merit in the clergy to be able to read, while they were quite ignorant of the meaning of the words of their service books. While there was so much in the Christian society of the time to repel, there was much in the character and life of the Turks to attract, and the superiority of the early Ottomans, as compared with the degradation of the guides and teachers of the Christian Church, would naturally impress devout minds that revolted from the selfish ambition, simony, and corruption of the Greek ecclesiastics. Christian writers constantly praise these Turks for the earnestness and intensity of their religious life, their zeal in the performance of the observances prescribed by their faith, the outward decency and modesty displayed in their apparel and mode of living, the absence of ostentatious display, and the simplicity of life observable even in the great and powerful. The annalist of the embassy from the Emperor, Leopold I, to the Ottoman Porte in 1665-1666, especially eulogizes the devoutness and regularity of the Turks in prayer, and he even goes so far as to say, Nous devons dire à la confusion des chrétiens, quelles Turcs terre magnant beaucoup plus de soin et de zèle à l'exercice de leur religion. Quelles chrétiens en font périder à la pratique de la leur. Mais si qui passe si que nous expérimentons de dévat entre les chrétiens, c'est que pendant le temps de la prière, vous n'y voyez pas une personne distraite de ses yeux. Vous en voyez pas une qui n'y soit attaché à l'objet de sa prière. Et pas une qui en ait tout la révérence extérieure pour son créateur, quan put exiger de la créature. Even the behavior of the soldiery receives its meed of praise. During the march of an army the inhabitants of the country, we are told by the secretary to the embassy sent by Charles Roman II to the Sultan, had no complaints to make of being plundered or of their women being maltreated. All the taverns along the line of march were shut up and sealed 2 or 3 days before the arrival of the army, and no wine was allowed to be sold to the soldiers under pain of death. Many a tribute of praise is given to the virtues of the Turks even by Christian writers who bore them no love. One such who had a very poor opinion of their religion speaks of them as follows. Even in the dirt of the Alcoran you shall find some jewels of Christian virtues. And indeed, if Christians will but diligently read and observe the laws and histories of the Mahometans, they may blush to see how zealous they are in the works of devotion, piety, and charity, how devout, cleanly, and reverend in their mosques, how obedient to their priest, that even the great Turk himself will attempt nothing without consulting his mufti. How careful are they to observe their hours of prayer 5 times a day wherever they are, or however employed. How constantly do they observe their fasts from morning till night a whole month together. How loving and charitable the Muslimans are to each other, and how careful of strangers may be seen by their hospitals, both for the poor and for travelers. If we observe their justice, temperance, and other moral virtues, we may truly blush at our own coldness, both in devotion and charity, at our injustice, intemperance, and oppression. Doubtless these men will rise up in judgment against us. And surely their devotion, piety, and works of mercy are main causes of the growth of Mahometism. The same conclusion is drawn by a modern historian, who writes, "We find that many Greeks of high talent and moral character were so sensible of the superiority of the Mohammedans that even when they escaped being drafted into the Sultan's household as tribute children, they voluntarily embraced the faith of Mahomet." The moral superiority of Ottoman society must be allowed to have had as much weight in causing these conversions, which were numerous in the 15th century, as the personal ambition of individuals. A generation that has watched the decay of the Turkish power in Europe and the successive curtailment of its territorial possessions, and is accustomed to hearing it spoken of as the sick man, destined to a speedy dissolution, must find it difficult to realize the feelings which the Ottoman Empire inspired in the early days of its rise in Europe. The rapid and widespread success of the Turkish arms filled men's minds with terror and amazement. One Christian kingdom after another fell into their hands. Bulgaria, Serbia, Bosnia, and Hungary yielded up their independence as Christian states. The proud Republic of Venice saw one possession after another wrested from it, until the Lion of St. Mark held sway on the shores of the Adriatic alone. Even the safety of the Eternal City itself was menaced by the capture of Otranto. Christian literature of the latter half of the 15th and of the 16th centuries is full of direful forebodings of the fate that threatened Christian Europe unless the victorious progress of the Turk was arrested. He is represented as a scourge in the hand of God for the punishment of the sins and backslidings of his people, or on the other hand, as the unloosed power of the devil working for the destruction of Christianity under the hypocritical guise of religion. But what is most important to notice here? Some men began to ask themselves, is it possible that God would allow the Mohammedans to increase in such countless numbers without good reason? Is it conceivable that so many thousands are to be damned like one man? How can such multitudes be opposed to the true faith? Since truth is stronger than error and is more loved and desired by all men, it is not possible for so many men to be fighting against it. How could they prevail against truth? Since God always helps and upholds the truth, how could their religion so marvelously increase if built upon the rotten foundation of error? Such thoughts, we are told, appealed strongly to the Christian peoples that lived under the Turkish rule, and with especial force to the unhappy Christian captives who watched the years drag wearily on without hope of release or respite from their misery. Can we be surprised when we find such a one asking himself, "Surely if God were pleased with the faith to which you have clung, he would not have thus abandoned you, but would have helped you to gain your freedom and return to it again. But as he has closed every avenue of freedom to you, perchance it is his pleasure that you should leave it and join this sect and be saved therein." The Christian slave, who thus describes the doubts that arose in his mind as the slow-passing years brought no relief, doubtless gives expression here to thoughts that suggested themselves to many a hapless Christian captive with overwhelming persistency, until at last he broke away from the ties of his old faith and embraced Islam. Many who would have been ready to die as martyrs for the Christian religion if the mythical choice between the Qur adjective, a n, and the sword had been offered them, felt more and more strongly, after long years of captivity, the influence of Mohammedan thought and practice, and humanity, one converts where violence would have failed. For though the lot of many of the Christian captives was a very pitiable one, others who held positions in the households of private individuals were often no worse off than domestic servants in the rest of Europe. As organized by the Muhammadan law, slavery was robbed of many of its harshest features, nor in Turkey at least does it seem to have been accompanied by such barbarities and atrocities as in the pirate states of northern Africa. The slaves, like other citizens, had their rights, and it is even said that a slave might summon his master before the Qadi for ill usage, and that if he alleged that their tempers were so opposite that it was impossible for them to agree, the Qadi could oblige his master to sell him. The condition of the Christian captives naturally varied with circumstances and their own capabilities of adapting themselves to a life of hardship. The aged, the priests and monks, and those of noble birth suffered most, while the physician and the handicraftsman received more considerate treatment from their masters, as being servants that best repaid the money spent upon them. The galley slaves naturally suffered most of all, Indeed, the kindest treatment could have but little relieved the hardships incident to such an occupation. Further, the lot of the slaves who were state property was more pitiable than that of those who had been purchased by private individuals. As a rule, they were allowed the free exercise of their religion. In the state prisons at Constantinople, they had their own priests and chapels, and the clergy were allowed to administer the consolations of religion to the galley slaves. The number of the Christian slaves who embraced Islam was enormous. Some few cases have been recorded of their being threatened and ill-treated for the very purpose of inducing them to recant. But as a rule, the masters seldom forced them to renounce their faith, and put the greatest pressure upon them during the first years of their captivity, after which they let them alone to follow their own faith. The majority of the converted slaves, therefore, changed their religion of their own free choice. And when the Christian embassies were never sure from day to day that some of their fellow countrymen that had accompanied them to Constantinople as domestic servants might not turn Turk, it can easily be understood that slaves who had lost all hope of return to their native country and found little in their surroundings to strengthen and continue the teachings of their earlier years would yield to the influences that beset them and would feel few restraints to hinder them from entering a new society and a new religion. An English traveler of the 17th century has said of them, "Few ever return to their native country, and fewer have the courage and constancy of retaining the Christian faith in which they were educated, their education being but mean, and their knowledge but slight in the principles and grounds of it, whereof some are frightened into tercism by their impatience and too deep resentments of the hardships of the servitude. Others are enticed by the blandishments and flatteries of pleasure the Mahometan law allows, and the allurements they have of making their condition better and more easy by a change of their religion. Having no hope left of being redeemed, they renounce their Savior and their Christianity, and soon forget their original country, and are no longer looked upon as strangers, but pass for natives." Much, of course, depended upon the individual character of the different Christian slaves themselves. The anonymous writer, so often quoted above, whose long captivity made him so competent to speak on their condition, divides them into three classes. First, those who pass their days in all simplicity, not caring to trouble themselves to learn anything about the religion of their masters. For them it was enough to know that the Turks were infidels, and so, as far as their captive condition and their yoke of slavery allowed, they avoided having anything to do with them and their religious worship, fearing lest they should be led astray by their errors, and striving to observe the Christian faith as far as their knowledge and power went. The second class consisted of those whose curiosity led them to study and investigate the doings of the Turks. If, by the help of God, they had time enough to dive into their secrets, and understanding enough for the investigation of them, and light of reason to find the interpretation thereof, they not only came out of the trial unscathed, but had their own faith strengthened. The third class includes those who, examining the Muslim religion without due caution, fail to dive into its depths and find the interpretation of it, and so are deceived believing the errors of the Turks to be the truth. They lose their own faith and embrace the false religion of the Muslims, hereby not only compassing their own destruction, but setting a bad example to others. Of such men the number is infinite. Conversion to Islam did not, as some writers have affirmed, release the slave from his captivity and make him a free man, for emancipation was solely at the discretion of the master, who indeed often promised to set any slave free without the payment of ransom if only he would embrace Islam, but on the other hand, would also freely emancipate the Christian slave, even though he had persevered in his religion, provided he had proved himself a faithful servant and would make provision for his old age. There were many others who, like the Christian slaves, separated from early surroundings and associations, found themselves cut loose from old ties and thrown into the midst of a society animated by social and religious ideals of an entirely novel character. The crowds of Christian workmen that came wandering from the conquered countries in the 15th century to Adrianople and other Turkish cities in search of employment were easily persuaded to settle there and adopt the faith of Islam. Similarly, the Christian families that MU letter 1225, a D Roman 2, transported from conquered provinces in Europe into Asia Minor, may well have become merged into the mass of the Muslim population by almost imperceptible degrees, as was the case with the Armenians carried away into Persia by Shah Abbas, I. 1587-1629, most of whom appear to have passed over to Islam in the second generation. During the 18th and 19th centuries, there would seem to have been a decay of the missionary spirit among the Turks, but the latter years of the reign of Sultan Abd al-Qadir Mid witnessed a renewed interest in Muslim propaganda, and Turkish newspapers began to record instances of conversion. Among the most noteworthy of such converts were some 18 emirs of the princely family of Shihab in Mount Lebanon, which had been Christian for about a century. They are said to claim descent from the Quraysh, and the Turks made every effort to bring them back to the fold of Islam. Those who became Muslims were appointed to lucrative posts in the Turkish civil service. In the following pages, it is proposed to give a more detailed and particular account of the spread of Islam among the Christian populations of Albania, Serbia, Bosnia, and Crete, as the history of each of these countries after its conquest by the Ottomans presents some special features of interest in the history of the propagation of Islam. The Albanians, with the exception of some settlements in Greece, inhabit the mountainous country that stretches along the east shore of the Adriatic from Montenegro to the Gulf of Arda. They form one of the oldest and purest-blooded races in Europe and are said to belong to the Pelasgic branch of the Aryan stock. Their country was first invaded by the Turks in 1387, but the Turkish forces soon had to withdraw, and the authority of the Sultan was recognized for the first time in 1423. For a short period, Albania regained its independence under George Kastriota, who is better known under his Mohammedan name of Skanderbeg or Sikandarbeg. Recent investigations have established the falsity of the romantic fictions that had gathered round the story of his early days. How that as a boy he had been surrendered as a hostage to the Turks, had been brought up among them as a Muslim, and had won the special favor of the Sultan. The truth is that the days of his youth were passed in his native mountains, and his warfare with the Turks began with the victory gained over them in 1444. For more than 20 years, he maintained a vigorous and successful resistance to their invading forces. But after his death in 1467, the Turks began again to take possession of Albania. Kruja, the capital of the Castriot dynasty, fell into their hands 11 years later, and from this date there appears to have been no organized resistance of the whole country, though revolts were frequent, and the subjection of the country was never complete. Some of the seaport towns held out much longer. Durazzo was captured in 1501, while Antivari, the northernmost point of the seacoast of Albania, did not surrender until 1571. The terms of capitulation were that the city should retain its old laws and magistrature, that there should be free and public exercise of the Christian religion, that the churches and chapels should remain uninjured and might be rebuilt if they fell into decay, that the citizens should retain all their movable and immovable property and should not be burdened by any additional taxation. The Albanians under Turkish rule appear always to have maintained a kind of semi-autonomy, and the several tribes and clans remained as essentially independent as they were before the conquest. Though vassals of the sultans, they would not brook the interference of Turkish officials in their internal administration, and there is reason to believe that the Turkish government has never been able to appoint or confirm any provincial governor who was not a native of Albania, and had not already established his influence by his arms, policy, or connections. Their racial pride is intense, and to the present day, the Albanian, if asked what he is, will call himself a skypter, before saying whether he is a Christian or a Mohammedan, a very remarkable instance of national feeling obliterating the fierce distinction between these two religions that so forcibly obtrudes itself in the rest of the Ottoman Empire. The Christian and Muhammadan Albanians alike, just as they speak the same language, so do they cherish the same traditions and observe the same manners and customs, and pride in their common nationality has been too strong a bond to allow differences of religious belief to split the nation into separate communities on this basis. Side by side, they served in the irregular troops, which soon after the Turkish conquest became the main dependence of the government in all its internal administration, and both classes found the same ready employment in the service of the local pashas, being accounted the bravest soldiers in the empire. Christian Albanians served in the Ottoman army in the Crimean War, and though they have perhaps been a little more quiet and agricultural than their Muslim fellow countrymen, still the difference has been small. They have always retained their arms and military habits, have always displayed the same fierce, proud, untamable spirit, and been animated with the same intense national feeling as their brethren who had embraced the creed of the Prophet. The consideration of these facts is of importance in tracing the spread of Islam in Albania, for it appears to have been propagated very gradually by the people of the country themselves, and not under pressure of foreign influences. The details that we possess of this movement are very meager, as the history of Albania from the close of the 15th century to the rise of Ali Pasha 300 years later is almost a blank. What knowledge we have, therefore, of the slow but continuous accession of converts to Islam during this period is derived from the ecclesiastical chronicles of the various dioceses and the reports sent in from time to the Pope and the Congregatio de Propaganda Fide. But it goes without saying that the very nature of these sources gives the information derived from them the stamp of imperfection, especially in the matter of the motives assigned for conversion. For an ecclesiastic of those times to have even entertained the possibility of a conversion to Islam from genuine conviction, much less have openly expressed such an opinion in writing to his superiors, is well nigh inconceivable. During the 16th century, Islam appears to have made but little progress, though the tide of conversion had already set in. In 1610, the Christian population exceeded the Mohammedan in the proportion of 10-1, and as most of the villages were inhabited by Christians, with a very small admixture of Mohammedans, the conversions appear to have been more frequent in the large towns. In Antivari, for example, while many Christians elected to emigrate into the neighboring Christian countries, the majority of those who remained, both highborn and low, went over gradually to the Muslim faith, so that the Christian population grew less and less day by day. As the number of accessions to Islam increased, churches were converted into mosques, a measure which, though contrary to the terms of the capitulation, seems justified by the change in the religion of the people. In 1610, 2 collegiate churches only remained in the hands of the Latin Christians, but these appear to have sufficed for the needs of the community. What this amounted to can only roughly be guessed from the words of Marco Bizzi. There are about 600 houses inhabited indiscriminately by Mohammedans and Christians, both Latin and schismatics, i.e. of the Orthodox Greek Church. The number of the Mohammedans is a little in excess of the Christians, and that of the Latins in excess of the schismatics. In the accounts we have of the social relations between the Christians and the Muslims, and in the absence of any sharp line of demarcation between the two communities, we find some clue to the manner in which Muhammadan influences gradually gained converts from among the Christian population in proportion as the vigor and the spiritual life of the church declined. It had become very common for Christian parents to give their daughters in marriage to Mohammedans, and for Christian women to make no objection to such unions. The male children born of these mixed marriages were brought up as Musulmans, but the girls were allowed to follow the religion of their mother. Such permission was rendered practically ineffective by the action of the Christian ecclesiastics, who ordered the mothers to be excluded from the churches and from participation in the sacraments. And consequently, though the parish priests often disregarded the commands of their superiors, many of these women embraced the faith of their husbands. But even then, they kept up a superstitious observance of the rite of baptism, which was supposed to be a sovereign specific against leprosy, witches, and wolves, and Christian priests were found ready to pander to this superstition for any Mohammedan woman who wished to have her children baptized. This good feeling between the members of the two religions is similarly illustrated by the attendance of Muhammadans at the festivals of Christian saints. E.g. Marco Bizzi says that on the feast day of St. Elias, for whom the Albanians appear to have had a special devotion, there were as many Mohammedans present in the church as Christians. Even to the present day, we are told that Albanian Mohammedans revere the Virgin Mary and the Christian saints, and make pilgrimages to their shrines, while Christians, on the other hand, resort to the tombs of Muslim saints for the cure of ailments or in fulfillment of vows. In the town of Kalavachi, where there were 60 Christian and 10 Mohammedan households, the followers of the Prophet contributed towards the support of the parish priest, as the majority of them had Christian wives. Under such circumstances, it is hardly surprising to learn that many openly professed Islam, while satisfying their consciences by saying that they professed Christianity in their hearts. Marco Bizzi has 3 explanations to offer for such a lapse: the attraction of worldly advantage, the desire to avoid the payment of tribute, and the want of a sufficiently large number of intelligent clergy to supply the spiritual needs of the country. Conversions are frequently ascribed to the pressure of the burden of taxation imposed upon the Christians, and whole villages are said to have apostatized to avoid payment of the tribute. As no details are given, it is impossible to judge whether there was really sufficient ground for the complaint, or whether this was not the apology for their conduct alleged by the renegades in order to make some kind of excuse to their former co-religionists, or indeed an exaggeration on the part of ecclesiastics to whom a genuine conversion to Islam on rational grounds seemed an absolute impossibility. A century later, in 1703, the capitation tax was 6 reals a head for each male, and this, with the exception of a tax termed Sayed Araxio of 3 reals a year, was the only burden imposed on the Christians exclusively. Men must have had very little attachment to their religion to abandon it merely in order to be quit of so slight a penalty, and with no other motive. And the very existence of so large a body of Christians in Albania at the present time shows that the burden could not have been so heavy as to force them into apostasy without any other alternative. If only we had something more than vague general complaints against the Turkish tyranny, we should be better able to determine how far this could have had such a preponderating influence as is ascribed to it. But the evidence alleged seems hardly to warrant such a conclusion. The vicious practice followed by the Ottoman court of selling posts in the provinces to the highest bidder and the uncertainty of the tenure of such posts often resulted in the occupants trying to amass as large a fortune as possible by extortions of every kind. But such burdens are said to have weighed as heavily on Mohammedans as Christians, though certainly an avaricious and unjust official may have found it easier to oppress the Christians than the Muslims, especially when the former were convicted of treasonable correspondence with the Venetians and other Christian states, and were suspected of a wish to revolt. However this may have been, there can be little doubt of the influence exerted by the zealous activity and vigorous life of Islam in the face of the apathetic and ignorant Christian clergy. If Islam in Albania had many such exponents as the mullah, whose sincerity, courtesy, and friendliness are praised by Marco Bizzi, with whom he used to discuss religious questions, it may well have made its way. The majority of the Christian clergy appear to have been wholly unlettered. Most of them, though they could read a little, did not know how to write, and were so ignorant of the duties of their sacred calling that they could not even repeat the formula of absolution by heart. Though they had to recite the Mass and other services in Latin, there were very few who could understand any of it, as they were ignorant of any language but their mother tongue, and they had only a vague, traditionary knowledge of the truths of their religion. Marco Bizzi considered the inadequate episcopate of the country responsible for these evils, as for the small numbers of the clergy, and their ignorance of their sacred calling, and for the large number of Christians who grew old and even died without being confirmed, and apostatized almost everywhere. And unless this were remedied, he prophesied a rapid decay of Christianity in the country. Several priests were also accused of keeping concubines and of drunkenness. It may here be observed that the Albanian priests were not the repositories of the national aspirations and ideals, as were the clergy of the Orthodox Church in other provinces of the Turkish Empire, who in spite of their ignorance kept alive among their people that devotion to the Christian faith which formed the nucleus of the national life of the Greeks. On the contrary, the Albanians cherished a national feeling that was quite apart from religious belief, and with regard to the Turks, considered, in true feudal spirit, that as they were the masters of the country they ought to be obeyed whatever commands they gave. There is a curious story of conversion which is said to have taken place owing to a want of amicable relations between a Christian priest and his people, as follows. Many years since, when all the country was Christian, there stood in the city of Scutari a beautiful image of the Virgin Mary, to whose shrine thousands flocked every year from all parts of the country to offer their gifts, perform their devotions, and be healed of their infirmities. For some cause or other, however, it fell out that there was dissension between the priest and the people, and one day the latter came to the church in great crowds, declaring that unless the priest yielded to them, they would then and there abjure the faith of Christ and embrace in its stead that of Mu letter 1E25, a MM, a D. The priest, whether right or wrong, still remaining firm, his congregation tore the rosaries and crosses from their necks, trampled them under their feet, and going to the nearest mosque, were received by the Mala into the fold of the true believers. Through the negligence and apathy of the Christian clergy, many abuses and irregularities had been allowed to creep into the Christian society. In one of which, namely the practice of contracting marriages without the sanction of the church or any religious ceremony, we find an approximation to the Mohammedan law, which makes marriage a civil contract. In order to remedy this evil, the husband and wife were to be excluded from the church, until they had conformed to the ecclesiastical law and gone through the service in the regular manner. In the course of the 17th century, the social conditions and other factors, indicated above, bore fruit abundantly, and the numbers of the Christian population began rapidly to decline. In the brief space of 30 years, between 1620 and 1650, about 300,000 Albanians are said to have gone over to Islam. In 1624, there were only 2,000 Catholics in the whole diocese of Antivari, and in the city itself only one church. At the close of the century, even this church was no longer used for Christian worship, as there were only 2 families of Roman Catholics left. In the whole country generally, the majority of the Christian community in 1651 was composed of women, as the male population had apostatized in such large numbers to Islam. Matters were still worse at the close of the century, the Catholics being then fewer in number than the Mohammedans, the proportions being about 1 to 1/3, whereas less than 100 years before, they had outnumbered the Mohammedans in the proportion of 10 to 1. In the Archbishopric of Durazzo, the Christian population had decreased by about half in 20 years. In another town, in the Diocese of Croia, the entire population passed from Christianity to Islam in the course of 30 years. In spite of the frequent protests and regulations made by their ecclesiastical superiors, the parish priests continued to countenance the open profession of Islam along with a secret adherence to Christianity, on the part of many male members of their flocks, by administering to them the Blessed Sacrament. The result of which was that the children of such persons, being brought up as Mohammedans, were forever lost to the Christian Church. Similarly, Christian parents still gave their daughters in marriage to Muhammadans, the parish priests countenancing such unions by administering the sacrament to such women, in spite of the fulminations of the higher clergy against such indulgence. Such action on the part of the lower clergy can hardly, however, be taken as indicating any great zeal on behalf of the spiritual welfare of their flocks, in the face of the accusations brought against them. The majority of them are accused of being scandalous livers, who very seldom went to confession and held drunken revels in their parsonages on festival days. They sold the property of the church, frequently absented themselves from their parishes, and when censured, succeeded in getting off by putting themselves under the protection of the Turks. The Reformed Franciscans and the observants who had been sent to minister to the spiritual wants of the people did nothing but quarrel and go to law with one another, much to the scandal of the laity and the neglect of the mission. In the middle of the 17th century, 5 out of the 12 Albanian sees were vacant. The diocese of Polati had not been visited by a bishop for 30 years, and there were only 2 priests to 63,48 souls. In some parishes in the interior of the country, there had been no priests for more than 40 years, and this was in no way due to the oppression of the Turkish tyrant. For when at last 4 Franciscan missionaries were sent, they reported that they could go through the country and exercise their sacred office without any hindrance whatever. The Bishop of Sapa, to the great prejudice of his diocese, had been long resident in Venice, where he is said to have lived a vicious life, and had appointed as his vicar an ignorant priest who was a notorious evil liver. This man had 12,400 souls under his charge, and, says the ecclesiastical visitor, through the absence of the bishop, there is danger of his losing his own soul, encompassing the destruction of the souls under him and of the property of the church. The Bishop of Scutari was looked upon as a tyrant by his clergy and people, and only succeeded in keeping his post through the aid of the Turks. And Zemaevich complains of the bishops, generally, that they burden the parishes in their dioceses with forced contributions. It appears that Christian ecclesiastics were authorized by the Sultan to levy contributions on their flocks. Thus the Archbishop of Antivari, 1599-1607, was allowed to exact and receive 2 aspers from each Christian family, 12 for every first marriage, and double the amount for a second, and quadruple for a third marriage, and 1 gold piece from each parish annually. And it seems to have been possible to obtain the assistance of the Turkish authorities in levying these contributions. Throughout the whole of Albania, there was not a single Christian school, and the priests were profoundly ignorant. Some were sent to study in Italy, but Marco Crisio condemns this practice, as such priests were in danger of finding life in Italy so pleasant that they refused to return to their native country. With a priesthood so ignorant and so careless of their sacred duties, it is not surprising to learn that the common people had no knowledge even of the rudiments of their faith, and that numerous abuses and corruptions sprang up among them, which wrought the utmost desolation to this vineyard of the Lord. Many Christians lived in open concubinage for years, still, however, being admitted to the sacraments, while others had a plurality of wives. In this latter practice, we notice an assimilation between the habits of the 2 communities, the Christian and the Muslim, which is further illustrated by the admission of Muhammadans as sponsors at the baptism of Christian children, while the old superstitious custom of baptizing Mohammedan children was still sanctioned by the priests. Such being the state of the Christian church in Albania in the latter half of the 17th century, some very trifling incentive would have been enough to bring about a widespread apostasy. And the punishment inflicted on the rebellious Catholics in the latter half of the century was a determining factor more than sufficient to consummate the tendencies that had been drawing them towards Islam and to cause large numbers of them to fall away from the Christian church. The rebellious movement referred to seems to have been instigated by George, the 39th Archbishop of Antivari, 1635–1644, who through the bishops of Durazzo, Skadra, and Alessio tried to induce the leaders of the Christian community to conspire against the Turkish rule and hand over the country to the neighboring Christian power, the Republic of Venice. As in his time, Venice was at peace with the Turks, a fitting opportunity for the hatching of this plot did not occur. But in 1645 war broke out between Turkey and the Republic, and the Venetians made an unsuccessful attempt to capture the city of Antivari, which before the Turkish conquest had been in their possession for more than 3 centuries, 1262–1571. The Albanian Catholics who had sided with the enemy and secretly given them assistance were severely punished and deprived of their privileges, while the Greek Christians, who had everything to fear in the event of the restoration of the Venetian rule and had remained faithful to the Turkish government, were liberally rewarded and were lauded as the saviors of their country. Many of the Catholics either became Mohammedans or joined the Greek Church. The latter fact is very significant as showing that there was no persecution of the Christians as such, nor any attempt to force the acceptance of Islam upon them. The Catholics who became Mohammedans did so to avoid the odium of their position after the failure of their plot, and could have gained the same end, and have at the same time retained their Christian faith by joining the Greek Church, which was not only officially recognized by the Turkish government, but in high favor in Antivari at this time, so that those who neglected to do so could have had very little attachment to the Christian religion. The same remark holds good of the numerous conversions to Islam in the succeeding years. Zemaevich attributes them in some cases to the desire to avoid the payment of tribute, but from what has been said above, it is very unlikely that this was the sole determining motive. In 1649, a still more widespread insurrection broke out. An Archbishop of Antivari, Joseph Maria Bonaldo, 1646–1654, being again the main instigator of the movement. And the leading citizens of Antivari, Skadra, and other towns conspired to throw open their gates to the army of the Venetian Republic. But this plot also failed, and the insurrection was forcibly crushed by the Turkish troops, aided by the dissensions that arose among the Christians themselves. Many Albanians whose influence was feared were transported from their own country into the interior of the Turkish dominions. A body of 3,000 men crossed the border into Venetian territory. Those who remained were overawed by the erection of fortresses and the marching of troops through the disaffected districts, while heavy fines were imposed upon the malcontents. Unfortunately, the Christian writers who complain of the unjust tributes and vexations with which the Turks oppress the Albanians, so that they apostatize to Islam, make use only of general expressions, and give us no details to enable us to judge whether or not such complaints were justified by the facts. Zimeovich prefaces his account of the apostasy of 2,000 persons with an enumeration of the taxes and other burdens the Christians had to bear. But all these, he says, were common also to the Mohammedans, with the exception of the capitation tax of 6 reals a year for each male, and another tax, termed Sayadaraxio, of 3 reals a year. He concludes with the words, "The nation, wounded by these taxes in its weakest part, namely, worldly interest, to the consideration of which it has a singular leaning either by nature or by necessity, has given just cause for lamenting the deplorable loss of about 2,000 souls who apostatized from the true faith so as not to be subject to the tribute." There is nothing in his report to show that the taxes the Catholics had to pay constituted so intolerable a burden as to force them to renounce their creed. And though he attributes many conversions to Islam to the desire of escaping the tribute, he says expressly that these apostasies from the Christian faith are mainly to be ascribed to the extreme ignorance of the clergy. In great measure, also to their practice of admitting to the sacraments those who openly professed Islam while in secret adhering to the Christian faith. In another place he says, speaking of the clergy who were not fit to be parish priests and their practice of administering the sacraments to apostates and secret Christians. These are precisely the 2 causes from which have come all the losses that the Christian Church has sustained in Albania. There is very little doubt that the widespread apostasy at this time was the result of a long series of influences similar to those mentioned in the preceding pages, and that the deliverance from the payment of the tribute was the last link in the chain. What active efforts Mohammedans themselves were making to gain over the Christians to Islam, we can hardly expect to learn from the report of an ecclesiastical visitor. But we find mention of a district, the inhabitants of which, from their intercourse with the Turks, had contracted the vices of these infidels. And one of the chief causes of their falling away from the Christian faith was their contracting marriages with Turkish women. There were no doubt strong Muhammadan influences at work here, as also in the 2 parishes of Biscassia and Basia, whose joint population of nearly 1,000 souls was exposed to the obvious risk of apostatizing through lack of any pastor, and were much tempted in their faith and needed to be strengthened in it by wise and zealous pastors. Zimeovich speaks of one of the old noble Christian families in the neighborhood of Antivari, which was represented at that time by 2 brothers. The elder of these had been wheedled by the prominent Muhammadans of the place, who were closely related to him, into denying his faith. The younger wished to study for the priesthood, in which office he would be of much assistance to the Christian Church through the high esteem in which the Turks held his family, which though poor was universally respected. This indeed is another indication of the fact that the Mohammedans did not ill-treat the Christians, merely as such, but only when they showed themselves to be politically disaffected. Zimeovich, who was himself an Albanian, and took up his residence in his diocese instead of in Venetian territory, as many of the archbishops of Antivari seem to have done, was received with extraordinary honors and with marvelous courtesy, not only by the Turkish officials generally, but also by the Supreme Pasha of Albania himself, who gave him the place of honor in his divan, always accompanying him to the door on his departure and receiving him there on his arrival. This barbarian, who showed himself more like a generous-hearted Christian than a Turk, gave more substantial marks of good feeling towards the Christians by remitting, at the archbishop's request, the tribute due for the ensuing year from 4 separate towns. If any of the Christian clergy were roughly treated by the Turks, it seems generally to have been due to the suspicion of treasonable correspondence with the enemies of the Turks. Ecclesiastical visits to Italy seem also to have excited, and in many cases, justly, such suspicions. Otherwise, the Christian clergy seem to have had no reason to complain of the treatment they received from the Muslims. Zimayevich even speaks of one parish priest being much beloved by the principal Turks. And doubtless, there were parallels in Albania to the case of a priest in the Diocese of Trebinje in Herzegovina, who in the early part of the 18th century was suspected, on account of his familiar intercourse with Mohammedans, of having formed an intention to embrace Islam, and was accordingly sent by his bishop to Rome under safe custody. No subsequent period of Albanian history appears to have witnessed such widespread apostasy as the 17th century, but there have been occasional accessions to Islam up to more recent times. In southern Albania, the country of the Tosks, the preponderance of the Muhammadan population placed the Christians at a disadvantage, and a story is told of the Karamerdads, inhabitants of 36 villages near Pagoniani, that up to the close of the 18th century they were Christians, but finding themselves unable to repel the continual attacks of the neighboring Mohammedan population of Leskoviki, they met in a church and prayed that the saints might work some miracle on their behalf. They swore to fast till Easter in expectation of the divine assistance, but Easter came and no miracle was wrought, so the whole population embraced Islam. Soon afterwards, they obtained the arms they required and massacred their old enemies in Leskoviki and took possession of their lands. Community of faith in Albania is never allowed to stand in the way of a tribal feud. Even up to the 19th century, Albanian tribes and villages have changed their religion for very trivial reasons. Part of one Christian tribe is said to have turned Muhammadan because their priest, who served several villages and visited them first, insisted on saying Mass at an unreasonably early hour. At the present day, the Mohammedans in Albania are said to number about 1,000,000, and the Christians 480,000, but the accuracy of these figures is not certain. The Murdites are entirely Christian. They submitted to the Sultan on condition that no Muslim would be allowed to settle in their territory, but adherents of both the rival creeds are found in almost all the other tribes. Central Albania is said to be almost entirely Mohammedan, and the followers of Islam form about 60%. Of the population of northern Albania, the Christian population attains its largest proportion in southern Albania, especially in the districts bordering upon Greece. The Kingdom of Serbia first paid tribute to the Ottomans in 1375 and lost its independence after the disastrous defeat of Kosovo, 1389, where both the King of Serbia and the Turkish Sultan were left dead upon the field. The successors of the two sovereigns entered into a friendly compact. The young Servian prince, Stephen, acknowledged the suzerainty of Turkey, gave his sister in marriage to the new Sultan, Bayezid, and formed with him a league of brotherhood. At the Battle of Nicopolis, 1394, which gave to the Turks assured possession of the whole Balkan peninsula, except the district surrounding Constantinople, the Servian contingent turned the wavering fortune of the battle and gave the victory to the Turks. On the field of Angora, 1402, when the Turkish power was annihilated and Bayezid himself taken prisoner by Timur, Stephen was present with his Servian troops and fought bravely for his brother-in-law, and instead of taking this opportunity of securing his independence, remained faithful to his engagement, and stood by the sons of Bayezid until they recovered their father's throne. Under the successor of Stephen, George Branković, Servia enjoyed a semi-independence, but when in 1438 he raised the standard of revolt, his country was again overrun by the Turks. Then, for a time, Servia had to acknowledge the suzerainty of Hungary, but the defeat of John Hunyadi at Varna in 1444 brought her once more under tribute, and in 1459 she finally became a Turkish province. It is not impossible that the Servians who had embraced Islam after the Battle of Kosovo had knowledge of the fate of the little Muslim community that had been rooted out of Hungary about a century before, and therefore preferred the domination of the Turks to that of the Hungarians. Yaquit gives the following account of his meeting, about the year 1228, with some members of this group of followers of the Prophet in medieval Europe, who had owed their conversion to Muslims who had settled among them. In the city of Aleppo, I met a large number of persons called Bashkirs, with reddish hair and reddish faces. They were studying law according to the school of Abu Letter 1E25, a Nifah, may God be well pleased with him. I asked one of them, who seemed to be an intelligent fellow, for information concerning their country and their condition. He told me, "Our country is situated on the other side of Constantinople, in a kingdom of a people of the Franks called the Hungarians. We are Muslims, subjects of their king, and live on the border of his territory, occupying about 30 villages, which are almost like small towns. But the king of the Hungarians does not allow us to build walls round any of them, lest we should revolt against him. We are situated in the midst of Christian countries, having the land of the Slavs on the north, on the south, that of the Pope, i.e. Rome. Now the Pope is the head of the Franks, the vicar of the Messiah in their eyes, like the commander of the faithful in the eyes of the Muslims. His authority extends over all matters connected with religion among the whole of them. On the west, Andalusia; on the east, the land of the Greeks, Constantinople and its provinces." He added, "Our language is the language of the Franks. We dress after their fashion, we serve with them in the army, and we join them in attacking all their enemies, because they only go to war with the enemies of Islam." I then asked him how it was they had adopted Islam in spite of their dwelling in the midst of the unbelievers. He answered, "I have heard several of our forefathers say that a long time ago 7 Muslims came from Bulgaria and settled among us. In kindly fashion they pointed out to us our errors and directed us into the right way, the faith of Islam. Then God guided us, and praise be to God. We all became Muslims and God opened our hearts to the faith. We have come to this country to study law. When we return to our own land, the people will do us honor and put us in charge of their religious affairs." Islam kept its ground among the Bashkirs of Hungary until 1340, when King Charles Robert compelled all his subjects that were not yet Christians to embrace the Christian faith or quit the country. The Servian Muslims may, therefore, well have been pleased to escape from the rule of Hungary, like their Christian fellow countrymen. For when these were given the choice between the Roman Catholic rule of Hungary and the Muslim rule of the Turks, the devotion of the Servians to the Greek Church led them to prefer the tolerance of the Muhammadans to the uncompromising proselytizing spirit of the Latins. An old legend thus represents their feelings at this time. The Turks and the Hungarians were at war. George Brankovic sought out John Hunyadi and asked him, "If you are victorious, what will you do?" "Establish the Roman Catholic faith," was the answer. Then he sought out the Sultan and asked him, "If you come out victorious, what will you do with our religion?" "By the side of every mosque shall stand a church, and every man shall be free to pray in whichever he chooses." The treachery of some Servian priests forced the garrison of Belgrade to capitulate to the Turks. Similarly, the Servians of Samandria, on the Danube, welcomed the Turkish troops, who in 1600 delivered them from the rule of their Catholic neighbors. The spread of Islam among the Servians began immediately after the Battle of Kosovo, when a large part of the old feudal nobility, such as still remained alive and did not take refuge in neighboring Christian countries, went over voluntarily to the faith of the Prophet, in order to keep their old privileges undisturbed. In these converted nobles, the sultans found the most zealous propagandists of the new faith. But the majority of the Servian people clung firmly to their old religion through all their troubles and sufferings, and only in Stara Serbia or Old Servia, which now forms the northeastern portion of modern Albania, has there been any very considerable number of conversions. Even here the spread of Muhammadanism proceeded very slowly until the 17th century, when the Austrians induced the Servians to rise in revolt, and, after the ill success of this rising, the then Patriarch, Arsenius Roman III Czerniewicz, in 1690 emigrated with 40,000 Servian families across the border into Hungary. Another exodus in 1739 of 15,000 families under the leadership of Arsenius Roman IV Jovanovic well nigh denuded this part of the country of its original Servian population. Albanian colonists from the south pressed into the country vacated by the fugitives. These Albanians at the time of their arrival were Roman Catholics for the most part, but after they settled in Old Servia, they gradually adopted Islam, and at the present time the remnant of Roman Catholic Albanians is but small, though from time to time it is recruited by fresh arrivals from the mountains. The newcomers, however, usually follow the example of their predecessors, and after a while become Mohammedans. After this Albanian immigration, Islam began to spread more rapidly among the remnant of the Servian population. The Servian clergy were very ignorant and unlettered. They could only manage with difficulty to read their service books, and hardly any had learned to write. They neither preached to the people nor taught them the catechism. Consequently, in whole villages, scarcely a man could be found who knew the Lord's Prayer or how many commandments there were. Even the priests themselves were quite as ignorant. After the insurrection of 1689, the Patriarch of Ipek, the ecclesiastical capital of Servia, was appointed by the Porte. But in 1737, as the result of another rebellion, the Servian Patriarchate was entirely suppressed, and the Servian Church made dependent upon the Greek Patriarch of Constantinople. The churches were filled with Greek bishops, who made common cause with the Turkish beys and pashas in bleeding the unfortunate Christians. Their national language was proscribed, and the old Slavonic service books, etc., were collected and sent off to Constantinople. With such a clergy, it is not surprising that the Christian faith should decline. E.g., in the commune of Gora, in the district of Prizren, which had begun to become Muhammadanized soon after the Great Exodus of 1690, the Servians that still clung to the Christian faith appealed again and again to the Greek bishop of Prizren to send them priests, at least occasionally, but all in vain. Their children remained unbaptized, weddings and burials were conducted without the blessing of the church, and the consecrated buildings fell into decay. In the neighboring district of Apalj, similarly, the present Muslim population of 9,500 souls is probably for the most part descended from the original Slav inhabitants of the place. At the beginning of the 17th century, Busy found in the city of Jagnevo 120 Roman Catholic households, 200 Greek and 180 Mohammedan. Less than 100 years later, every house in the city was looked upon as Mohammedan, as the head of each family professed this faith, and the women only, with some of the children, were Christian. About the middle of the 18th century, the village of Lures was entirely Catholic. In 1863, there were 90 Muslim and 23 Christian families, but at the present day, this village, together with the surrounding villages, has wholly given up Christianity. Until recently, some lingering survivals of their old Christian faith, such as the burning of the Yule log at Christmas, etc., were still to be met with in certain villages, but such customs are now fast dying out. After the Battle of Kosovo and the downfall of the Servian Empire, the wild highlands of Montenegro afforded a refuge to those Servians who would not submit to the Turks, but were determined to maintain their independence. It is not the place here to relate the history of the heroic struggles of this brave people against overwhelming odds, how through centuries of continual warfare, under the rule of their prince-bishops, they have kept alive a free Christian state when all their brethren of the same race had been compelled to submit to Muhammadan rule. While the very basis of their separate existence as a nation was their firm adherence to the Christian faith, it could hardly have been expected that Islam would have made its way among them. But in the 17th century, many Montenegrins in the frontier districts became Mohammedans and took service with the neighboring pashas. But in 1703, Daniel Petrovich, the then reigning bishop, called the tribes together and told them that the only hope for their country and their faith lay in the destruction of the Mohammedans living among them. Accordingly, on Christmas Eve, all the converted Montenegrins who would not forswear Islam and embrace Christianity were massacred in cold blood. To pass now to Bosnia. In this country, the religious and social conditions of the people, before the Turkish conquest, merit especial attention. The majority of the population belonged to a heretical Christian sect, called Bogomils, who from the 13th century had been exposed to the persecution of the Roman Catholics, and against whom popes had on several occasions preached a crusade. In 1325, Pope John Roman XXII wrote thus to the King of Bosnia: "To our beloved son and nobleman, Stephen, Prince of Bosnia, knowing that thou art a faithful son of the Church, we therefore charge thee to exterminate the heretics in thy dominion, and to render aid and assistance to Fabian, our inquisitor, forasmuch as a large multitude of heretics from many and divers parts collected hath flowed together into the principality of Bosnia, trusting there to sow their obscene errors and dwell there in safety." These men, imbued with the cunning of the old fiend and armed with the venom of their falseness, corrupt the minds of Catholics by outward show of simplicity and the sham assumption of the name of Christians. Their speech crawleth like a crab, and they creep in with humility, but in secret they kill, and are wolves in sheep's clothing, covering their bestial fury as a means to deceive the simple sheep of Christ. In the 15th century, the sufferings of the Bogomiles became so intolerable that they appealed to the Turks to deliver them from their unhappy condition. For the king of Bosnia and the priests were pushing the persecution of the Bogomiles to an extreme which perhaps it had never reached before. As many as 40,000 of them fled from Bosnia and took refuge in neighboring countries. Others who did not succeed in making their escape were sent in chains to Rome. But even these violent measures did little to diminish the strength of the Bogomiles in Bosnia. As in 1462, we are told that heresy was as powerful as ever in this country. The following year, when Bosnia was invaded by MU letter 1E25 a MM a D Roman II, the Catholic king found himself deserted by his subjects. The keys of the principal fortress, the royal city of Bobovats, were handed over to the Turks by the Bogomile governor. The other fortresses and towns hastened to follow this example, and within a week 70 cities passed into the hands of the Sultan, and MU letter 1E25 a MM a D Roman II added Bosnia to the number of his numerous conquests. From this time forth we hear but little of the Bogomiles. They seem to have willingly embraced Islam in large numbers immediately after the Turkish conquest, and the rest seem to have gradually followed later, while the Bosnian Roman Catholics emigrated into the neighboring territories of Hungary and Austria. It has been supposed by some that a large proportion of the Bogomiles, at least in the earlier period of the conquest, embraced Islam with the intention of returning to their faith when a favorable opportunity presented itself. As being constantly persecuted, they may have learnt to deny their faith for the time being. But that, when this favorable opportunity never arrived, this intention must have gradually been lost sight of and at length have been entirely forgotten by their descendants. Such a supposition is, however, a pure conjecture and has no direct evidence to support it. We may rather find the reason for the willingness of the Bogomiles to allow themselves to be merged in the general mass of the Musulman believers in the numerous points of likeness between their peculiar beliefs and the tenets of Islam. They rejected the worship of the Virgin Mary, the institution of baptism, and every form of priesthood. They abominated the cross as a religious symbol and considered it idolatry to bow down before religious pictures and the images and relics of the saints. Their houses of prayer were very simple and unadorned, in contrast to the gaudily decorated Roman Catholic churches, and they shared the Mohammedan dislike of bells, which they styled the devil's trumpets. They believed that Christ was not himself crucified, but that some phantom was substituted in his place. In this respect, agreeing partially with the teaching of the Qur adjective an. Their condemnation of wine and the general austerity of their mode of life and the stern severity of their outward demeanor would serve as further links to bind them to Islam. For it was said of them, "You will see heretics quiet and peaceful as lambs without, silent, and wan with hypocritical fasting, who do not speak much nor laugh loud, who let their beard grow and leave their person incompte." They prayed 5 times a day and 5 times a night, repeating the Lord's Prayer with frequent kneelings, and would thus find it very little change to join in the services of the mosque. I have brought together here the many points of likeness to the teachings of Islam, which we find in this Bogomilian heresy, but there were, of course, some doctrines of a distinctly Christian character which an Orthodox Muslim could not hold. Still, with so much in common, it can easily be understood how the Bogomiles may gradually have been persuaded to give up those doctrines that were repugnant to the Muslim faith. Their Manichaean dualism was equally irreconcilable with Muslim theology, but Islam has always shown itself tolerant of such theological speculations, provided that they did not issue in a schism, and that a general assent and consent were given to the main principles of its theory and practice. The Turks, as was their usual custom, offered every advantage to induce the Bosnians to accept their creed. All who embraced Islam were allowed to retain their lands and possessions, and their fiefs were exempt from all taxation, and it is probable that many rightful heirs of ancient houses who had been dispossessed for heretical opinions by the Catholic faction among the nobility, now embraced the opportunity of regaining their old position by submission to the dominant creed. The Bosnian Mohammedans retained their nationality and still, for the most part, bear Serb names and speak only their national tongue. At the same time, they have always evinced a lively zeal for their new faith, and by their military prowess, their devotion to Islam and the powerful influence they exercised, the Bosnian nobility rapidly rose into high favor in Constantinople, and many were entrusted with important offices of state. E.g., between the years 1544 and 1611, 9 statesmen of Bosnian origin filled the post of Grand Vizier. The latest territorial acquisition of the Ottoman conquests was the island of Crete, which in 1669 was wrested from the hands of the Venetian Republic by the capture of the city of Candia after a long and desperate siege of nearly 3 years, which closed a struggle of 25 years between these rival powers for the possession of the island. This was not the first time that Crete had come under Muslim rule. Early in the 9th century, the island was suddenly seized by a band of Saracen adventurers from Spain, and it remained in their power for nearly a century and a half AD. 825–961. During this period, well nigh the whole population of the island had become Muslim, and the churches had either fallen into ruins or been turned into mosques. But when the authority of the Byzantine Empire was once re-established here, the people were converted again to their ancient faith through the skillful preaching of an Armenian monk, and the Christian religion became the only one professed on the island. In the beginning of the 13th century, the Venetians purchased the island from Boniface, Duke of Montserrat, to whose lot it had fallen after the partition of the Byzantine Empire, and they ruled it with a heavy hand, apparently looking upon it only in the light of a purchase that was to be exploited for the benefit of the home government and its colonists. Their administration was so oppressive and tyrannical as to excite several revolts, which were crushed with pitiless severity. On one of these occasions, whole cantons in the provinces of Esfakia and Lassidi were depopulated, and it was forbidden under pain of death to sow any corn there, so that these districts remained barren and uncultivated for nearly a century. The terrific cruelty with which the Venetian Senate suppressed the last of these attempts at the beginning of the 16th century added a crowning horror to the miserable condition of the unhappy Cretans. How terrible was their lot at this time, we learn from the reports of the commissioners sent by the Venetian Senate in the latter part of the same century, in order to inquire into the condition of the islanders. The peasants were said to be crushed down by the cruelest oppression and tyranny on the part of the Venetian nobles, their feudal lords being reduced to a worse condition than that of slaves, so that they never dared even to complain of any injustice. Each peasant had to do 12 days, forced labor for his feudal lord every year without payment, and could then be compelled to go on working for as long as his lord required his services at the nominal rate of a penny a day. His vineyards were mulcted in a full third of their produce, but fraud and force combined generally succeeded in appropriating as much as 2/3. His oxen and mules could be seized for the service of the lord, who had 1,000 other devices for squeezing the unfortunate peasant. The protests of these commissioners proved ineffectual to induce the Venetian Senate to alleviate the unhappy condition of the Cretans and put a stop to the cruelty and tyranny of the nobles. It preferred to listen to the advice of Fra Paolo Sarpi, who in 1615 thus addressed the Republic on the subject of its Greek colonies. If the gentlemen of these colonies do tyrannize over the villages of their dominion, the best way is not to seem to see it, that there may be no kindness between them and their subjects. It is not surprising to learn from the same sources that the Cretans longed for a change of rulers, and that they would not much stick at submitting to the Turk, having the example of all the rest of their nation before their eyes. Indeed, many at this time fled into Turkey to escape the intolerable burden of taxation, following in the footsteps of countless others, who from time to time had taken refuge there. Large numbers of them also emigrated to Egypt, where many embraced Islam. Especially galling to the Cretans were the exactions of the Latin clergy, who appropriated the endowments that belonged of right to the Greek ecclesiastics, and did everything they could to insult the Christians of the Greek rite, who constituted 9/10 of the population of the island. The Turks, on the other hand, conciliated their goodwill by restoring the Greek hierarchy. This, according to a Venetian writer, was brought about in the following manner. A certain Papas or priest of Chania went to Qasim the Turkish general and told him that if he desired to gain the goodwill of the Cretan people and bring detestation upon the name of Venice, it was necessary for him to bear in mind that the staunchest of the links which keep civilized society from falling asunder is religion. It would be needful for him to act in a way different from the line followed by the Venetians. These did their utmost to root out the Greek faith and establish that of Rome in its place, with which interest they had made an injunction that there should be no Greek bishops in the island. By thus removing these venerated and authoritative shepherds, they thought the more easily to gain control over the scattered flocks. This prohibition had caused such distress in the minds of the Cretans that they were ready to welcome with joy and obedience any sovereignty that would lend its will to the reinstitution of this order in their hierarchy, an order so essential for the proper exercise of their divine worship. He added that it would be a further means of conciliating the people if they were assured that they would not only be confirmed in the old privileges of their religion, but that new privileges would be granted them. These arguments seemed to Qasim so plausible that he wrote at once to Constantinople with a statement of them. Here they were approved, and the Greek patriarch was bidden to institute an archbishop who should be metropole of the province of Candia. Under the metropolitan, 7 other bishops were also to be nominated. The Turkish conquest seems to have been very rapidly followed by the conversion of large numbers of the Cretans to Islam. It is not improbable that the same patriotism as made them cling to their old faith under the foreign domination of the Venetians, who kept them at arm's length and regarded any attempt at assimilation as an unpardonable indignity, and always tried to impress on their subjects a sense of their inferiority, may have led them to accept the religion of their new masters, which at once raised them from the position of subjects to that of equals and gave them a share in the political life and government of their country. Whatever may have been the causes of the widespread conversion of the Cretans, it seems almost incredible that violence should have changed the religion of a people who had for centuries before clung firmly to their old faith despite the persecution of a hostile and a foreign creed. Whatever may have been the means by which the ranks of Islam were filled, 30 years after the conquest, we are told that the majority of the Muslims were renegades or the children of renegades, and in little more than a century-half, the population of Crete had become Mohammedan. From one end of the island to the other, not only in the towns but also in the villages, in the inland districts, and in the very heart of the mountains, were and are still found Cretan Muslims who in figure, habits, and speech are thoroughly Greek. There never has been, and to the present day there is not, any other language spoken on the island of Crete except Greek. Even the few Turks to be found here had to adopt the language of the country, and all the firmans of the port and decrees of the pashas were read and published in Greek. The bitter feelings between the Christians and Mohammedans of Crete that have made the history of this island during the 19th century so sad a one, was by no means so virulent before the outbreak of the Greek Revolution, in days when the Cretan Muslims were very generally in the habit of taking as their wives Christian maidens, the children of their Christian friends. The social communication between the two communities was further signified by their common dress, as the Cretans of both creeds dressed so much alike that the distinction was often not even recognized by residents of long-standing or by Greeks of the neighboring islands. Recent political events have brought about a considerable diminution in the Mohammedan population of Crete. In 1881, the number of Muhammadans in the island was 73,234. In 1909, in consequence of continual emigrations, it had been reduced to 33,496. Chapter 7. The Spread of Islam in Persia and Central Asia. In order to follow the course of the spread of Islam eastward into Central Asia, we must retrace our steps to the period of the first Arab conquests. By the middle of the 7th century, the great dynasty of the Sassanids had fallen, and the vast empire of Persia that for 4 centuries had withstood the might of Rome and Byzantium now became the heritage of the Muslims. When the armies of the state had been routed, the mass of the people offered little resistance. The reigns of the last representatives of the Sassanid dynasty had been marked by terrible anarchy, and the sympathies of the people had been further alienated from their rulers on account of the support they gave to the persecuting policy of the state religion of Zoroastrianism. The Zoroastrian priests had acquired an enormous influence in the state. They were well-nigh all-powerful in the councils of the king and arrogated to themselves a very large share in the civil administration. They took advantage of their position to persecute all those religious bodies, and they were many that dissented from them. Besides the numerous adherents of older forms of the Persian religion, there were Christians, Jews, Sabaeans, and numerous sects in which the speculations of Gnostics, Manichaeans, and Buddhists found expression. In all of these, persecution had stirred up feelings of bitter hatred against the established religion and the dynasty that supported its oppressions, and so caused the Arab conquest to appear in the light of a deliverance. The followers of all these varied forms of faith could breathe again under a rule that granted them religious freedom and exemption from military service, on payment of a light tribute. For the Muslim, law granted toleration and the right of paying jizya not only to the Christians and Jews, but to Zoroastrians and Sabaeans, to worshippers of idols, of fire, and of stone. It was said that the Prophet himself had distinctly given directions that the Zoroastrians were to be treated exactly like the people of the book, i.e. the Jews and Christians, and that jizya might also be taken from them in return for protection. A tradition that probably arose in the 2nd century of the Hijra, when apostolic sanction was sought for the toleration that had been extended to all the followers of the various faiths that Arabs had found in the countries they had conquered, whether such non-Muslims came under the category al-Kitab or not. To the distracted Christian church in Persia, the change of government brought relief from the oppression of the Sassanid kings, who had fomented the bitter struggles of Jacobites and Nestorians and added to the confusion of warring sects. Some reference has already been made to earlier persecutions, and even during the expiring agony of the Sassanid dynasty, Khusrau Roman II, exasperated at the defeat he had suffered at the hands of the Christian emperor, Heraclius, ordered a fresh persecution of the Christians within his dominions, a persecution from which all the various Christian sects alike had to suffer. These terrible conditions may well have prepared men's minds for that revulsion of feeling that facilitates a change of faith. Side by side with the political chaos in the state was the moral confusion that filled the minds of the Christians. Distracted by such an accumulation of disasters, and by the moral agony wrought by the furious conflict of so many warring doctrines among them, they tended towards that peculiar frame of mind in which a new doctrine finds it easy to take root, making a clean sweep of such a bewildering Babel, and striving to reconstruct faith and society on a new basis. In other words, the people of Persia, and especially the Semitic races, were just in the very mental condition calculated to make them welcome the Islamic revolution and urge them on to enthusiastically embrace the new and rugged creed, which, with its complete and virile simplicity, swept away at one stroke all those dark mists, opened the soul to new, alluring, and tangible hopes, and promised immediate release from a miserable state of servitude. But the Muslim creed was most eagerly welcomed by the townsfolk, the industrial classes, and the artisans, whose occupations made them impure according to the Zoroastrian creed, because in the pursuance of their trade or occupations they defiled fire, earth, or water, and who thus, outcasts in the eyes of the law and treated with scant consideration in consequence, embraced with eagerness a creed that made them at once free men and equal in a brotherhood of faith. Nor were the conversions from Zoroastrianism itself less striking. The fabric of the national church had fallen with a crash in the general ruin of the dynasty that had before upheld it. Having no other center round which to rally, the followers of this creed would find the transition to Islam a simple and easy one, owing to the numerous points of similarity in the old creed and the new. For the Persian could find in the Qur'an adjective many of the fundamental doctrines of his old faith, though in a rather different form. He would meet again Ahura Mazda and Ahriman under the names of Allah and Iblis, the creation of the world in 6 periods, the angels and the demons, the story of the primitive innocence of man, the resurrection of the body, and the doctrine of heaven and hell. Even in the details of daily worship, there were similarities to be found, and the followers of Zoroaster, when they adopted Islam, were enjoined by their new faith to pray 5 times a day, just as they had been by the Avesta. Those tribes in the north of Persia that had stubbornly resisted the ecclesiastical organization of the state religion, on the ground that each man was a priest in his own household and had no need of any other, and believing in a supreme being and the immortality of the soul, taught that a man should love his neighbor, conquer his passions, and strive patiently after a better life. Such men could have needed very little persuasion to induce them to accept the faith of the Prophet. Islam had still more points of contact with some of the heretical sects of Persia that had come under the influence of Christianity. In addition to the causes above enumerated of the rapid spread of Islam in Persia, it should be remembered that the political and national sympathies of the conquered race were also enlisted on behalf of the new religion through the marriage of letter 1E25 Usayn, the son of Ali with Shabanu, one of the daughters of Yazdegerd, the last monarch of the Sassanid dynasty. In the descendants of Shabanu and letter 1E25, Usayn, the Persians saw the heirs of their ancient kings and the inheritors of their national traditions. And in this patriotic feeling may be found the explanation of the intense devotion of the Persians to the Alid faction and the first beginnings of Shi'ism as a separate sect. That this widespread conversion was not due to force or violence is evidenced by the toleration extended to those who still clung to their ancient faith. Even to the present day, there are some small communities of fire worshippers to be found in certain districts of Persia, and though these have in later years often had to suffer persecution, their ancestors in the early centuries of the Hera enjoyed a remarkable degree of toleration. Their fire temples were respected, and we even read of a Mohammedan general in the reign of Al-Mu'tasim, A.D. 833-842, who ordered an imam and a mu adjective a dhdhin to be flogged because they had destroyed a fire temple in Sugd and built a mosque in its place. In the 10th century, 3 centuries after the conquest of the country, fire temples were to be found in Iraq, Fars, Kirman, Sijistan, Khorasan, Jibal, Adharbayjan, and Aran, i.e. in almost every province of Persia. In Fars itself, there were hardly any cities or districts in which fire temples and magians were not to be found. Al-Shahrastani also, writing as late as the 12th century, makes mention of a fire temple at Isfahaniya in the neighborhood of Baghdad itself. In the face of such facts, it is surely impossible to attribute the decay of Zoroastrianism entirely to violent conversions made by the Muslim conquerors. The number of Persians who embraced Islam in the early days of the Arab rule was probably very large from the various reasons given above, but the late survival of their ancient faith and the occasional record of conversions in the course of successive centuries render it probable that the acceptance of Islam was both peaceful and voluntary. About the close of the 8th century, Saman, a noble of Balkh, having received assistance from Asad b. Abdallah, the governor of Khorasan, renounced Zoroastrianism, embraced Islam, and named his son Asad after his protector. It is from this convert that the dynasty of the Samanids A.D. 874-999 took its name. About the beginning of the 9th century, Karim b. Shahriyar was the first king of the Qabusiya dynasty who became a Musulman. And in 873, a large number of fire worshippers were converted to Islam in Daylem through the influence of Nasir al-Letter-1E25 AQQ, Abu Mu Letter-1E25, A.M.M.A.D. In the following century, about A.D. 912, Letter-1E25 A.S. A.N.B. Ali, of the Alid dynasty on the southern shore of the Caspian Sea, who is said to have been a man of learning and intelligence and well acquainted with the religious opinions of different sects, invited the inhabitants of Letter 1E60, a B, a Rist, a N, and Daylem, who were partly idolaters and partly Magians, to accept Islam. Many of them responded to his call, while others persisted in their former state of unbelief. In the year AH 394, AD 1003-1004, a famous poet, Abul Letter 1E25 a S a N Mihyar, a native of Daylem who had been a fire worshipper, was converted to Islam by a still more famous poet, the Sharif al-Rida, who was his master in the poetic art. It was probably about the same period that the grandfather of the great geographer, Ibn Khurdadbi, was converted through the influence of one of the Barmecides, whose ancestor had been likewise a Magian and high priest of the great fire temple of Nabahar at Balkh. Scanty as these notices of conversion are, they appear to have been voluntary, and the Zoroastrians would seem to have enjoyed on the whole toleration for the exercise of their religion up to the close of the Abbasid period. With the Mongol invasion, a darker period in their history begins, and the miseries which the Persian Muslims themselves suffered seems to have generated in them a spirit of fanatical intolerance, which exposed the Zoroastrians at times to cruel sufferings. In the middle of the 8th century, Persia gave birth to a movement that is of interest in the missionary history of Islam, viz., the sect of the Ismailians. This is not the place to enter into a history of this sect, or of the theological position taken up by its followers, or of the social and political factors that lent it strength, but it demands attention here on account of the marvelous missionary organization whereby it was propagated. The founder of this organization, which rivals that of the Jesuits for the keen insight into human nature it displays, and the consummate skill with which the doctrines of the sect were accommodated to varying capacities and prejudices, was a certain Abd Allah-bi Maymun, who early in the 9th century infused new life into the Ismailians. He sent out his missionaries in all directions under various guises, very frequently as Sufis, but also as merchants and traders and the like. They were instructed to be all things to all men and to win over different classes of men to allegiance to the Grand Master of their sect, by speaking to each man, as it were, in his own language, and accommodating their teaching to the varying capacities and opinions of their hearers. They captivated the ignorant multitude by the performance of marvels that were taken for miracles and by mysterious utterances that excited their curiosity. To the devout, they appeared as models of virtue and religious zeal. To the mystics, they revealed the hidden meaning of popular teachings and initiated them into various grades of occultism according to their capacity. Taking advantage of the eager looking forward to a deliverer that was common to so many faiths of the time, they declared to the Muselmans the approaching advent of the Imam Mahdi, to the Jews that of the Messiah, and to the Christians that of the Comforter, but taught that the aspirations of each could alone be realized in the coming of Ali as the great deliverer. With the Shia, the Ismailian missionary was to put himself forward as the zealous partisan of all the Shia doctrine, was to dwell upon the cruelty and injustice of the Sunnis towards Ali and his sons, and liberally abuse the Sunni caliphs. Having thus prepared the way, he was to insinuate, as the necessary completion of the Shia system of faith, the more esoteric doctrines of the Ismailian sect. In dealing with the Jew, he was to speak with contempt of both Christians and Muslims and agree with his intended convert in still looking forward to a promised Messiah, but gradually lead him to believe that this promised Messiah could be none other than Ali, the great Messiah of the Ismailian system. If he sought to win over the Christian, he was to dwell upon the obstinacy of the Jews and the ignorance of the Muslims, to profess reverence for the chief articles of the Christian creed, but gently hint that they were symbolic and pointed to a deeper meaning, to which the Ismailian system alone could supply the key. He was also cautiously to suggest that the Christians had somewhat misinterpreted the doctrine of the Paraclete, and that it was in Ali that the true Paraclete was to be found. Similarly, the Ismailian missionaries who made their way into India endeavored to make their doctrines acceptable to the Hindus, by representing Ali as the promised 10th avatar of Vishnu who was to come from the west, i.e., they averred from Alamat. They also wrote a Mahdi Purana and composed hymns in imitation of those of the Vamakarins or left-hand Saktas, whose mysticism already predisposed their minds to the acceptance of the esoteric doctrines of the Ismailians. By such means as these, an enormous number of persons of different faiths were united together to push forward an enterprise, the real aim of which was known to very few. The aspirations of Abd Allah-bi Maymun seem to have been entirely political, but as the means he adopted were religious, and the one common bond, if any, that bound his followers together was the devout expectation of the coming of the Imam Mahdi. The missionary activity connected with the history of this sect deserves this brief mention in these pages. The history of the spread of Islam in the countries of Central Asia to the north of Persia presents little in the way of missionary activity. When Qutayba bi Muslim went to Samarkand, he found many idols there, whose worshippers maintained that any man who dared outrage them would perish. The Muslim conqueror, undeterred by such superstitious fears, set fire to the idols, whereupon a number of persons embraced Islam. There is, however, but scanty record of such conversions in the early history of the Muslim advance into Central Asia. Moreover, the people of this country seem often to have pretended to embrace Islam for a time, and then to have thrown off the mask and renounced their allegiance to the Caliph as soon as the conquering armies were withdrawn. And it was not until Qutayba had forcibly occupied Bukhara for the fourth time that he succeeded in compelling the inhabitants to conform to the faith of their conquerors. In Bukhara and Samarkand, the opposition to the new faith was so violent and obstinate that none but those who had embraced Islam were allowed to carry arms, and for many years the Muslims dared not appear unarmed in the mosques or other public places, while spies had to be set to keep a watch on the new converts. The conquerors made various efforts to gain proselytes, and even tried to encourage attendance at the Friday prayers in the mosques by rewards of money, and allowed the Qur adjective, a n, to be recited in Persian instead of in Arabic, in order that it might be intelligible to all. The progress of Islam in Transoxania was certainly very slow. Some of the inhabitants accepted the invitation of Umar Roman II, A.D. 717-720, to embrace Islam, and large numbers were converted through the preaching of a cert Abu Letter 1E63 AYD, who commenced this mission in Samarkand in the reign of Hisham, 724-743. But it was not until the reign of Al-Mutasim, A.D. 833-842, that Islam was generally adopted there, one of the reasons probably being the more intimate relations established at this time with the then capital of the Mohammedan world, Baghdad, through the enormous numbers of Turks that had flocked in thousands to join the army of the Caliph. Islam, having thus gained a footing among the Turkish tribes, seems to have made but slow progress until the middle of the 10th century, when the conversion of some of their chieftains to Islam, like that of Clovis and other barbarian kings of northern Europe to Christianity, led their clansmen to follow their example in a body. Pious legends have grown up to supply the lack of sober historical record of such conversions. The city of Khiva reveres as its national saint a Muslim wrestler, Pahlavan, who was in the service of a heathen king of Khwarism. The king of India, hearing of the fame of this Pahlavan, sent his own court wrestler with a challenge to the king of Khwarism. A day was fixed for the trial of strength, and the nobles and people of Khiva were summoned to view the spectacle. The vanquished man was to have his head cut off. On the day before, the saintly Pahlavan was praying in the mosque when he overheard the prayer of an old woman. "O God, suffer not my son to be beaten by this invincible Pahlavan, for I have no other child." Touched with compassion for the mother, Pahlavan lets the Indian wrestler win the day. The enraged king orders his head to be cut off, but at that very moment the horse on which the king is sitting bolts, carrying his master straight towards a dangerous precipice. Pahlavan springs forward, catches the horse, and rescues the king from a horrible death. In gratitude, the king embraces the true faith, and the saintly wrestler, full of joy, goes away into the desert and becomes a hermit. A strange legend is told of the conversion of Sadok Bughra Khan, the founder of the Mohammedan dynasty of the Ilk Khans of Kashgar, about the middle of the 10th century. A prince of the Samanid house, Khwaja Abul Nasser Samani, a man of great piety and humility of character, finding no scope for the exercise of his talent for administration, resolved to become a merchant, with the purpose of spreading the true faith in the lands of the unbelievers. Instead of trying to acquire a fortune by his commercial enterprises, he devoted all his gains to the furtherance of his proselytizing efforts. One night the prophet appeared to him in a dream, saying, "Arise and go into Turkestan, where the Prince Sadok Bughra Khan only awaits your coming to be converted to Islam." The young prince had in a similar manner been warned in a vision to expect the arrival of an instructor in the faith, and when some days later he met Abul Nasser Samani, he was prepared to accept his teaching and become a Musalman. This legend would appear to have been based on the historic fact that Islam made its way from the Samanid kingdom into the neighboring country of Turkestan, and the example of the ruler seems to have been followed by his subjects. For in AD 960, as many as 200,000 tents of the Turks, i.e., probably the greater part of the Turkish population of Bughra Khan's kingdom, profess the faith of Islam. Legend credits him with miraculous powers in his wars against the heathen, when a devouring flame would issue from his mouth, and the sword that he brandished would become 40 feet long. By the time he had reached the age of 96, the terror of his sword is said to have converted the unbelievers from the banks of the Oxus in the south to Qur'an in the north. And just before his death, he is said to have led his victorious army into China and spread Islam as far as Turfan. This picturesque account of a dynastic struggle with the Buddhist kingdom of Khotan credits the hero with a measure of success which was not really achieved until the 14th century. How limited the success of Sadak Bughra Khan really was may be judged from the fact that when his successors among the Ilk Khans sought in 1026 to contract matrimonial alliances with princesses of the House of M, a letter 1225 Mud of Ghazna, M, a letter 1225 Mud, replied that he was a Musulman, while they were unbelievers, and that it was not the custom to give the sisters and daughters of Musulmans in marriage to unbelievers, but that if they would embrace Islam, the matter would be considered. A few years later, in 1041-1042, a number of Turks who were still heathen and living in Tibetan territory sought permission from Arslan Khan B. Kader Khan to settle in his dominions, having heard of the justice and mildness of his rule. When they arrived in the neighborhood of Balasaghun, he sent a message to them urging them to accept Islam, but they refused, and as he found them to be peaceable and obedient subjects, he left them alone. There is no record of their conversion, which probably ensued in course of time, but they can hardly be identified with the group of 10,000 tents of infidel Turks who embraced Islam in the following year, as these latter are expressly stated to have harried and plundered the Musulmans before their conversion. The invasion of the Karakite into Turkestan dealt a severe blow to the power of Islam, and as late as the 13th century, the reports of European travelers show that there were still important groups of Buddhists, Manichaeans, and Christians in these parts. Of supreme importance to Islam was the conversion of the Seljuk Turks, but no record of their conversion remains beyond the statement that in A.D. 956 Seljuk migrated from Turkestan with his clan to the province of Bukhara, where he and his people enthusiastically embraced Islam. This was the origin of the famous Seljuk Turks, whose wars and conquests revived the fading glory of the Mohammedan arms and united into one empire the Muslim kingdoms of Western Asia. When at the close of the 12th century, the Seljuk Empire had lost all power except in Asia Minor, and when Mu letter 1225, Adi Guri was extending his empire from Khurasan eastward across the north of India, there was a great revival of the Muslim faith among the Afghans, and their country was overrun by Arab preachers and converts from India, who set about the task of proselytizing with remarkable energy and boldness. The traditions of the Afghans represent Islam as having been peaceably introduced among them. They say that in the 1st century of the Hijra, they occupied the Gur country to the east of Herat, and that Khalid B. Walid came to them there with the tidings of Islam and invited them to join the standard of the Prophet. He returned to Mu letter 1225, Adi accompanied by a deputation of 6 or 7 representative men of the Afghan people, with their followers, and these, when they went back to their own country, set to work to convert their fellow tribesmen. This tradition is, however, devoid of any historical foundation, and the earliest authentic record of conversion to Islam from among the Afghans seems to be that of a king of Kabul in the reign of Alema Ejective Mun. His successors, however, seem to have relapsed to Buddhism, for when Yaqub B. Layth, the founder of the letter 1E63, a Rid dynasty, extended his conquests as far as Kabul in 871, he found the ruler of the land to be an idolater. And Kabul now became really Mohammedan for the first time, the Afghans probably being quite willing to take service in the army of so redoubtable a conqueror as Yaqub B. Layth. But it was not until after the conquests of Sabaktijan and a letter 1E25 Mud of Ghazna, that Islam became established throughout Afghanistan. Of the further history of Islam in Persia and Central Asia, some details will be found in the following chapter.